Tonight, we're exploring the birth of the Reconquista, when Christian kingdoms in the Iberian Peninsula began their centuries-long effort to reclaim lands from Muslim rule. A slow-burning saga of shifting borders, legendary battles, and unexpected alliances. It all began in the rugged hills of Asturias, where a handful of warriors defied the odds and planted the first seeds of a movement that would reshape Spain. Life was uncertain, faith ran deep, and every step forward carried the weight of survival and legacy. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. I thought you guys might like a change of scenery tonight with some visual learning to help you drift off. Now dim your lights, grab your blanket, and let's begin. Picture yourself settling into a comfortable chair on a quiet evening, perhaps with a warm drink in hand as we travel back to a time when the world was smaller and simpler, yet somehow more complicated all at once. You're about to witness one of history's most remarkable transformations, not through the eyes of kings or generals, but as someone watching ordinary people discover they had extraordinary courage buried deep inside them. It's the early 8th century, and you find yourself in what we now call Spain, though back then it was known as Hispania to those who bothered with such formalities. The Visigothic kingdom stretches before you like a patchwork quilt that's seen better days, some patches holding strong, others fraying at the edges, and a few that probably should have been replaced years ago. You'd think ruling a kingdom would be straightforward, wouldn't you? After all, you sit on a throne, people bow, and everyone does what you say. But the Visigoths had managed to turn monarchy into something resembling a particularly chaotic game of musical chairs. Kings came and went with the regularity of seasons, though with considerably less predictability. One day you'd have King Witiza on the throne, the next day his rival Roderick would be measuring the royal cushions for size. This constant game of thrones, and yes, that's exactly what it was, had left the kingdom about as stable as a three-legged stool on a ship during a storm. Nobles spent more time plotting against each other than actually governing, which meant that when real trouble came knocking, everyone was too busy looking over their shoulders to notice the front door being kicked in. The irony, of course, is that while the Visigothic nobility were perfecting the art of political backstabbing, they were completely missing the bigger picture unfolding to the south. Across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Africa, forces were gathering that would change everything. But you know how it is with people who are too caught up in their own drama. They rarely notice the storm clouds until the rain starts falling. The Muslim conquest of North Africa had been proceeding with the kind of methodical efficiency that would make a Swiss clockmaker weep with joy. City after city, region after region, until the Islamic forces stood at the very edge of the African continent, looking across those few miles of water toward Europe like a person eyeing the last piece of chocolate cake at a dinner party. Now, you might wonder why anyone would want to cross a body of water to conquer a land full of quarrelling nobles and political chaos. The answer, as it often is in history, comes down to opportunity meeting ambition. The Muslim forces weren't just looking for new lands to conquer, they were looking for lands worth conquering. And despite all its internal squabbling, Hispania was still rich in resources, fertile in agriculture, and strategically positioned at the crossroads of Europe and Africa. The stage was set for one of those moments in history when everything changes so quickly that people living through it probably felt like they were watching the world's most dramatic magic trick. One moment, you have the familiar chaos of Visigothic politics, with its predictable unpredictability. The next moment, everything you thought you knew about power, religion, and daily life is turned completely upside down. But here's what makes this story particularly fascinating from our cosy vantage point centuries later. The people living through these changes didn't know they were witnessing the end of one era and the beginning of another. They were just trying to get through each day, make sense of rapidly changing circumstances, and figure out how to protect themselves and their families in a world that suddenly seemed a lot less predictable than it had been the week before. The Reconquista, that centuries-long process of Christian kingdoms gradually reclaiming the Iberian Peninsula, wasn't born in a single moment of inspiration or divine revelation. It emerged slowly, organically, from the accumulated frustration and determination of people who found themselves living under foreign rule and decided, sometimes one person at a time, that they weren't going to accept this as their permanent reality. As you settle deeper into your chair, imagine yourself as one of those people. watching the old world crumble and wondering what kind of new world might rise from its ashes. Because that's exactly where our story begins, not with the end, but with the ending that became a beginning. In 711, if you live near southern Spain, you may have seen something odd on the horizon. Ships. There were actually quite a few ships, and none of them were flying any flags that you recognised. This fleet wasn't the usual merchant traffic, or the occasional Viking raid that everyone had learned to treat as just another Tuesday inconvenience. The scene was something entirely different. The fleet approaching your shores belonged to Tariq ibn Ziyad, whose name would become so associated with this moment that the rocky outcrop where he landed, Gibraltar, literally means Jabal Tariq, or Tariq's mountain. It's one of those perfect historical coincidences that makes you wonder if someone somewhere has a sense of humour about these things. Now, if you were a military strategist sitting in your favourite armchair, you might assume that conquering an entire kingdom would require vast armies, years of planning, and logistics that would make a modern supply chain manager break out in hives. But Tariq had something perhaps more valuable than massive numbers. He had timing, determination, and an opponent that was essentially doing half the work for him. The Visigothic kingdom at this moment was like a house with a beautiful facade but termites in the foundation. King Roderick was dealing with rebellions in the north, noble families were still playing their endless game of political chess, and the army was scattered across the peninsula dealing with various internal squabbles. It was rather like trying to defend your home from burglars while your family is having a loud argument in the living room. Tariq's initial force was relatively modest, somewhere between 7,000 and 12,000 men, depending on which historical account you trust. These weren't just random soldiers looking for adventure, though. They were experienced fighters who had already proven themselves in the conquest of North Africa, and they brought with them something the Visigothic forces lacked: unity of purpose and a command structure that actually functioned. The landing itself must have been one of those surreal moments in history. Picture yourself as a local fisherman, going about your normal morning routine, when suddenly the bay fills with foreign ships disgorging thousands of armed men who clearly aren't there for the local tourism opportunities. You'd probably spend a few moments wondering if you were still dreaming, then realise the moment was definitely one of those days when staying home might have been the better choice. What happened next demonstrates one of history's recurring themes. Sometimes the outcome of momentous events depends less on grand strategy and more on basic human psychology. When news of the landing reached King Roderick, he did what any reasonable monarch would do. He gathered his forces and marched south to deal with this invasion. The problem was that gathering his forces in a politically fractured kingdom meant trying to assemble an army from nobles who weren't entirely sure they wanted him to succeed. The Battle of Guadalete, fought sometime in July 711, became one of those encounters that historians describe with words like decisive and pivotal, which are academic ways of saying everything changed rapidly. Roderick's army was larger on paper, but paper armies and real armies are two very different things. When your troops include people who might actually prefer to see you lose, military mathematics becomes considerably more complicated. The battle itself was less a clash of titans and more like watching a carefully stacked house of cards encounter a sudden breeze. Roderick's forces didn't just lose, they collapsed with the kind of spectacular completeness that makes military historians shake their heads in amazement. The king himself disappeared during the fighting, and while various stories emerged about his fate, the practical result was the same. The Visigothic kingdom had just lost its head, literally or figuratively. But here's where the story becomes particularly captivating from your comfortable evening perspective. The speed of what followed defied all reasonable expectations. Within a few years, Muslim forces had swept across most of the Iberian Peninsula with a swiftness that seems almost impossible until you remember that they weren't just conquering territory. They were often being invited in by local populations who saw them as preferable to the chaos of Visigothic rule. The result wasn't the Hollywood version of conquest, with dramatic sieges and heroic last stands. This was conquest through administrative competence, religious tolerance, and the simple appeal of stable government after decades of political turmoil. Sometimes the most revolutionary changes happen not through dramatic confrontation, but through offering people something they didn't even realise they wanted: predictability. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that everything familiar about your world has been quietly rearranged while you slept. The same mountains still frame the horizon, and the same rivers still flow toward the sea, but suddenly there are new rules, new rulers, and new ways of doing things that everyone is expected to learn rather quickly. This is essentially what happened to the people of Hispania as Muslim rule settled over the peninsula like a new season. But unlike the harsh winter of conquest that many might have expected, what actually emerged was something surprisingly manageable. The new rulers, it turned out, were excellent at the mundane business of actually running things. You see, the Umayyad Caliphate had learned something that many conquerors throughout history seem to miss. Destroying everything you've just conquered is rather like burning down the house you've just bought. Instead, they brought with them a sophisticated administrative system that had been refined through governing diverse populations across a vast territory stretching from Spain to Central Asia. The Christian and Jewish populations found themselves classified as dhimmi, protected peoples who could continue practicing their religions in exchange for paying additional taxes and accepting certain legal restrictions. Now, before you start thinking, this arrangement sounds wonderfully tolerant by modern standards, remember that religious tolerance in the 8th century was rather like air conditioning in the desert, rare enough that you appreciated it when you found it, even if it wasn't quite what you'd get at home. For many people, daily life under the new system was actually an improvement over the chaos of late Visigothic rule. Trade flourished, cities grew, and the famous convivencia, the coexistence of Christian, Muslim and Jewish communities, began to develop in ways that would make medieval Iberia one of the most culturally rich regions in Europe. But here's where human nature asserts itself in ways that are both predictable and touching. People adapt, but they also remember. In countless small ways, the conquered population maintained connections to their previous identity while learning to navigate their new reality. They spoke Arabic in the marketplace but might still pray in Latin at home. They adopted new architectural styles while preserving old family traditions. They learned new skills while teaching their children old stories. This cultural blending created something unprecedented in medieval Europe. A society where a Christian merchant might do business with a Muslim banker while discussing philosophy with a Jewish scholar, and nobody thought this was particularly remarkable. It was rather like living in one of those modern neighbourhoods where everyone's from somewhere else, except with more swords and considerably less plumbing. The new rulers established their capital at Córdoba, which under their guidance would become one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in Europe. They built schools, libraries and workshops. They improved agricultural techniques and expanded trade networks. They even maintained and expanded the Roman infrastructure they inherited, which showed a refreshing appreciation for good engineering regardless of its origins. Yet beneath this surface of accommodation and progress, something else was quietly taking root. In the mountainous regions of the north, where the conquest had been less complete and central authority was weaker, small communities of Christians began to develop what we might call selective amnesia about their new reality. They remembered the old kingdom, the old faith, and the old ways of doing things, and they began to nurture the idea that their current situation might not be permanent. These weren't grand gestures of defiance or dramatic declarations of independence. They were the quiet, persistent activities of people who had decided that while they might have to accept foreign rule, they didn't have to like it or consider it legitimate. They maintained their own religious practices, preserved their own legal traditions, and most importantly told their children stories about how things used to be and how they might be again. The irony, of course, is that the very tolerance and administrative competence that made Muslim rule bearable also provided the space for this quiet resistance to develop. A harsher system might have stamped out Christian identity entirely, while a more chaotic one might have left people too focused on simple survival to think about political alternatives. Instead, the conquered population found themselves in the historically unusual position of being governed by people who were genuinely better at governing than their previous rulers, while still maintaining the psychological and cultural resources to imagine eventual liberation. It was rather like being in a very comfortable prison run by thoughtful wardens. You might appreciate the amenities while still planning your eventual escape. This quiet persistence in the northern mountains would be one of history's most patient investments, planted by people who might never live to see its harvest, but who maintained faith that someone someday would. Let's take a moment to appreciate one of history's most delightful ironies. The reconquest of Iberia began not with a grand army or divine revelation, but with what was essentially a tax dispute that got wildly out of hand. You have to admire the very human scale of it all. It's rather like discovering that the American Revolution started because someone got really annoyed about the price of tea. In the Asturian mountains of northern Spain, around the year 718, a Visigothic nobleman named Pelayo was dealing with the kind of problem that would be familiar to anyone who's ever had a disagreement with the local authorities. The Muslim governors wanted him to pay tribute and acknowledge their authority. Pelayo, for reasons that probably made perfect sense to him at the time, decided he'd rather not. Now, under normal circumstances, this kind of local disagreement would be resolved quickly and decisively in favour of whoever had the bigger army. But the Asturian mountains weren't normal circumstances. They were the medieval equivalent of trying to govern a region made entirely of natural fortresses. The terrain was so rugged that sending large military forces into it was rather like trying to organise a parade in a maze. Pelayo's initial act of defiance was probably witnessed by fewer people than typically attend a modern city council meeting. He gathered a small group of supporters. Accounts vary, but we're talking dozens, not thousands, and retreated to a cave called Covadonga. From a military perspective, the event looked like the kind of last stand that usually ends with historians writing sympathetic footnotes about brave but doomed resistance. The Muslim force sent to deal with this minor irritation was probably expecting what their commanders back in Cordoba were expecting: a brief expedition to arrest some troublemakers and restore order. Instead, they found themselves attempting to dislodge determined defenders from positions seemingly destined for such stubborn resistance. The Battle of Covadonga, fought sometime around 722, was the kind of encounter that looks insignificant in the moment, but grows in importance with each passing year. The Muslim force was defeated, not destroyed, but defeated enough that they withdrew, rather than continue what was turning into an expensive and embarrassing exercise in mountain warfare. From Pelayo's perspective, he had successfully defended his home and maintained his independence. From the Muslim governor's perspective, they had bigger concerns than chasing a few rebels through mountains that seemed designed to make military operations as difficult as possible. From history's perspective, something had just begun that would continue for the next 7 centuries. What makes this moment particularly fascinating is how ordinary it must have seemed to almost everyone involved. Pelayo wasn't proclaiming himself the champion of Christendom or announcing a divinely inspired mission to reconquer Iberia. He was simply a man who decided he preferred his traditional way of life to the new management, and who happened to live in terrain that made his preference militarily viable. The victory at Covadonga became something more than a military success. It became proof that Muslim rule wasn't inevitable or permanent. Word spread through the Christian communities that remained scattered across the peninsula, carried by merchants, pilgrims, and that most effective of medieval communication networks, gossip. But here's what makes Pelayo's story particularly relevant to your evening contemplation. He didn't succeed because he had a master plan or divine assistance or superior military technology. He succeeded because he was stubborn, he picked his ground carefully, and he was willing to accept a very modest definition of success. Occasionally, the most important historical changes begin with someone simply saying no and meaning it. The Kingdom of Asturias that emerged from this mountain rebellion was tiny, poor, and surrounded by much more powerful neighbours. By any reasonable measure, it should have been a historical footnote, one of those brief moments of independence that gets absorbed back into the larger political reality. Instead, it became the seed from which the entire Reconquista would eventually grow. This episode suggests something both encouraging and slightly absurd about human nature. Sometimes the most significant changes in history begin with people who have no idea they're making history. They're just dealing with their immediate circumstances, making the best decisions they can with the information they have, and refusing to accept situations they find unacceptable. Pelayo probably went to sleep each night thinking about practical problems, food supplies, defensive positions, and keeping his small band of followers motivated and organised. He almost certainly didn't imagine that he was launching a centuries-long process that would reshape the entire Iberian Peninsula. He was just a man trying to preserve his way of life in a world that had changed around him. Imagine a garden where aggressive weeds have completely overtaken the original flowers. But then, if you look carefully in the corners and along the edges, you start to notice small shoots pushing up through the soil. The old plants haven't died. They've just been growing quietly in places where the weeds couldn't reach them. This is essentially what was happening in the northern regions of Iberia during the early centuries of Muslim rule. The Kingdom of Asturias, emerging from Pelayo's successful mountain rebellion, was rather like a medieval startup. Small, scrappy, and operating with the kind of lean efficiency that comes from having absolutely no choice in the matter. The early Asturian kings ruled over a territory that was mostly rocks, trees and people who had gotten very good at making do with limited resources. But what makes their story particularly endearing is that they transformed their poverty into a strength rather than a weakness. Since they couldn't compete with the wealth and sophistication of Muslim Iberia, they positioned themselves as the authentic keepers of the old traditions. They were the original article, the vintage Christian kingdom, aged to perfection in mountain caves and seasoned with genuine suffering. King Alfonso I, ruling in the early 8th century, perfected what we might call the liberation through depopulation strategy. He would launch raids into the territories between his kingdom and the main Muslim settlements, not to conquer and hold ground, but to convince the Christian populations in those areas to pack up and move north to his kingdom. It was rather like being a medieval real estate agent whose sales pitch was, "Come live in our beautiful mountains, where the scenery is spectacular and nobody will try to convert you to Islam." This policy had the delightful side effect of creating a no-man's land between Christian and Muslim territories, a buffer zone that was difficult for either side to control, but which served as an excellent training ground for the kind of small-scale warfare that mountain kingdoms do best. The Asturians became experts at what we'd now call guerrilla tactics, though they probably just thought of it as how you fight when you can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Leon emerged as the kingdom's new capital when the kings decided that ruling from mountain caves, while romantically authentic, was becoming impractical as their territory expanded. Leon offered the radical luxury of being a place where you could hold court without worrying about the ceiling dripping on your crown. The really clever part of the Asturian strategy was cultural as well as military. They positioned themselves as the continuation of the Visigothic kingdom, not its successors, but literally the same kingdom that had temporarily lost most of its territory. Their approach wasn't just propaganda, it was a comprehensive rebranding effort that would make modern marketing executives weep with admiration. They maintained Visigothic legal codes, preserved Latin literacy, and most importantly, developed what we might call the "we never really left" narrative. According to this version of events, the Kingdom of Asturias wasn't a new political entity, but rather the Visigothic kingdom in temporary exile, waiting for the right moment to reclaim its inheritance. This narrative was particularly powerful because it transformed what could have been considered a series of border raids and minor territorial expansions into something much more significant: the systematic recovery of stolen property. When Asturian forces captured a town or valley, they weren't conquering new territory. They were liberating occupied land and restoring it to its rightful rulers. The psychological impact of this approach was considerable. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had a focal point for their identity and aspirations. The Kingdom of Asturias proved that Christian rule was still possible, still viable, and most importantly still expanding. Every Asturian victory, regardless of its magnitude, demonstrated that the Muslim conquest was not the final chapter. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this early period was how the Asturian approach to reconquest was fundamentally different from what we might expect. Their strategy wasn't driven by religious fanaticism or ethnic hatred. It was driven by the much more practical desire to live according to familiar laws and customs. The Asturians didn't spend a lot of time denouncing Islam. They spent their time demonstrating that Christian rule could be effective, protective, and worth supporting. They were also remarkably pragmatic about their goals. Rather than declaring their intention to reconquer the entire peninsula, which would have sounded rather absurd coming from rulers of a mountain kingdom, they focused on the achievable objective of expanding their territory bit by bit, valley by valley, mountain by mountain. This patience and pragmatism would prove to be one of their greatest strengths. While other medieval kingdoms rose and fell through overambitious expansion or internal conflict, the Asturians built something sustainable, a Christian kingdom that grew stronger rather than weaker over time, and that would eventually become the foundation for much larger reconquest efforts. By the 9th and 10th centuries, Pelayo's persistent refusal to pay taxes had transformed into a situation that was beginning to cause the Muslim rulers of Iberia genuine discomfort. It's rather like watching a small crack in a wall gradually expand until you realise the whole structure might need attention. The Kingdom of Asturias had been quietly but persistently expanding, and by now it was no longer accurate to describe it as a minor mountain rebellion. Under kings like Alfonso II and Alfonso III, The kingdom had developed from a desperate refugee camp into a functioning medieval state with its own economy, military organisation, and most importantly, a clear sense of mission. Alfonso III, who ruled in the late 9th century, was particularly good at what we might call expansion with style. He didn't just conquer territory, he established cities, built churches, and created the kind of infrastructure that made people want to stay, rather than flee at the first opportunity. Cities like Zamora and Toro weren't just military outposts. They were statements of permanence, announcements that Christian rule was back and intended to stay. But what's particularly fascinating about this period is that the Christian kingdoms were acquiring the same patience and strategic thinking that had made Muslim rule so successful. They weren't just fighting battles, they were building institutions, establishing trade networks, and most importantly, creating the administrative machinery that could govern an expanding territory. The really clever innovation was the development of what historians call the reconquest ideology, a systematic intellectual framework that transformed military expansion into a sacred mission. The mission wasn't just about recovering lost territory anymore. It was about fulfilling a divine mandate to restore Christian rule to the entire peninsula. It was brilliant marketing that gave every border skirmish cosmic significance. This ideological framework had the additional advantage of attracting support from beyond the peninsula. Christian kingdoms across Europe began to see the Iberian reconquest as part of their own spiritual mission, which meant that French, Italian, and other European knights started arriving to help with what they saw as a holy war against Islam. These foreign volunteers brought more than just military assistance. They brought new military techniques, financial resources, and most importantly, they brought the sense that the Reconquista was part of a larger European Christian identity. What had begun as a local dispute over governance was gradually becoming part of the great cultural and religious confrontation between Christianity and Islam. Meanwhile, Muslim Iberia was discovering that success can create its own problems. The efficiency and prosperity that had made Al-Andalus the envy of Europe had also made it somewhat complacent. For so long, the Christian kingdoms in the north were viewed as minor irritations, and when they began to pose a genuine threat, the response was often delayed. The Umayyad Caliphate was also dealing with internal pressures that diverted attention and resources from the northern frontier. Political succession disputes, regional rebellions, and the constant challenge of governing a diverse population meant that the military focus needed to contain Christian expansion wasn't always available when and where it was needed. By the 10th century, the balance of power was shifting in ways that would have seemed impossible 2 centuries earlier. The Christian kingdoms weren't just surviving, they were beginning to thrive. They had developed their own military innovations, established secure economic bases, and most importantly, they had created a political and cultural identity that was attracting support from across Christian Europe. The psychological transformation was perhaps even more significant than the military one. Christian populations throughout Iberia now had concrete evidence that Muslim rule wasn't permanent or inevitable. Every Christian victory, every recovered city, every successful campaign was proof that change was possible and that supporting the reconquest might be a winning strategy rather than a hopeless gesture. This shift in perception created a feedback loop that accelerated the process. As Christian kingdoms became more successful, they attracted more support, which made them more successful, which attracted more support. The momentum that had been building slowly for generations was beginning to reach critical mass. The Reconquista was transforming from a local mountain rebellion into a peninsula-wide movement with international support and religious legitimacy. What had once seemed like an impossible dream, the complete recovery of Christian rule over Iberia, was beginning to look like an achievable, if long-term, objective. But perhaps most importantly, the Christian kingdoms had learned something crucial about the nature of historical change. Sometimes the most effective way to transform the world is to start small, stay focused, and maintain consistent pressure over very long periods of time. They had mastered the art of strategic patience. As you sit here in the gentle quiet of evening, imagine yourself looking back across those 7 centuries that stretched between Pelayo's first defiant stand in the mountains and the final surrender of Granada in 1492. It's rather like watching time-lapse photography of a garden, where flowers that were planted in spring don't bloom until the following winter, except the seasons lasted for generations. The Reconquista that began with a tax dispute had become something unprecedented in medieval history. a sustained, multi-generational project that transformed not just the political map of Iberia, but the very identity of European Christianity. What started as a simple refusal to accept foreign rule had evolved into a defining characteristic of Spanish and Portuguese culture that would influence their approach to everything from exploration to empire building. By the 11th century, the momentum that had been building for centuries was beginning to produce dramatic results. The capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of Castile was one of those moments when everyone involved probably sensed they were participating in something historically significant. Toledo wasn't just another city. It was the ancient capital of Visigothic Spain, the symbolic heart of the kingdom that the Christian rulers claimed to be restoring. The fall of Toledo demonstrated something that military theorists still study today: how psychological victories can be more important than purely military ones. The conquest of this city didn't just add territory to the Christian kingdoms, it proved that even the most seemingly secure Muslim strongholds could be taken by patient, determined forces who were willing to play the long game. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Reconquista's ultimate success was how it maintained its essential character across those 7 centuries. The same qualities that had made Pelayo's rebellion successful: stubbornness, strategic patience, and the ability to turn disadvantages into advantages, remained central to the Christian approach throughout the entire process. The Christian kingdoms learned to cooperate when necessary while maintaining their independence, to adopt new military technologies while preserving their cultural identity, and, most importantly, to think in terms of generations rather than immediate results. They created institutions that could survive individual defeats, economic setbacks, and political changes because they were built around the idea that temporary setbacks were just that: temporary. The final centuries of the Reconquista were marked by the consolidation of Christian power under the unified crowns of Castile and Aragon. The marriage of Isabella and Ferdinand in 1469 created the political unity that could finally complete what Pelayo had begun in the mountains of Asturias. It's one of history's neat symmetries that a movement that began with one stubborn individual would be completed by the strategic alliance of 2 determined monarchs. The surrender of Granada in 1492 marked not just the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but the completion of one of the longest and most successful military campaigns in European history. What makes it particularly remarkable is that it succeeded not through overwhelming force or brilliant strategy, but through the simple expedient of refusing to give up and consistently working toward a clearly defined goal across multiple centuries. The legacy of the Reconquista extends far beyond the borders of Spain and Portugal. The experience of successfully recovering lost territory through sustained effort created a cultural confidence that would fuel the age of exploration. The same kingdoms that had spent centuries learning to expand their territory step by step would soon be applying those lessons to global empire building. More fundamentally, the Reconquista demonstrated something encouraging about human persistence and the possibility of long-term change. It showed that even the most seemingly permanent political arrangements can be transformed by people who are willing to start small, stay focused, and maintain their efforts across multiple generations. As you consider this story from your comfortable modern perspective, perhaps the most relevant lesson is how ordinary people, faced with circumstances they found unacceptable, created extraordinary change through the simple expedient of refusing to accept that those circumstances were permanent. They didn't need special advantages or dramatic gestures, they just needed patience, persistence, and the willingness to think beyond their lifetimes. The birth of the Reconquista reminds us that some of history's most significant transformations begin not with grand declarations or revolutionary moments, but with individuals who simply decide that their current situation doesn't have to be their permanent reality. Sometimes the most powerful force in human history is just the quiet determination to make tomorrow different from today, sustained over enough tomorrows to make a difference that lasts. And with that thought, perhaps it's time to let this story settle into your evening quiet, carrying with it the gentle reminder that even the longest journeys begin with someone taking the first step. And just like that, we've reached the final toll of the bell tonight, echoing from distant Spanish hills. Should your thoughts continue to march through dusty battlegrounds, or whisper in ancient stone cathedrals, fear not. You know how the universe works. There are more stories placed here if this one didn't quiet your mind. Now I'll get back to sipping my tea by my marvellous fireplace, Thanks for letting me read to you tonight. Rest well, friends of time, and as always, good night. Year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Tariq bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Carrier walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Carrier to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Carria's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Carrier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Qasim al-Talabi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognised oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognised Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Carrier to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Carrier that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Carrier remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Carrier lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Carrier wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Karia noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Karia finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Karia's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Karia gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Karia trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Karia drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologised if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognised the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realising each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Courier clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Courier braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Courier found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-year mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Carrier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath the canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognised them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Korea conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Farash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like somnolent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Correa excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Correa's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, sterolters, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. But beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732, he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability. Though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions, they raised children together. But the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the Junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. ever the organiser. Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. Conceived in the mid-1740s, this initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of the European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated Assembly and the Penfameli proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War, pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness, teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia until May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4th, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts. Clad in a fur cap instead of a wig, Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention, yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in prison circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals, describing dire needs, arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticised the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries, yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed: forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product: a constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarised his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17th, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepts terms did it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models, his approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilised resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too. The ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remains strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favor of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Carpura sees him encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Paul Revere's name evokes images of a midnight ride, urgent calls for militias, and the onset of the American Revolution. Yet few realise the full scope of the man behind that iconic alarm. He was a silversmith, engraver, early industrialist, and a shrewd networker who navigated Boston's circles of artisans, merchants, and political agitators. Born on January 1st, 1735, Old Style, to Apollos Rivoire, a French Huguenot immigrant, and Deborah Hitchborn, a Boston native. Revere was destined to bridge cultures and communities at a time when colonial society seethed with discontent under British rule. Apollos Rivoire, who soon anglicised his name to Paul Revere, taught his son the art of silverwork. This trade anchored the younger Paul's fortunes. He grew up in Boston's North End, surrounded by wharves, taverns, and religious meeting houses, absorbing the rhythms of a busy port city. While modern retellings jumped straight to his patriotic escapades, his formative years shaped his destiny in more subtle ways. By age 15, the death of his father thrust him into the role of family provider. The teenage apprentice had to complete his training, manage the family's affairs, and forge connections with established silversmiths and merchants during the 1750s. Revere served briefly in the provincial army in the French and Indian War, an experience that gave him a glimpse of Britain's broader colonial entanglements. Upon returning to Boston, he embraced the trade of silversmithing wholeheartedly, creating not just decorative pieces, but also practical items like buckles and utensils. He prided himself on detail, marketing his wares to a clientele that spanned from modest craftsmen to the colony's rising middle class. Invoices preserved from this period reveal that Revere offered credit, advanced new designs, and constantly hustled for commissions. That brand of entrepreneurial spirit would later fuel his ability to mobilise networks for revolutionary purposes. By the early 1760s, tensions simmered throughout Massachusetts. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and subsequent taxes outraged merchants and tradespeople alike. Revere found himself among a group of Boston artisans who gathered at local taverns to vent frustrations. These enclaves brewed the earliest forms of organised protest. Revere soon discovered he possessed a knack for articulating grievances through his engravings. It was not only an art form, but also a political tool, effectively circulating ideas and stoking public sentiment against perceived British overreach. His iconic engravings of the Boston Massacre, albeit dramatised, helped radicalise many colonists. Apart from engraving, Revere proved versatile in forging social bonds. He was active in the Masonic Lodge of St Andrew, where he crossed paths with influential figures like Joseph Warren. He joined local fire clubs, an essential community fixture at a time when wooden buildings posed constant fire hazards. The same network that helped keep Boston safe from flames also functioned as a communication hub when secrecy was paramount. Revere's involvement in such clubs honed his skills at organising committees and planning contingencies. Revere witnessed the growing tension between the British authorities and colonial protesters as the decade progressed. He witnessed the formation of the Sons of Liberty, a loosely knit group bent on resisting British policy through boycotts, demonstrations, and occasionally more aggressive tactics. While Samuel Adams and John Hancock garnered the spotlight, Revere operated just beneath it, linking tradesmen, printers, and mariners to the cause. He carried messages across town, utilised his network to fundraise for boycotts, and orchestrated covert gatherings. In summary, the man played a significant role in the turbulent events that preceded the revolution. His silver shop bustled by day, forging items for well-to-do patrons, while by night he frequently huddled with patriots in back rooms. This dual existence, both an honest craftsman in broad daylight and a clandestine activist in the twilight, gave Revere an uncommon vantage point. He understood the grievances of merchants taxed by Parliament and the resentments of sailors harassed by British naval patrols. He also grasped the precarious existence of apprentices who found themselves jobless whenever tensions flared. In the early 1770s, Revere faced a crucial decision. He could either maintain his status as a respected craftsman and avoid radical elements, or he could fully dedicate himself to the resistance that was forming around him. That choice would define his role in the uncertain months ahead, as Britain tightened its grip and Boston braced for confrontation. His decision to lean into activism would soon thrust him into history's pages, though he never guessed that a single midnight ride would overshadow decades of other contributions. As Britain stepped up the enforcement of colonial policies, Revere and his compatriots adapted. No single figure commanded the burgeoning movement. Instead, it operated through committees, correspondences, and loosely affiliated networks of tradesmen, small merchants, and outspoken patriots. Revere proved instrumental in bridging these circles. He was neither the wealthiest merchant nor the most fiery orator, but his profound knowledge of Boston's geography and his wide array of personal relationships made him indispensable. He played a key role in the intelligence game that developed as tensions rose. The British, suspecting the colonies of seditious intent, planted informants and seized letters. Meanwhile, Patriot leaders formed committees of correspondence in every town, forging a parallel information network that bypassed royal officials. Revere often served as a courier, riding to distant towns, Worcester, Salem, even Portsmouth, to update them on the latest developments. These journeys were not glamorous. Winter roads were treacherous, lodgings minimal. But Revere's skill at travelling incognito, changing routes unpredictably, and winning trust at local taverns kept the chain of communication robust. Beyond his courier work, continued engraving political cartoons. His depiction of the Boston Tea Party, for instance, circulated widely, capturing the moment when patriots dumped British tea into the harbour. The incident itself was more chaotic than Revere's engraving suggested. He presented it as a unified, disciplined act, an image that bolstered the patriots' claim of moral high ground. He also contributed subtly altered prints of the governor or British officers, turning them into caricatures for distribution among sympathisers. These images, pinned up in print shops or posted in meeting halls, served as rallying symbols. One lesser-known chapter in Revere's life involved the Suffolk Resolves, drafted in 1774 by Boston leaders. These resolutions rejected the coercive acts and called for civil disobedience. Revere was entrusted with delivering a copy to the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia. The journey south exposed him to a broader colonial landscape, forging connections with delegators from other colonies. He returned more convinced than ever that Massachusetts was not alone in protesting. Meanwhile, his reliability as a messenger soared in the eyes of figures like John Adams. Yet Revere was not purely a political operative. He had a family. His first wife, Sarah Orne, had borne him several children before passing away in 1773, and he later married Rachel Walker, who also became part of the extended Revere clan. Balancing domestic life with clandestine patriot activity proved stressful. Friends recalled that Revere's silver shop sometimes functioned as an unofficial meeting site, though it remained primarily a commercial venture. You might sit at his workbench, forging spoons or teapots, while patriots gathered in a small side room to whisper about British troop movements. By 1775, British authorities began to suspect that Boston's artisans played a larger role in the unrest than previously assumed. Regular army officers roamed the city, searching for hidden arms depots. Rumours swirled of British plans to arrest key rebel leaders, particularly John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who had left Boston for the relative safety in Lexington and Concord. Meanwhile, Massachusetts patriots had stored gunpowder in Concord, a small town west of Boston, anticipating a confrontation. As both sides prepared for the potential next move, tensions escalated. During this turbulent period, the Patriot leadership developed a signal system. Should the British launch a sudden strike, watchers at the Old North Church would hang lanterns to indicate whether the troops moved by land or by boat across the Charles River. Revere was part of the group that set this plan in motion, but to reduce risk, it was a friend, Robert Newman, who would hang the lanterns. Revere himself would undertake the hazardous ride to warn Hancock and Adams and rouse the militias along the route. In the days leading to that famous night, Revere scarcely slept. He conferred with Dr. Joseph Warren, who was privy to fresh intelligence suggesting British movements were imminent. The plan was bold, the stakes enormous. If the British discovered it, Revere faced imprisonment or worse. But he recognised that a swift warning might unify thousands of militiamen before the royal troops could seize arms or arrest leaders. No single courier could accomplish the entire job alone. Others, like William Dawes, shared the load. Still, Revere's role would become legendary, overshadowing the fact that a network, not one man, fueled that night's alert. Hence, as April 1775 dawned, Revere stood on a precipice. All the clandestine work, the rides to scattered towns and the coded signals at church steeples led to this juncture. The next hours would test his resourcefulness, bravery, and knack for quiet coordination, traits honed over years, now culminating in a midnight dash that would echo through American lore. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, Paul Revere prepared to leave Boston. British officers had become conspicuous near the docks, though many Bostonians, loyalists included, believed the troops would attempt a show of force the next day. Revere, however, suspected otherwise. He navigated through dark streets to the Charles River's edge, where a small boat awaited. Two friends rowed him quietly across, muffling oarlocks with cloth to avoid drawing the attention of the British warship anchored to nearby. Revere reached the Charlestown side and found a borrowed horse waiting. Simultaneously, Robert Newman stood at the Old North Church Tower, prepared to hoist 2 lanterns in the event of British troops launching from the water. Those signals would inform watchers in Charlestown, who would then spread the alarm by alternative routes. Revere's task was to ride directly to Lexington, rousing the countryside as he went. Another rider, William Dawes, would take a separate path, ensuring that if one was stopped, the other might succeed. Mounting his horse, Revere began the journey. At first, the roads lay eerily quiet, lit only by moonlight or the occasional lantern in a window. He knocked on farmhouse doors, calling to sleeping patriots, "The regulars are on the move," or words to that effect. He never actually shouted, "The British are coming," since many colonists still considered themselves British. Instead, he typically used phrases like, "The regulars are out," to alert local militias. Families woke groggily, but recognised Revere by name or from prior visits. Swiftly they dressed, collected muskets, began passing word to neighbours further inland. The ride was not free of peril. At one point, Revere spotted 2 British officers on horseback. Fearing capture, he evaded them by dashing off on a side path, relying on his memory of the terrain. The near encounter heightened his urgency. Every minute counted. If the British marched swiftly, they could seize the arms in Concord or intercept Hancock and Adams before local militias mustered. Arriving in Lexington around midnight, Revere found Hancock and Adams lodging at the home of Reverend Jonas Clark. He delivered his news. British forces would soon move to confiscate colonial weapons and possibly arrest Patriot leaders. The 2 men hesitated, uncertain whether the threat was immediate. Meanwhile, locals debated the best course. Having done his duty of warning them, Revere prepared to continue on to Concord to spread the alarm further. By coincidence, Dawes arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere, having navigated a separate route. They connected with another rider, Dr. Samuel Prescott, who agreed to guide them to Concord, being intimately familiar with the area. The trio set off, determined to alert the entire region. Not far along, a British patrol lay in wait. The redcoats tried to block them on a narrow road. Dawes managed to slip away, though he lost his horse soon after. Prescott, an agile rider, vaulted a fence into the woods and escaped captivity, successfully reaching Concord. Revere, however, was detained. The officers interrogated Revere, suspecting he carried vital intelligence. He admitted British troops were heading to Concord, but did not conceal that the militias had been forewarned. Stunned by his candour, the officers tried to hustle him along to figure out the scope of the Patriot plan. They soon heard gunfire in the distance, the sound of militiamen already mobilising. Alarmed that their mission was compromised, the officers let Revere go. He found his way back to Lexington on foot, arriving just in time to witness the earliest skirmishes on Lexington Green at dawn. Thus ended Revere's ride, and thus began open conflict in the war that would shape a nation. The militias converged as intended. Though the British pressed on to Concord, they encountered a growing throng of armed colonists. The day ended in a chaotic retreat for the redcoats, an event that echoed far beyond Massachusetts. News of this standoff would spark the colony's transformation from scattered protests into a full-blown revolution. Paul Revere's role on that pivotal night was merely one component of a larger chain. Others, Dawes, Prescott, local watchers, played equally critical roles. Yet over time, popular mythology spotlighted Revere as the lone hero galloping through the countryside. Decades later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, which condensed the story into a stirring call to arms, greatly contributed to Revere's fame. In reality, Revere's ride was but one expression of a complex strategy. However, it was sufficient to permanently inscribe him in America's collective consciousness as the individual who raised the alarm, thereby altering the course of history. Once the battles at Lexington and Concord ignited warfare, Paul Revere's story did not pause. He continued serving the revolutionary cause in myriad ways, some unsung, others overshadowed by the flash of his midnight ride. In the following months, Boston became a hotbed of tension. The British held the city, while colonial forces encircled it. Revere worked on intelligence and logistical tasks, using his expertise in messaging and in crowd coordination to keep patriots informed. One key project saw him turning from silver to metal of another kind. Massachusetts needed cannon, shot, and other munitions. As a skilled artisan, Revere adapted his workshop for manufacturing. Though not a large-scale operation, his foundry contributed metal fittings and small arms components. He tinkered with the ways to produce gunpowder, though that challenge required specialised mills. Meanwhile, Revere participated in local committees that governed the region in the absence of British authority, ensuring daily life continued amid chaos. Amid these labours, tragedy struck. Dr. Joseph Warren, Revere's friend and fellow patriot, was killed in June 1775 at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Warren's death hit Revere hard. The two had collaborated closely in mobilising the earliest resistance, and Warren's medical skill had saved countless lives in prior skirmishes. The heartbreak sharpened Revere's resolve. The cost of independence was high, yet men like Warren believed in it passionately. Revere channeled that sorrow into further commitments, travelling frequently between revolutionary committees in Cambridge and outlying towns. The British finally evacuated Boston in March 1776, a turning point that caused jubilation among the patriots. Revere moved back into the city, reclaiming his silver shop, but found it in disarray after months of occupation. Repairs were needed before normal business could resume. However, normal business had become a distant memory by that point. The war had shifted to other colonies, and Revere's skill set remained valuable. He volunteered for militia service and was appointed a lieutenant colonel of artillery in the Massachusetts militia. This role combined administrative oversight, ensuring troops had supplies and equipment, with strategic input, drawing on his knowledge of local fortifications. In 1778, Revere participated in the ill-fated Penobscot expedition, an attempt by the Massachusetts militia to oust British forces in present-day Maine. The expedition ended in disaster, with the colonial fleet scuttled and troops forced to retreat through the wilderness. Revere faced criticism for his actions there, especially regarding disputes over the chain of command. A court-martial ensued, questioning whether he had disobeyed orders or abandoned his post. While eventually exonerated, the incident left a sour note in his military career, contrasting sharply with the heroic aura of his earlier ride. Undeterred, he continued assisting in local defences, forging new connections with revolutionary leaders. In the final years of the war, Revere balanced militia duties with attempts to stabilise his personal livelihood. The prolonged conflict had disrupted normal commerce, and craftsmen across the colonies struggled. Revere's adaptability shone once more. He introduced new techniques, such as rolling copper sheets for naval use, precursor to his later achievements in metalworking that would flourish post-war. Throughout these years, Revere also engaged in the social fabric of the budding republic. He joined societies discussing ways to structure the new nation's governance. He was active in the movement that eventually produced the Massachusetts Constitution. Among his lesser-known efforts was involvement with the local intelligence apparatus to verify rumours of British espionage or infiltration. He was not a central spy master, but he knew the city intimately and could trace suspicious activity. The same street smarts that fueled his 1775 ride aided him once again. When the Treaty of Paris finally ended the Revolutionary War in 1783, Revere was approaching 50. He had served as craftsman, courier, militia officer, and community organiser, roles overshadowed by that single night's gallop into legend. Yet he emerged from the war with a moderate standing, his workshop battered, but not ruined. Boston's economy was in flux, but Revere saw opportunities ahead. He He recognised that the new United States, short on domestic manufacturing, would need local industries to replace imports once supplied by Britain. Thus, as the guns fell silent, Revere pivoted from the chaos of war to the prospect of peace. He had learned about large-scale metalwork from wartime demands. Now he sought to parlay that knowledge into a business advantage. He opened new ventures, such as a hardware store and a foundry capable of casting bells and cannons. This transformation signalled his next chapter, a shift from revolutionary operative to pioneering industrialist. Despite everything, he held on to the memory of Bunker Hill, lost friends, and that ride on a moonlit night, which shaped him into a man determined to help forge a stable, prosperous future for the Republic he helped birth. In the post-war era, Paul Revere harnessed his entrepreneurial spirit to elevate Boston's manufacturing capabilities. While many Americans clung to small-scale artisanal methods, he envisioned something grander, an industrial growth that could rival Europe's established foundries. His experiences rolling copper for naval uses and casting small cannons during the war primed him for expansions. Through determined trial and error, Revere built a thriving copper works enterprise. It began with smaller tasks, producing copper bolts, spikes, and fittings for local shipyards. Boston, a bustling maritime hub, offered a ready market. Over time, Revere realised the potential for roofing large buildings with copper sheets, a technique popular in European cathedrals but rare in the young United States. He also recognised the possibility of sheathing the hulls of wooden ships with copper to prevent wood-boring pests and reduce marine growth. If widely adopted, copper sheathing could dramatically enhance a vessel's speed and lifespan, improving profitability for shipping companies. Yet capital was scarce. Revere searched for partners or backers, but often found scepticism. Most believed large-scale metalwork too risky. Unfazed, Revere used his personal savings, accumulated from decades of silver work, taking on loans at high interest. He arranged shipments of raw copper from mines in Connecticut or further afield. By the late 1780s, he operated a modest rolling mill, though it struggled to match the consistency of British imports. Undeterred, he laboured to refine techniques, tinkering with furnace temperatures and rolling machinery designs. Alongside forging a copper empire, Revere remained active in civic life. He joined the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, which championed tradesmen's rights and advanced mechanical innovations. In addition, he oversaw community initiatives aimed at improving infrastructure, Boston's roads, bridges, and fire services. This synergy of public service and private enterprise mirrored the developing ethos of the New Republic, where personal success and collective well-being intertwined. His family also expanded, father to a large brood. Revere expected his children to learn a trade or assist in the family businesses. Sons began helping in the foundry, learning practical skills from their father. Daughters were often educated enough to maintain household finances and even dabble in commercial tasks. The Revere clan became a microcosm of the emergent middle class, part tradition-bound, part forward-looking. At times, dinner discussions likely encompassed everything from forging techniques to local politics. During this period, the new federal government sought to strengthen America's naval capacity. Threats loomed off the Barbary coast, where pirates seized merchant ships. The US Navy needed warships, and Revere saw his chance. He pitched his copper sheathing to the government, arguing that adopting homegrown manufacturing would reduce dependence on foreign supplies. Despite initial reservations, officials recognized the strategic advantage. By the mid-1790s, Revere's copper found its way onto the USS Constitution, nicknamed Old Ironsides, a famed frigate built in Boston. This success was huge. It demonstrated that domestic production could match or exceed British quality. With pride, Revere marched his workers to the Charlestown Navy Yard to see the Constitution outfitted. The event symbolised the synergy of industrial progress and national defence. In an era when many still saw the US as an agrarian confederation, Revere's pursuits hinted at a more industrial future. He began receiving more orders for bell casting too. Churches across New England wanted bells that combined pleasing acoustics with durability. Revere's foundry delivered. Some of these bells still ring today. Even as Revere's renown grew in manufacturing circles, he remained surprisingly modest about the famed midnight ride. He occasionally recounted it for new acquaintances, especially if they recognised his name from rumours. But he never wrote a grand memoir or boasted publicly. He seemed more captivated by forging new wares and improving his foundry's output. The ride that would define him for posterity was just one chapter in his own eyes. By the early 1800s, Paul Revere was recognised as a leading industrial innovator in Massachusetts. The ageing patriot was no longer the lean courier bounding off into the night. Instead, he was a solid figure with greying hair, strolling through a noisy foundry, checking the quality of molten copper, and guiding younger craftsmen. He remained engaged in local politics, advocating for a balanced approach to commerce. Occasionally, he accepted invitations to speak at associations of mechanics or veterans groups, though these gatherings rarely matched the grandeur of modern rallies. He kept the focus on practical improvements and communal responsibilities, values forged in a life that bridged revolution, and the forging of a new economic order. Thus, Paul Revere advanced from revolutionary messenger to full-fledged industrial pioneer. Where once he had hammered silver teapots, he now shaped the nation's naval might. The drive for independence, which once motivated him to ride overnight, now fueled an economic vision for a stable, self-reliant America, an ambition that amply demonstrated the synergy between enterprise and patriotism. Paul Revere's final decades saw him celebrated in local circles as an accomplished businessman and stalwart voice in civic affairs. Yet, ironically, his renown as a revolutionary hero was comparatively subdued during his lifetime. Public commemorations of the war typically highlighted generals like Washington or statesmen like Franklin. The intricacies of Revere's midnight ride were known among certain Bostonians, but no single poem or widely circulated account yet enshrined his role. As the 19th century dawned, Revere watched Boston transform. The city's population swelled, new commercial opportunities arose along the waterfront. He kept pace with these changes, updating his foundry's techniques and occasionally patenting innovations. He also mentored younger artisans, passing along the same ethos of diligence and community-mindedness that guided him. In quiet moments, he reflected on friends lost or scattered by war, on how an unassuming silversmith like him once walked a perilous line between colonial law and rebellion. His personal life remained anchored in family. By now, multiple children assisted in the foundry. Grandchildren scampered through the workshop yard, occasionally mesmerised by glowing furnaces. Revere, though stern about safety, allowed them glimpses of the molten copper, hoping to spark curiosity rather than fear. Letters from this period reveal a man juggling paternal pride, financial concerns, and deep gratitude for living to see an independent republic flourish. He occasionally travelled to observe new industrial sites. One visit to Philadelphia's ironworks fascinated him. He swapped notes with other entrepreneurs about scale, costs, and workforce management. Everywhere he went, people recognised him as that Boston craftsman who had helped found an American manufacturing base. At dinners or tavern gatherings, he sometimes heard recollections of the Revolution, with others praising famous generals while Revere politely listened. If asked directly about April 18th, 1775, he'd share details, but mostly he avoided embellishment. He never sought to overshadow the memory of the many patriots who fought and fell after that fateful night. In 1811, Revere decided to retire officially from daily management, handing control of the foundry to his sons and other trusted associates. By that point, his name carried weight in commercial contracts. The Revere brand, as it were, gave assurance of quality. Freed from the grind of business, he spent more time reflecting on the young nation's political evolution. The War of 1812 erupted soon after, pitting the US again against Britain. From his vantage, Revere found it both disheartening and validating. Disheartening that conflict re-emerged, yet validating because it underscored the importance of domestic industry in times of strife. Despite his advanced age, Revere occasionally wrote letters of encouragement to militia officers, reminding them of the vital role local defence played during the earlier revolution. He also supported volunteer committees raising funds for fortifications. Not being active on the front lines, he remembered the lessons of 1775. Local preparedness could significantly influence the outcome. Some historians note that behind the scenes, Revere's foundry contributed cannon parts for the war effort, though on a smaller scale than before. Paul Revere died on May 10th, 1818, at the age of 83. Obituaries in Boston newspapers praised him as a master silversmith, an industrious founder, and a patriot of the Revolution, but they offered only cursory mention of his midnight ride. Instead of mourning a legendary figure, the city mourned a respected community pillar. Indeed, Revere's funeral was a modest affair attended by family, friends, and fellow artisans. To them, he was old Mr. Revere, wise in counsel, unwavering in principles. Over the ensuing decades, memories of the revolution consolidated into a national myth. Monumental events overshadowed the gritty day-to-day contributions of ordinary patriots. Then, in 1860, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow published Paul Revere's Ride, immortalising Revere as the lone hero who raised the alarm. The poem, while stirring, took liberties, omitting the network of compatriots and crediting Revere with feats shared among multiple riders. Its dramatic lines, though historically imprecise, resonated with Americans on the brink of civil war, reminding them of the unity once forged in crisis. Thus, ironically, Revere's posthumous fame soared to heights he never experienced while alive. Statues rose, textbooks proclaimed him the prime instigator of the revolution's opening salvo. The complexities of his broader life, his industrial ventures, his engravings, his lesser-known military fiascos, often faded behind the single story of a midnight dash. Yet Revere's life exemplifies more than an iconic ride. It reflects the synergy of craft, commerce, activism, and civic responsibility in shaping a fledgling nation. That synergy, perhaps, is the greatest testament to the man who ended. As an unassuming, elderly industrialist, yet endures in collective memory astride a galloping horse. Long after Paul Revere's passing, historians pieced together a fuller portrait of his life, transcending the narrow lens of that famous ride. Documents emerged, shop ledgers, personal letters, court-martial records from the Penobscot expedition, showcasing a man constantly evolving with the times. Such evidence clarified that Revere's significance lay not in one heroic night, but in a sustained commitment to building community ties, forging new industries, and championing a cause he believed just. In modern Boston, tourists throng the Freedom Trail, winding past sites like the Old North Church, where docents recount the signal lanterns. Revere's house, painstakingly preserved, stands as an example of 17th century architecture adapted by an 18th century craftsman. Visitors marvel at the cramped rooms where children must have crowded together, and at the workshop space out back where Revere chased creative ideas that shaped silver into everything from teapots to intricate buckles. In the yard, one can almost imagine him conferring with secret committees, or stepping out at dusk for a quiet conversation with a fellow Sons of Liberty member. Revere's industrial legacy also lingers. The copper-clad US's Constitution still floats in the Charlestown Navy Yard, a testament to his metallurgical foresight. Bells cast in his foundry continue to ring in churches across New England. These artefacts speak to a principle Revere championed, that self-sufficiency and local craftsmanship buttress freedom. In a young republic uncertain of its future, he demonstrated that Made in America was not a pipe dream, but a workable reality, given enough ingenuity and perseverance. Academic discourse has also refined Revere's place in revolutionary history. While Longfellow's poem romanticised a lone rider, scholarship highlights a broader network known as the intelligence and alarm system. Dozens of riders, watchers and committee members made that April 1775 night a success. Revere's role was crucial but not singular. Even so, the poem's popularity stuck, capturing the hearts of generations who found inspiration in the notion that one person, fueled by conviction, might rouse a people to defend liberty. Some argue that the legend's simplicity overshadowed the truth of collective action, while others contend it provided a rallying symbol more powerful than any purely factual account. Contemporary portrayals, whether in children's books or historical dramas, balance the factual Paul Revere with the mythic figure. They mention his silver shop, his involvement in the Boston Tea Party, and his lesser-known feats beyond the famed ride. They note how he bridged multiple roles: artisan, father, activist, soldier, and entrepreneur. Teachers use his story to illustrate how revolutions depend on everyday citizens stepping forward, not just charismatic generals. In this sense, Revere embodies the idea that significant change is fueled by many hands, each contributing specialised talents. Revere's transformation into a national icon carries lessons about how history and memory intersect. He left behind no bombastic diaries. Rather, his records were pragmatic: receipts for silver items, letters about shipments of copper, brief notes on local militia tasks. The shift from modest business documents to mythic status suggests that once a narrative resonates with national sentiment, it acquires a life of its own. Paul Revere thus stands as both a historical figure, verifiable, multifaceted, and a cultural emblem shaped by poetry, public monuments, and retellings that emphasise drama over nuance. For people reflecting on the Revere's life today, he offers a model of adaptability. He was not locked into a single path. Facing challenges, whether paternal loss in adolescence, British crackdowns, or post-war economic chaos, he recalibrated. That adaptability underscores a universal truth. The capacity to pivot in crises fosters resilience, whether in the forging of a new nation or in personal life transitions. Ultimately, the Paul Revere story is more than an evening dash. It's a tapestry of craftsmanship, activism, community building and industrial ambition. Each thread adds depth to the revolutionary narrative. And while the phrase "one if by land, two if by sea" rings through the ages, the real Revere thrived on forging alliances and relentlessly solving problems. His memory endures in hammered silver, in the echoes of church bells, and in the forging of a collective identity that transcends any single heroic moment. In that sense, Revere's life exemplifies how a determined citizen can indeed shape history, quietly weaving purpose into every role he fills, leaving behind an imprint that resonates well beyond the midnight calls of war. Oda Nobunaga arrived in 1534 in the unmetalled province of Owari, amid a period in Japan now remembered for endless conflicts and rapidly shifting feudal allegiances. His father, Oda Nobuhide, was a minor warlord grappling with clan infighting, local skirmishes, and the perpetual risk of larger armies from neighbouring provinces. There was no guarantee that the infant Nobunaga would transform the realm. Families fought, alliances crumbled, and new leaders emerged overnight. Yet, from the vantage of time, it's clear he planted seeds that would remake Japan. Early records describe a young Nobunaga as unruly. He spurned formalities, wearing outlandish clothes, arriving late to solemn ceremonies, and generally annoying clan elders. They labelled him foolhardy or even an embarrassment to the Oda name. But behind that facade of flamboyance lurked a creative mind hungry for novelty. He tinkered with foreign trinkets, asked probing questions about strategy, and displayed a knack for analysing rival movements. Teachers who tried to tame him rarely succeeded, yet they noticed flashes of brilliance, like the time he walked the perimeter of his father's castle, pointing out weaknesses in gate design that grown samurai overlooked. His father's death in 1551 thrust this untested youth into sudden prominence. Instantly, the Oda clan fractured, uncles, half-brothers, and distant cousins jostled for the top seat. Conventional wisdom suggested that the audacious fool of Owari had little chance. But in the swirl of that crisis, Nobunaga made decisive moves. He broke apart short-term pacts with key retainers, promised them new lands, then swiftly dismantled the claims of older relatives who underestimated him. Some he exiled, and some he subdued militarily. Within 2 years, he asserted control over most of Owari. Observers realised he was no clown. He simply despised the old ceremonial style and did things his own way. Rumour has it that around this time, a travelling merchant introduced him to arquebuses, matchlock guns from the west. Most samurai saw these firearms as crude and unworthy, overshadowed by the elegance of swords and spears. Nobunaga, though, recognised their potential. He quietly stockpiled them, ordering gunsmiths to replicate or adapt them. He tested them in private drills, training foot soldiers to fire in disciplined volleys. The practice was a departure from the Sengoku norm, which romanticised heroic duels. He aimed to harness the synergy of the ranks, prioritising technology over individual bravado. Such a notion didn't spread widely yet, but the seeds were planted for a new kind of warfare. The first major test of his cunning came in 1560, when Imagawa Yoshimoto, one of the era's most formidable warlords, led a giant army through Owari en route to the capital. The conventional approach would have been for smaller clans to hide in fortified castles or attempt half-hearted skirmishes, but Nobunaga went bold. He famously prayed at a local shrine, offered sake to his men, and then launched a surprise attack at Okihazama. The result was astonishing. Yoshimoto's vast force, lulled into overconfidence, collapsed under Nobunaga's ambush. Yoshimoto himself was killed in the confusion. This victory stunned the Japanese archipelago. A lesser clan from Owari, under a brash young lord, had toppled one of the biggest threats in a single day. After Okihazama, smaller local warlords rushed to align with the Oda clan, or at least sign neutrality pacts. Nobunaga's prestige soared, yet he did not rest. He began forging deeper connections with merchants in nearby free cities, establishing an economic backbone. He sought alliances with key figures in Mino and Omi provinces, using marriages and mutual defence pacts. At the same time, he displayed unpredictability, punishing uncooperative lords harshly, sacking their castles, and installing loyal retainer families in the void. Amid these expansions, he showed an unusual attitude towards status. Traditional samurai lineage mattered less to him than competence. If a farmer's son displayed skill, Nobunaga might elevate him to command squads or handle taxes. The situation unsettled older aristocrats who viewed inheritance as the bedrock of power. Nobunaga cared little for their complaints, arguing that victory and stability were more important than outmoded hierarchies. This approach gained him fierce loyalty from those who recognized that talent was rewarded, but it also sowed resentment among the old guard, who saw him as an iconoclast. By the late 1560s, Oda Nobunaga had outgrown the label fool. He was forging a reputation as a radical risk-taker, combining intimidation, strategic alliances, and unconventional warfare. In council, he might appear dressed simply, focusing on substance instead of pomp. Observers recall that. In private, he studied maps meticulously, pondering how to break the web of petty wars that kept Japan fractured. No one yet imagined the scale of his ambition, that he'd attempt to unify the entire land. But the signs were there in every bold decision, every new alliance, and every shattered old tradition. He was on the brink of a far more sweeping campaign. As his influence grew in Owari, Oda Nobunaga directed his attention towards the neighbouring Mino. This domain was under the Saito clan, known for cunning leadership and strong castle defences, especially the imposing Inabayama castle perched on a steep hill. Local warlords murmured that Mino was a fortress-laden region, not easily subjugated, but Nobunaga believed that if he could seize Mino, he would secure a critical foothold on the route to Kyoto. Diplomatically, he first tried forging a connection. He arranged for his foster daughter to marry the Saito heir. The hope was to pave a smoother path. Yet the Saito patriarch, Saito Dosan, died in a familial conflict, leaving the clan leadership in flux. The new Saito head refused to yield. Nobunaga changed his strategy. He recruited refugees from Mino who hated the new Saito leadership. He gleaned intel about secret mountain paths and alternative supply routes. He also hammered away at Saito's border fortifications with relentless minor assaults, wearing them down. Around this period, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, an unassuming foot soldier with a knack for persuasion, captured Nobunaga's attention. Hideyoshi brokered local alliances and bribed Saito underlings to sabotage defences from within. The infiltration was so effective that by 1567, Saito's lines crumbled under a well-coordinated strike. Inabayama Castle fell, and Nobunaga promptly renamed the fortress Gifu, symbolising a fresh chapter. Gifu Castle thus became his new base, overshadowing Owari's older seat. Local legend says he pinned a banner reading Tenka Fubu, roughly meaning all the realm under one sword, an audacious motto that showcased his aspiration to unify Japan. Having secured Mino, he cast his gaze on Kyoto. The imperial capital had lost much of its luster, battered by decades of feuding warlords. The Ashikaga shogunate, nominally ruling Japan, was overshadowed by local powers. A figure named Ashikaga Yoshiaki approached Nobunaga, pleading for rescue from rival warlords. Sensing opportunity, Nobunaga marched on Kyoto in 1568. The city's confusion allowed him to install Yoshiaki as shogun, though it was an arrangement reminiscent of a puppet regime. Nobunaga intended to influence national politics covertly, utilising Yoshiaki as a symbolic leader. Kyoto's populace reacted with mixed emotions. Some welcomed an end to chaos, others feared a new tyrant. Nobunaga tried to reassure them by rebuilding shoguns and temples wrecked by earlier conflicts. He minted coinage, financed local markets, and even politely introduced fresh laws to curb violence in the capital's districts. Yet these gestures of benevolence coexisted with his iron-fisted approach to dissent. For instance, lingering warlord forces who refused to submit found themselves crushed. Among them was the rebellious Miyoshi clan. The city subdued its rebellious corners over a matter of months. Nevertheless, friction arose with the shogun Ashikaga Yoshiaki, who bristled at being overshadowed. Yoshiaki quietly tried building alliances among traditional clans, fueling an anti-Oda coalition that included powerful barons like Asakura and Azai. The standoff that followed tested Nobunaga's skill at multi-front campaigns. Ironically, his brother-in-law Azai Nagamasa, husband to Nobunaga's sister Oichi, led the Azai clan. The personal heartbreak of waging war against his kin weighed heavily, yet Nobunaga pressed on. He arranged for alliances with Tokugawa Ieyasu, who secured the east, allowing the Oda main force to handle the Azai-Asakura threat. The battles near Anagawa in 1570 proved intense, with Oda and Tokugawa armies eventually prevailing after vicious hand-to-hand fighting. This victory, though overshadowed in popular lore by larger events, signalled that family ties would not deter Nobunaga from his greater mission. Around this juncture, Nobunaga displayed his approach to religious factions more starkly. The warrior monks of Mount Hiei near Kyoto, allied with the Azai-Asakura coalition. Nobunaga demanded their submission. They refused. In 1571, he unleashed a brutal assault. The entire complex at Enryakuji was put to flame, and thousands of monks, novices, and civilians perished. It was an act so grim it even shocked some of Nobunaga's staunch allies. But he justified it, claiming that the militant monks had threatened the capital's order for too long. For him, no sacred label could shield an armed group from the unstoppable cause of unification. If an institution meddled militarily, it had to be crushed, no matter its spiritual veneer. Though these actions consolidated his grip, they fueled a reputation for ruthlessness. People whispered that he had become a demon lord. Yet ironically, he also cultivated appreciation for the arts. He introduced modern styles of castle architecture, invited Portuguese artisans to demonstrate new building techniques, and toyed with the newly introduced trend of tea ceremony. This contradictory mix, extreme brutality on the battlefield paired with refined cultural pursuits, confused many, but it formed the heart of Nobunaga's method, forging a new Japan by blending modern innovation with unstoppable force. By 1573, the puppet shogun Yoshiaki, now thoroughly at odds with Nobunaga, was exiled. The Ashikaga shogunate officially collapsed. From that point forward, the question wasn't whether the old order was gone, it was whether Nobunaga could fill the vacuum before other warlords struck. The next moves he made would define the entire future of the archipelago. The year 1573 unleashed a new dynamic in central Japan. The centuries-old Ashikaga shogunate stood dissolved, leaving a power vacuum that Oda Nobunaga sought to fill. Although he did not assume the shogun title, some suspect he viewed it as too entangled with archaic baggage, he effectively governed from Kyoto as the central warlord. Nobunaga's subordinates, notably Hashiba Hideyoshi, later Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, took on crucial roles in expanding the Oda domain and stabilizing conquered territories. Nonetheless, pockets of fierce resistance remained, including the might of the Takeda clan in eastern provinces. One would not expect that a man ascending so rapidly would find time for culture, yet Nobunaga's passion for spectacle grew. Reports mention grand banquets in Kyoto with exotic dishes, Portuguese wine, and comedic theatre performed at night by torchlight. He sponsored the No drama, though in a personal style that adapted scripts to laud new heroes. Some older aristocrats frowned. No, they believed, was the hallmark of an older, refined tradition. But to Nobunaga, tradition was a tool, not a chain. He saw in artistic displays an opportunity to unify the fractious elites by enticing them with entertainment and proving that his rule overshadowed any prior pageantry. Still, war overshadowed these amusements. The formidable Takeda Shingen died in 1573, leaving Takeda Katsuyori in charge. Though less accomplished than his father, Katsuyori was no pushover. In 1575 he led a formidable cavalry force into Mikawa, clashing with Nobunaga's allied armies. The event set the stage for the pivotal Battle of Nagashino. Typically, a cavalry swarm overcame infantry, but Nobunaga's novel approach, extensive palisades, rotating lines of arquebusiers, shattered the myth of unstoppable horse charges. The musket volleys decimated the Takeda ranks. Eyewitnesses described how, for the first time, massed firearms overcame famed cavalry charges in open terrain. This watershed moment reaffirmed Nobunaga's reputation as a modernising general, who embraced firearms wholeheartedly. Following Nagashino, the Takeda clan's prestige plummeted, enabling Nobunaga to extend deeper into eastern domains. Meanwhile, in the capital, he grew more direct in quelling any recalcitrant aristocrats or religious sects. He was rumoured to have humiliated certain courtiers who showed insufficient obedience. Indeed, a swirl of new rumours painted him as borderline sacrilegious, ignoring the established kami worship in shrines or publicly mocking certain shrine rituals as superstitious. This spurred the rumour of him being the demon warlord, culminating in some devout warriors forming tiny conspiracies to rid the land of this impious figure. One overlooked dimension was his approach to commerce. Beyond the free markets in castle towns, Nobunaga established way stations and lodging posts along major highways. He suppressed local toll collectors who bled travellers. This policy triggered an economic upswing. Caravans from the Seto Inland Sea carried salt, textiles and foreign goods with fewer bribes to pay. The Oda domain thus built a stable fiscal backbone, fueling further expansions and enabling him to grant rewards to loyal vassals without bankrupting the treasury. Such a commercial-savvy warlord was a novelty in a period when martial glory overshadowed the humbler business of economics. Nobunaga also interacted with a figure rarely acknowledged in mainstream accounts, Yasuke, often regarded as the first African samurai. A tall man from Portuguese or Italian missions, Yasuke arrived in Japan under uncertain circumstances. Impressed by his physique and exotic background, Nobunaga took an interest, eventually welcoming him into service. Letters from Jesuit sources hint that Nobunaga found Yasuke's presence refreshing, a symbol of how broad the world truly was. Some accounts mention that Yasuke was entrusted with certain guard duties. While the authenticity of that arrangement has faced debate, it underscores how Nobunaga's curiosity extended even to foreigners of unusual origin, bridging cultural gaps at a time when xenophobia was rampant. By the end of the 1570s, unstoppable momentum seemed to define Nobunaga's progress. The hallmark fortress of Azuchi, built near Lake Biwa, exemplified his vision, part stronghold, part palatial residence, with decorative murals and advanced architectural engineering. Visitors wrote that climbing each floor revealed new painted illusions and hidden defensive features, an embodiment of both aesthetic flair and martial cunning. He invited travelling missionaries, artisans, and even some rival lords to see Azuchi's majesty, proclaiming that his building was the model of the future. In truth, the structure was also a statement. Oda rule soared above the old petty provincialism. A new day demanded new monuments. Yet ambition stirs resentments. Many older clans, forced into submission, quietly sought a chance to break free. The extent of Nobunaga's reforms threatened the old feudal compacts. Even within his retinue, some felt overshadowed by Hideyoshi's ascendancy, or frustrated by Nobunaga's ruthless single-mindedness. Betrayal, though rarely signalled openly, bubbled beneath the surface. The old adage that a fortress can withstand foreign assault but not always internal treachery would soon prove hauntingly apt. Although the warlord pressed onward, planning fresh campaigns, events at the cusp of the 1580s would reveal the fatal cost of ignoring that silent discontent. In spring 1580, Oda Nobunaga appeared invincible. The formidable Iko-Iki strongholds were mostly crushed. The Takeda clan was in shambles, and the capital recognised him as the de facto power. Yet a cluster of uneasy alliances still dotted the map, including some warlords who pretended loyalty while resenting Oda dominance. Nobunaga, though rarely timid, seemed almost relaxed that year, hosting lavish celebrations at Azuchi, and paying only mild heed to rumours of minor revolts in distant provinces. The unstoppable wave of conquest had lulled him into believing only a formidable outside foe could challenge him. Among his retainers, Akechi Mitsuhide quietly navigated the new order. Mitsuhide had served Nobunaga loyally, yet their relationship was never warm. Nobunaga's leadership style often involved public dressing downs of subordinates who failed or displeased him. Some claimed Mitsuhide endured multiple humiliations, once when an Oda supply line fiasco cost Mitsuhide's mother her life at the hands of brigands. Nobunaga supposedly dismissed it callously. Another time, A minor mishap at a feast led Nobunaga to fling a teacup in anger, scalding a Mitsuhide. Whether these spats festered into hatred remains uncertain, but it's clear Mitsuhide felt overshadowed. In the swirl of Oda's triumphant expansions, many believed Mitsuhide was too measured or timid to lash out. They were mistaken. Parallel to these tensions, Nobunaga decided to press further west, sending Hideyoshi to subdue the Mori clan. That campaign demanded reinforcement. Nobunaga prepared to dispatch extra troops. He halted in Kyoto at Honnoji Temple, intending a brief rest en route to greet Hideyoshi's forces. The temple, though not heavily fortified, was considered safe enough given the capital's calm. Nobunaga was travelling lightly with only a small guard. Most of his main army had been deployed to support different operations. Some close advisors questioned this vulnerability, but Nobunaga brushed aside their concerns, certain no serious threat lurked. Then came that fateful dawn of June 21st, 1582. Akechi Mitsuhide, commanding a detachment under the pretext of reinforcing Hideyoshi, turned his force abruptly toward Honnoji. Storming in, they caught the Oda guards unawares. The temple's interior lit with flames as Mitsuhide's men torched wooden halls. Nobunaga fought back with sword in hand, but the odds were overwhelming. Realizing escape was impossible, he retreated deeper into the complex. Sources differ on the details, but they converge on the notion that he took his life, either by seppuku or ensuring no capture, rather than fall into Mitsuhide's hands. The blazing temple sealed the scene, forging an indelible final image, Japan's mightiest unifier consumed by betrayal and fire, undone not by an external rival but by a subordinate he underestimated. Mitsuhide, proclaiming "the realm is ours," tried to consolidate. But public shock overshadowed any acceptance of his coup. Hideyoshi, on hearing the news, swiftly made peace with the Mori to rush back. In a short campaign culminating in the Battle of Yamazaki, Hideyoshi avenged Nobunaga, defeating Mitsuhide less than 2 weeks after Honnoji. Mitsuhide, attempting to flee, was slain by bandits or vengeful peasants, an ironic end that left no stable regime in his wake. The echoes of that betrayal lingered. For centuries, Mitsuhide's treachery became a byword for disloyalty and sudden reversal of fortune. Nobunaga's demise fractured the Oda clan, but the impetus for unification persisted. Hideyoshi emerged as the next major figure, eventually subjugating much of Japan and styling himself as the unifier. Tokugawa Ieyasu, more patient, would outlast them all and set up the Tokugawa shogunate. In each subsequent stage, the ghost of Nobunaga's ambition hovered. Hideyoshi and Ieyasu both acknowledged that their expansions leaned on the foundation Nobunaga laid, the harnessing of firearms, the impetus for centralized domain, and the notion that old feudal autonomy should yield to a singular authority. In many ways, the abrupt end at Honnoji shaped Nobunaga's legacy as a fiery comet, unpredictable, transformative, but short-lived. Historians puzzle over what might have been had he survived. Would he have forged a stable monarchy, or introduced a new bureaucratic structure? Might his tolerance of foreign presence have expanded Japan's global connections earlier? Or could he have become a dreaded autocrat, stifling dissent so thoroughly as to hamper future evolution? The abruptness of his death leaves a swirl of speculation. The site of Honnoji itself stands in Kyoto, though much rebuilt after the conflagration. Tourists pass by a modest memorial, often overshadowed by more famous temples. Yet, for students of Japan's Sengoku era, that place resonates as a symbolic crossroads, the unstoppable warlord ended by his retainer, pivoting the entire arc of national unification. The charred remains from that day are long gone, but glimpses remain in curated relics, diaries, and a handful of swords believed to have belonged to Nobunaga's retinue. Each artifact underscores the transience of power. One moment, a near-omnipotent figure rewriting the land's destiny. The next, a victim of fate and betrayal. Thus, the final chapter of Nobunaga's life stands not as a diminishment but as a crescendo. In falling, he cemented the impetus that others carried forth. Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the entire notion of an eventually unified Japan under a single rule trace back to Nobunaga's unstoppable wave. He forced the country to see the old code, where archaic chivalry overshadowed modernization, was no longer viable. In that sense, though he vanished in flames, the brand of revolution he championed burned onward, fueling the next generation's quest to reorder the nation under a single banner. Post-Honnoji, the manner in which Oda Nobunaga's memory evolved, offers a profound insight into how Japan processes historical figures. In the immediate aftermath, many warlords excised him from official genealogies. He had, after all, dismantled centuries of tradition. However, within a decade, references re-emerged describing him as the initial impetus that any warlord seeking unification must emulate. Some local chroniclers wrote tributes praising the demon's clarity, a phrase that captured the paradox: demon in cruelty, clarity in vision. Tokugawa Ieyasu, after establishing the Tokugawa shogunate in 1603, quietly ensured that official records didn't overshadow the Tokugawa ascension narrative with too much Oda idolization. Yet, Ieyasu personally revered Nobunaga's decisive approach. Private diaries mention how the new shogun studied old battlefield notes from Okehazama and Nagashino, gleaning insights for the potential crises. Ironically, the official narrative downplayed Oda's significance to bolster Tokugawa legitimacy, but in private, the recollection of Oda's daring strategies continued to provide valuable insights. Meanwhile, rural legends cropped up, casting Nobunaga as a restless spirit. Farmers told tales of hearing phantom hoofbeats on the stormy nights, said to be his ghost reenacting night raids. In some folk songs, Nobunaga's thunder referred to unexpected storms damaging unharvested fields, an ominous sign of unstoppable force. Such tales embedded him into the realm of folk superstition. People across provinces, especially in regions once scorched by his campaigns, found echoes of both awe and dread in these stories. By the Edo period, woodblock prints portrayed him with stylized armour, scowling or triumphant in mid-battle. A few dramatizations in kabuki theatre, though typically focusing on Hideyoshi, occasionally included cameo references to Nobunaga as an unyielding presence overshadowing the stage. The censors of the Tokugawa regime usually avoided depicting him too favourably, fearful of stirring rebellious sentiments that might champion a Nobunaga-style revolt. Despite these constraints, underground manuscripts circulated that teased out his modern aspects, like his willingness to incorporate foreigners or push advanced weapons. Samurai who read them in private might feel emboldened by the notion of discarding stale tradition in favour of pragmatic modernity. The Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century revived interest. As Japan opened to the world, some intellectuals lauded Nobunaga's progressive stance on trade and technology, claiming he was the first modern Japanese. Western scholars who visited found in Nobunaga a figure reminiscent of Europe's absolute monarchs, a man who overcame medieval fragmentation. They wrote comparative essays, labelling him a Japanese Caesar or Napoleon in samurai forward de forme. Although these analogies were simplistic, they further cemented his global mystique. Museums started collecting items rumoured to be from his domain, arquebuses and partial suits of lacquered armour. Each artefact conveyed a fragment of his endeavours to propel Japan forward centuries in a single generation. In the 20th century, as war raged globally, some Japanese militarists admired Nobunaga's unstoppable aggression. They saw him as a model for unyielding expansion. Post-war, that sentiment cooled, replaced by a more nuanced academic approach. The emphasis shifted toward analysing his socio-economic policies, like standardising measure systems or encouraging open trade in castle towns. Contemporary historians highlight how those policies laid seeds for an eventual stable economy under the Tokugawa, even if that regime ironically closed off certain foreign influences. Another wave of scholarship focuses on the cultural interplay, the synergy of Christian missionaries and the partial acceptance of their ideas that might have blossomed further had Nobunaga endured. In popular culture of the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a deluge of creative retellings reimagined him. Video games featuring Sengoku battles depict him as a fearsome overlord with unstoppable power-ups and specialised gun squads. Manga and anime often play with the Demon King label, recasting him in time-slip scenarios or comedic subplots. Dramas vary, from an honourable anti-hero forging unity to a borderline sadistic tyrant. This breadth of interpretations testifies to his complexity. Even in a comedic cameo, the essence of unstoppable change remains. He's recognised as the impetus behind Japan's transition from fractious medieval to the cusp of early modern. Hence, The modern lens sifts through centuries of contradiction. Was he monstrous in cruelty, or heroic in forging a stable path? Did he embrace foreign ideas out of genuine openness or purely for advantage? Did he harbour a future blueprint for a stable monarchy, or was he improvising day by day, exploiting each short-term opportunity? The records suggest all these angles might hold truth. He was multifaceted, a man unshackled by tradition, ready to harness any advantage, unstoppable until undone by betrayal. In that sense, Oda Nobunaga's name remains a prism. Turn it one way, you see a progressive champion of modernization, tilt it another, a fearsome reaper of old shrines and foes. Japan's memory and the world's fascination revolve around these shifting lights. Among lesser-known facets of Nobunaga's story is his personal retinue of varied advisors, some from backgrounds not typically admitted to samurai council. He believed that rank was earned by merit, an unusual stance for the time. For instance, he once appointed a skilled blacksmith to direct certain siege engine creations. That was heresy in the eyes of traditional samurai, a blacksmith leading warriors. Nobunaga brushed off the critics, pointing to results. The blacksmith's technical cunning helped forge innovative catapults that battered a walled fortress into submission. This anecdote, though overshadowed in mainstream accounts, exemplifies his break from hierarchical norms. Another overlooked detail lies in the realm of intelligence gathering. Nobunaga, according to scattered diaries, established a nascent espionage network in Kyoto and merchant towns. He recognised that raw might alone wouldn't keep him ahead. Through discreet watchers, some disguised as travelling entertainers, some as pilgrims, he gleaned updates on rival lords' alliances, or fractious Buddhist sects plotting in secret. This network of information helped prevent revolts and enabled him to intercept clan collusion. While espionage existed in prior eras, Nobunaga systematized it more thoroughly, reflecting a willingness to adopt whatever gave him an edge. One puzzling dimension was his attitude to the imperial court. Typically, warlords either revered the emperor as a symbolic pivot or ignored him. Nobunaga courted the court's favour in a measured way, offering them economic assistance, refurbishing certain neglected palace halls, and ensuring the emperor's dignity. This was not out of pure devotion, it was a strategic move. By championing the emperor's prestige, he legitimized his expansions. At some ceremonies, he arrived in flamboyant attire, overshadowing lesser lords, then humbly bowed before the emperor, an odd mixture of vanity and obeisance that left watchers uncertain how to interpret him. The emperor, though powerless in martial terms, recognized that Nobunaga's guardianship provided a stable environment for the court's survival. Thus, a polite, if uneasy, synergy arose. Nobunaga's personal life, beyond the political realm, remains partially veiled. He married multiple times, forging alliances with significant families. Notably, little is said about deep personal attachments. Some historians wonder if he maintained an emotional remove, seeing marriage as a strategic game. A personal diary snippet suggests a fleeting mention of a beloved consort, but her name remains uncertain, lost in burned records or overshadowed by formal marriages. The narrative is incomplete, overshadowed by warfare logs and alliances. It underscores how the official story seldom captures intimate sentiments, especially for a man so public in ambition. One rumoured anecdote from castle staff claims that Nobunaga had a private reading habit, poetry anthologies from the Heian period and Chinese military treatises. He found parallels between ancient poems praising ephemeral blossoms and the transience of alliances. He told a close retainer that the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms matched the ephemeral nature of men's loyalty. Some guess this reflection spurred him to adopt savage efficiency in the stamping out potential threats, believing that if a blossom would fall anyway, best it do so on his terms. Whether or not that anecdote is fully accurate, it captures the sense that a philosophical thread ran under his pragmatic exterior. As for the everyday peasant or merchant in his expanding territory, the experience was double-edged. They might face forced relocations or heavy corvée labour to build new fortifications, but once integrated, they also benefited from relative security and new roads that spurred commerce. Contemporary letters from village headmen describe a mix of relief at decreased local warfare and disquiet about the unwavering demands of the Oda administration. Taxes might be consistent, but if the local official was incompetent, they feared Nobunaga's retribution. Entire hamlets might be sacked if accused of harbouring rebels. So, daily life was balanced between a calmer environment and the dread that a single misstep could provoke a brutal crackdown. As he neared the final chapter, some retellings claim he grew more flamboyant. He staged banquets with kabuki or comedic plays, wearing elaborate kimonos. Others emphasize an increasing paranoia, pushing him to punish even minor affronts. Possibly both narrators contain truth. The synergy of a man who recognized he was on the cusp of forging a new epoch, yet felt the press of potential betrayals from every corner could produce a contradictory stance. Lavish celebration one day, savage clampdown the next. Ultimately, that tension snapped at Honoji, leaving him consumed by betrayal. In the end, these lesser-known details, his espionage, unorthodox appointments, subtle alliances with the imperial court, and personal reading habits magnify how complex Oda Nobunaga was. Not purely the demon king, not purely the modernizing champion. He traversed spaces beyond simplistic labels. His story, though overshadowed by dramatic battles, resonates in the subtle underpinnings of how he managed realms, resources, and relationships. It hints that while overshadowed by an era of swirling conflict, his efforts carved out a new path from medieval fragmentation to emergent central authority, paving the way for Hideyoshi, Ieyasu, and the eventual dawn of a stable, albeit closed, Japan under the Tokugawa. Standing at the confluence of myth and fact, Oda Nobunaga remains a singular figure in Japan's historical consciousness. Centuries have passed since that fateful day in 1582, yet the shadow of Honoji lingers. Observers, even in modern times, see in him a tension between brutality, enlightenment, tradition, and radical innovation. His presence looms in talk of the Sengoku era, overshadowing many of his contemporaries because he alone dared to step outside the old rules so dramatically. One wonders how, if not for Mitsuhide's coup, Japan's path might differ. Maybe Nobunaga would have extended even friendlier ties with the West, fostering deeper trade or adopting new sciences. Some speculate he might have orchestrated a national bureaucracy well before Tokugawa consolidation, speeding modernization by centuries. Others argue the pace of Western contact was still too slow and that his stance on Christianity was too ambiguous to create a real opening. Or perhaps his severity would have ignited a larger civil revolt, cutting his story short anyway. Such conjectures swirl because the actual drama ended abruptly, leaving a vacuum for Hideyoshi and Ieyasu to fill. In modern Japan, historians group him among the three great unifiers, albeit the earliest and the most audacious. Hideyoshi refined, Ieyasu entrenched, but Nobunaga was the unstoppable spark. Various local festivals in Gifu or Nagoya celebrate him as an iconic local hero, perhaps ignoring the cruelty that charred the walls of temples. The duality remains, parades costumed in flamboyant Oda regalia, hosting cheerful crowds, ironically commemorating a man who showed little mercy to foes. Yet that contradiction is not lost on participants, who acknowledge that forging a new order seldom occurs gently. Schools in Japan mention him in textbooks, albeit briefly, formidable lord who championed guns, overcame the Imagawa, subdued the Takeda, and died at Honoji. This truncated version rarely delves into his approach to governance or the transformations in commerce he championed. Meanwhile, academic circles delve deeper, re-evaluating newly found diaries or cross-referencing Portuguese mission letters. Each re-examination can shift the nuance. Was he truly a patron of broad-minded exchange or just pragmatic about receiving advanced weaponry? Did his free market instincts come from moral convictions or from a desire to centralize wealth under his control? The records are incomplete, ensuring debates continue. Outside Japan, popular culture globalized his name. Strategy games depict him as a charismatic conqueror with cutting-edge muskets. Anime series swirl him into fantasy battles. Occasionally they highlight the heartbreak of betrayal, other times the unstoppable conquests. In global narratives about heroic tyrants, Oda Nobunaga stands comfortably among Genghis Khan, Napoleon, and other icons of unstoppable expansion. The mythic dimension grows with each retelling, overshadowing smaller truths, like how he dealt daily with petty clan disputes or municipal tax controversies. Yet those small truths made the difference in his success, the capacity to handle detail, from forging muskets to forging pacts with blacksmiths and foreign traders. Perhaps the ultimate takeaway is that leadership in a time of flux is rarely pure. Nobunaga's story underscores how seizing the moment demands leaps of imagination, a willingness to adopt unfamiliar tools, and readiness for pushback from entrenched interests. But such leaps can also breed enemies from unexpected places. He overcame vast hurdles, only to be undone by the retainer whose loyalty he took for granted. The caution is timeless. Unstoppable impetus might yield breathtaking victories, but ignoring the intricacies of trust can prove fatal. For all the rancor, the story of Oda Nobunaga is also one of bridging a medieval fractiousness to a future marked by central governance. The unstoppable impetus he began was not fully realized in his lifetime, but the impetus did not die at Honnoji. It continued through his successors, culminating in a unified, though autocratic, Tokugawa regime. So, in a sense, he was the father of modern Japan in everything but his official name. That's the irony. The one who set the stage for stability never personally enjoyed it. His life ended in a conflagration, leaving fans of heroic epics to mourn that the unstoppable path ended just short of the final victory. Perhaps that ending, paradoxically, amplifies his legend. In a land that often underscores the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, fleeting in their prime, Nobunaga's abrupt demise at the apex of his might resonates as an epic, tragic flourish. Even as a new Japan eventually dawned under different hands, the memory of the one who dared to break every mould, to scorn archaic codes, and to forcibly shape the realm remains an endless source of contemplation, debate, and creative inspiration. Oda Nobunaga, a name that, centuries later, remains intertwined with the unstoppable drive to unify a land once splintered by war, overshadowed only by the final, violent twist of fate that gave rise to a legend beyond the measures of success or failure. In Lindisfarne, Northumbria, 793, you kneel in the chapel of Lindisfarne Priory at dawn, whispering your usual Latin prayers. Suddenly a distant thunderclap rolls across the clear sky. You pause, lips still. The sound comes again, louder this time, and now you hear panicked shouts outside shattering the morning peace. Brother Aelfric bursts through the oak door, eyes wild. "Raiders, on the shore," he gasps. In an instant, your world overturns. You leap up, heart hammering, and follow him out of the chapel into chaos. At the top of the grassy dune overlooking the priory's beach, you stumble to a halt. The sand, where there was nothing moments ago, draws up long, dragon-prowed ships. Dozens of armed Northmen are swarming ashore. Sunlight glints off iron swords and axes in their fists. They move with a terrifying purpose, spreading across Holy Island akin to a plague. A chill of unreality washes over you. The pagan Vikings of rumour are here, in the flesh as real as the salt wind on your face. Screams echo from the fields below. A few of the lay brothers working the vegetable gardens try to run, but the strangers are upon them in moments. You watch, paralysed, as a fur-clad raider swings his axe and cleaves Brother Osric's shoulder to the bone. Osric collapses with a scream cut short. Another monk is caught by two Vikings. They pinion his arms and drag him toward the shore, ignoring his pleas. You think, God help us, this can't be real, not on this sacred island. "They're coming! Inside! Inside!" Abbot Edbert bellows from the courtyard. At last your legs unlock. You tear down the slope toward the stone church, sand slipping under your feet. Monks in woolen habits scatter in every direction, some toward the hills, others, like you, toward the only refuge you have, the stout church of St. Cuthbert. You dash through the arched doorway, and several brothers shove the heavy doors closed behind you. Dozens of you huddle in the dim sanctuary, chests heaving. Candlelight flickers over pale, terrified faces. Outside, the guttural shouts of the Vikings grow closer. The wooden doors shudder as the axe blades begin to chop through them. A moment later, the portal splinters apart. Vikings flood into God's house and pandemonium erupts. You are shoved back against a cold stone column as panic and slaughter fill the nave. One invader lunges at a monk near the entrance and splits his skull with an iron sword. Another snatches a golden chalice from the altar, spilling holy wine across the flagstones. A third Viking flips open the enormous Bible and casually rips out its illuminated pages, laughing. You cry out in wordless anguish at this desecration, but your voice is lost in the cacophony. The sacred sanctuary is transformed into a battleground. A wiry Northman with a braided beard grabs you by the robe. He reeks of sweat and seawater. You raise your hands in a feeble plea, but he just bares his teeth and throws you to the floor. Your head strikes the stone tiles and stars explode in your vision. Before you can recover, he pounces on your chest, pinning you. Cold iron presses against your throat as he draws a knife along your neck. In that frozen moment, you glimpse Abbot Eadbert lying by the altar in a pool of blood. His throat cut, his eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. The house of prayer is filled with cries of the dying and wails of pain. The Northman snarls something in his harsh tongue and raises his blade. You squeeze your eyes shut and babble a final prayer. Steel flashes. Your prayer dies on your lips as the blade plunges down and everything goes dark. The scene unfolds on the Seine River, on the Frankish coast in 845. You are pulling weeds in your beanfield when the village church bell begins clanging furiously. It is a misty Easter morning, and that bell should be calling the faithful to Mass, not ringing in alarm. You straighten up, dirt on your hands, and see neighbours halting in their fields, heads turned toward the sound. Through the river fog a new sound rises, a deep war horn blast from downstream. Your blood runs cold. Northmen! A shout from the hill by Bernashard's goat pasture confirms it. Ships! On the river! Instantly the quiet Frankish hamlet erupts into panic. You drop your basket and sprint for your cottage, heart thudding. Your farm lies exposed on the open floodplain. There are no walls or soldiers to protect it. Rumours have whispered of Viking raids along the coast recently, but you never imagined their dragon-headed boats on your stretch of the Seine. Yet now, through the trees, you glimpse them, long sleek ships with striped sails gliding upriver, carved beasts adorning their prows. By the time you reach your yard, chaos has overtaken the village. Families scream and scatter, snatching up children and whatever belongings they can carry. You nearly collide with your wife as she rushes out of your cottage with your 2 young daughters clinging to her skirts. "Into the woods!" you pant, grabbing the girl's hands. The only hope is to hide in the oak forest beyond the fields. Together, you sprint across the furrows toward the tree line. Your littlest daughter wails in confusion. You scoop her into your arms and push onward. Behind you rises a cacophony of terror. The war horn blares again, and now you hear the blood-chilling howl of the Viking battle cry echoing down the Seine. As you reach the first trees, a handful of your braver neighbours rush in the opposite direction, clutching rusty swords and wood axes. They are determined to protect their homes at all costs. Every instinct tells you to protect your farm, but one look at your wife's terrified face propels you deeper into the underbrush. You cannot leave them. Not now. Suddenly, a burly shape crashes through the brush ahead. A Viking scout steps into your path, grey eyes locking on you. He hefts a spear, and you shove your family behind you, raising your only weapon, a simple sickle, with trembling hands. The Northman's lips curl in a wolfish grin. He hurls his spear. You twist aside, but the iron head slashes a fiery gash across your upper arm. You cry out. Before the Viking can draw his sword, you charge at him with a desperate yell, swinging your sickle. He bats aside your feeble strike and backhands you with his free arm. The blow crashes into your jaw like a mallet. The forest tilts. You hit the ground hard, tasting blood. Dazed, you lift your head. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. "No, please," you croak, reaching out as 2 Vikings seize her by the hair and drag your daughters from her arms. You wrench yourself up on one elbow, but a booted foot slams between your shoulder blades, crushing you to the dirt. A Norse warrior growls something above you. You catch only the word for slave. Rough hands yank your arms behind you and bind your wrists with coarse rope. Your village is tearing itself apart all around you. Smoke rises be. Your wife is trying to escape with the kids, but more Northmen are coming from the trees. Down. A few moments later, a Viking herds you and a dozen other captives toward the river. A Viking yanks you along by a rope around your neck. Your wife and children are nowhere in sight. Taken, dead, who knows? Hot tears of pain and rage blur your vision, but a powerful yank on the tether forces you onward. On the bank, the Northmen are already loading prisoners and plunder onto their boats. 3 other sobbing villagers shove you aboard and chain you by the ankle. As the oars begin to pull and the Frankish shore recedes, you collapse against the hull. Everything you ever loved is gone. The Vikings did not just raid your farm, they have destroyed your life. You close your eyes, trembling with silent grief. Easter morning sunlight glitters on the river, but for you no resurrection will come, only the endless darkness of slavery. This story takes place in Ireland during the 9th century. You stand atop the wooden rampart of your husband's dune fort and watch in dread as dark sails dot the morning horizon. The mid-morning sun glints off the waves, revealing 3 Viking longships heading up the coast toward your lands. A messenger had arrived at dawn with dire news. The Northmen sacked a monastery down a river at Clonfert, and their ships were spotted in your kingdom's waters. The war horns are now echoing along the cliffs. The Vikings are coming. Below you in the courtyard, your household warriors rush to arm themselves. Men snatch spears and shields from racks, shouting to each other and offering quick prayers to God. You clutch the wooden railing, knuckles white. Your husband, Lord Eoth, is in the yard pulling on his helmet. He catches your eye for a brief moment and tries to muster a reassuring smile, but you both know what these invaders do. You have heard tales of their cruelty. Last winter, refugees from the north told of nuns violated and monks slaughtered when the Northmen attacked Armagh's sacred sites. Lord Eoth barks orders, and 24 mounted warriors gallop out through the gate to confront the enemy on the beach. The remaining defenders stay to man the fort's palisade. You send up a silent prayer for your husband and kinsmen as their war cries fade toward the surf. Minutes later, distant screams and the clash of metal carry on the sea breeze. You pace along the rampart, heart in your throat. The sounds of battle die out, and for a moment there is eerie silence. Suddenly, a lone figure, one of your warriors, comes sprinting over the sandy ridge toward the fort. His tunic is soaked in blood. "Close the gate!" he shrieks, eyes bulging with panic. Behind him, a mob of Vikings appears, pursuing like wolves on the hunt. The fort's captain curses and orders the gates barred, but even as your men shove the oak portal, the first Northman rams into it from outside. A desperate struggle ensues at the sallyport. Spears thrust through the gap, axes hacking. The defender's courage falters when a massive Viking forces the gate ajar and cuts down a guard in a single stroke. Within seconds, the enemy swarm inside. Screams fill the yard. You stumble back from the rampart as chaos engulfs the fort. The surviving guards and servants, horribly outnumbered, throw down their weapons or try to flee. A hulking Viking with an iron helmet and braided blonde beard strides past the bodies toward the keep. He kicks open the doors of your hall. You are still on the steps when he spots you. His hard eyes flick over your silk dress and the gold brooch at your shoulder, marking you as a noble woman. "Take her," he grunts to 2 of his men. You step backward, trembling with rage and fear. "I am Lady Muireann of the Wee Nail. We can pay ransom," you cry, trying to sound commanding. One of the Vikings answers by swinging the back of his axe into your guardsman's skull as if swatting a fly. Blood splashes your gown. You scream. An instant later, the blonde giant closes the distance and strikes you across the face with a mailed hand. The world flashes white. You find yourself sprawled on the ground, ears ringing. Before you can move, 2 Vikings haul you up by your arms. One roughly yanks off your jewelled brooch and belt. The other binds your wrists with rawhide. Around you, the courtyard is a nightmare made real. Your husband's corpse lies in the gateway, nearly beheaded. Flames consume the thatched roof of the chapel. All around the fort lie the bodies of those who tried to defend it. The stable boy, the cook, and even the old bard who were cut down without mercy. Hot tears of anger fill your eyes. With a surge of defiance, you spit at the Viking chief's face as he approaches. A hush falls over the raiders. The blonde giant wipes your spittle from his cheek, then grabs you by the throat. Effortlessly, he lifts you until only your toes scrape the bloody mud. You gag, the edges of your vision dimming. He holds you there, face to face, until your defiance crumbles into choking desperation. Finally, he releases his grip and you drop to your knees, coughing. The onlookers chuckle. Ropes are leashed around your neck and the necks of a handful of other captives, mostly young women who survived the slaughter. You are herded downhill like cattle. Your beloved Dune, once a proud seat of Gaelic power, is now a smouldering ruin littered with the dead. As the Vikings march you to their boats bobbing in the bay, you stumble in shock, barely feeling the pebbles under your bare feet. They shove you up a plank onto a ship's deck. All around you, Northmen cheer at their haul. Coins, chalices, fine clothes, horses, and 6 sobbing prisoners. The ship pushes off under the afternoon sun. As oars beat the water, you watch your homeland recede. Black smoke clings to the sky from your burning hull. You resist the urge to scream as you bite down on the gag they force between your teeth. They have taken everything and everyone you love and enslaved them. You try to pray, but no comfort comes. Only the creak of the oars and the jeers of your captors answer your silent pleas. The gentle hills of Eire fade from view, and you realise with crushing despair that you will never set foot on your native soil again. You are bound for an unknown fate across the sea, just another piece of plunder in the Vikings' haul. Furthermore, in Courland on the Baltic coast in 854, sound the horn, the Sphere are coming. The shout carries across your Baltic seaside village as dawn lightens the sky. You snatch up your spear and race from your hut, heart pounding. From the cliff top you see them, a fleet of longships with striped sails crowding the bay. Olaf, the Swedish king, has returned, a year after your people drove off his Danish allies in a previous raid. This time he's brought a much larger force, dozens of ships, hundreds of warriors. A chill knot of fear forms in your gut. Despite being fierce pirates themselves, the Curonians vastly outnumber you today. Around you, villagers scream and scramble. Men grab weapons, mothers hastily usher children toward the woods inland. You spot your younger brother throwing a sack of grain onto an ox cart where your mother and little nieces huddle. He's preparing to evacuate the family. You clasp his arm and thrust your hunting knife into his hand. Go! Get them to the marshes. Go! You urge. He hesitates, hairs in his eyes. Neither of you wants to part. A distant blast of the enemy's horn jolts him into action. With a crack of the reins, he drives the cart toward the forest as fast as the ox can pull it. You send a brief prayer to Pecunus, god of thunder, to guard them and to give you strength now. Inside the timber fort that crowns the hill, the remaining men form up. You join a knot of stout farmers and fishermen on the palisade, spear and bow in hand. Your father, the militia chief, limps past, wounded in last year's battle, shouting final orders. Down the slope, the first wave of Sphere Vikings lands on the beach. Tall figures in mail and helmets advance in disciplined lines behind a wall of shields. Their war leader, likely King Olaf himself, marches at the front in a blue cloak, his sword raised. The ragged handful of Curonian defenders around you exchange nervous glances. This will undoubtedly be a battle to the end. With a thunder of boots, the Viking host charges up the hillside toward your walls. "Loose arrows!" someone cries. You raise your bow and let fly. The sky darkens with a brief volley from your side. A few of the enemy fall, pierced by lucky shots, but an answering storm of arrows whistles back at once. A barbed shaft thuds into the throat of the man beside you. He gurgles and collapses from the rampart. A slingstone smashes into your wooden shield with a heavy. The sound of a crack nearly knocks the object from your grip. Before you can blink, the Sphere are at the ditch, hurling grappling hooks and axes. The palisade shudders as dozens of blades chop and pry at the logs. "They've breached the gate! Fall back!" comes a scream from your right. You spin to see the main gate hanging in splinters and Vikings pouring through the gap. Your father hurls a spear into an onrushing raider, but a Nordic axe hacks into his side and he goes down with a cry. Rage and panic surge through you. You've lost control of the walls. "Back to there! Keep!" you bellow, helping your wounded father to his feet. A handful of you retreat from the rampart, sprinting toward the old stone storehouse at the fort's centre, the closest thing to shelter remaining. The Swedes flood into the courtyard unopposed. You half drag, half carry your father toward the storehouse doorway. A glance over your shoulder reveals utter carnage. Our Curonian warriors are being butchered where they stand. The blacksmith Irma swings his axe desperately, but 3 Vikings set upon him at once, swords flashing. He falls in a spray of blood. Others drop their weapons and beg for quarter, only to be cut down without mercy. We have completed the fort. Just steps from the storehouse, a powerful blow from behind knocks you sprawling. A red-bearded Viking looms over you. He had sprinted silently behind and struck you with a club. Your spear falls from your hands. You roll onto your back, gasping in pain. The Redbeard snarls something you don't understand and raises his sword to end you. Behind him, through the haze of smoke and dust, you see a knot of Viking warriors forcing the last few captives, including a wounded, sobbing boy, to their knees at sword point. You know it's over for your village. The Viking's blade pauses in the air as he notices your fierce, unyielding glare. For an instant you see uncertainty in his eyes. Perhaps he expected pleading. Summoning your last strength, you spit a curse at him in your native tongue. The Redbeard's face hardens. With a swift, brutal stroke, his sword falls. Searing pain cleaves your skull. The world bursts into blinding light and agony, and then immediately fades to black. As your lifeblood seeps into the soil of your homeland, the the last feeling you experience is a grim sense of satisfaction. You did not beg. The Northmen may have razed your village and enslaved your kin, but you would sooner die than live under their boot, and so you have. You crouch behind a stack of furs in the riverside market stall near Novgorod, Eastern Europe in 860, heart hammering against your ribs. Outside, by the wharf on the Volkhov River, frustrated voices erupt into screams. The Varangian Rus have come to Novgorod's trade post again, and this time they aren't leaving peacefully. Your people have been paying tribute in the form of goods and silver to these Rus Vikings for years, and it was never enough. Today their chieftain arrived with dozens of warriors and demanded double the usual tribute. You watched from a distance as the elders humbly offered furs, honey and a chest of silver coins, hoping to appease the Northmen. The Varangian leader only sneered. He even demanded 50 young men as slaves. At that, the pretense of negotiation shattered. An axe lodged in the skull of one brash merchant, who immediately shouted in protest. An uproar ensued. Now the air is filled with panicked shouts and the clash of steel. From your hiding spot, you peek out. A flaxen-haired Viking smashes a pottery stool with his shield, sending shards flying and the potter scurrying. Across the way, another Norseman overturns a wagon of grain, laughing as it spills. Your precious wares, fine winter furs and carved walrus ivory, are likely lost to pillage, but that is the least of your worries. You grip a long skinning knife, the only weapon at hand. It's almost useless against fully armed raiders, but you refuse to surrender without a fight. A spear suddenly flies overhead and impales a fleeing neighbour just beyond your stall. The man collapses with a gurgling scream. You bite your fist to stifle a whimper. "Round up the rest!" a Varangian warrior barks in his tongue. You understand a little of it. Two merchants sprint past your shelter, making a break for the tree line, but they don't get far. One is skewered by a thrown spear, the other is run down by a red-bearded Rus who slams him to the ground and clubs him senseless with the butt of an axe. Your mind races. Perhaps you can slip away along the riverbank amid the chaos. If only you can reach your boat. Gathering your courage, you clutch your knife and prepare to bolt. You rise, and a pair of iron hands seize you from behind. Ha! Hiding like a rat. A hulking Varangian in a wolfskin cloak hauls you out into the open by your tunic. You slash desperately with your knife, but he catches your wrist with contemptuous ease and twists until the blade drops from your numb fingers. "Let go of me!" you snarl in Slavonic, kicking at his shin. In response, the Viking drives his knee into your stomach. All air rushes from your lungs. You double over, gagging. Rough laughter rings out. The wolf-cloaked warrior forces you to your knees. Another Northman strides over with a length of rope. Working efficiently, they bind your wrists behind you and loop another cord around your neck. You dimly realise that they are also tying up other survivors, including a few young women and 2 wounded elders elsewhere in the market. They will soon herd you and a line of captives toward the longships that are waiting. A rope around your neck links you to the prisoner ahead. Your cheeks burn with humiliation and fury. But when a Varangian jerks hard on the tether, you stumble forward without resistance. Your town headman, an old friend of your father's, sobs pitifully as he's dragged along beside you. He begs the Vikings in broken Norse to spare his family. The chieftain ignores him, casually wiping blood from his sword. At the riverbank, the Northmen shove you and the others onto their boats amid piles of plunder. The Northmen force you to sit on the deck, tying your wrists and neck to a ring by the mast. Within minutes, the oarsmen push off and the current carries you away from the smoking ruins of your marketplace. As the ship turns downriver, you catch a final glimpse of Novgorod's wooden ramparts receding into the morning mist. Hot tears blur your eyes. You've heard what comes next. The Varangians will take you east to sell in the slave markets of the Greeks or Arabs. Perhaps that will be your fate, sold far from home, never to return. A blonde Viking guarding the captives notices your tears. He smirks and mockingly pats your cheek as one would a child. You stare at him with hate so intense it scares even you, but your defiance only amuses him. With a shrug, he turns away to count the silver coins piled at his feet. You sit in stunned silence as the boat carries you into the unknown. In your mind, you see an image of your wife and young son, as they were this morning, waving goodbye when you left for market. Are they alive? Will you ever see them again? A sob escapes before you can choke it back. The Northman's laughter echoes across the water, and you silently curse the gods for abandoning you to these wolves. You realise that your life as a free man in Russ's land is over. You are now just human cargo, another soul enslaved beneath an endless foreign sky. Anglo-Saxon England, 871. The ground shakes under the onrush of the enemy horde. From your position atop the timber palisade, you see them coming across the fields, hundreds of Danish warriors advancing in a solid shield wall. You swallow against the terror rising in your throat. Wessex has mustered every able man to defend this town, and still the Northmen outnumber you. Their battle cries carry over the morning breeze as they close in. You tighten your sweaty grip on your spear. Lord Ethelred's banner, a golden dragon on red, flutters above the gate, a hopeful token. But today, you will have to make a stand against the powerful Viking army. All night we laboured, and still they come, mutters Osric beside you, hefting his axe. It's true, you and the townsfolk spent the dark hours reinforcing these crude walls with wagons and debris. The women, children and elderly have been packed into the stout stone church at the town centre, the only building likely to withstand an assault. You send a quick prayer heavenward for your wife among them. If the Danes break through, that church will be their last refuge, and perhaps a tomb. You force the thought away and refocus on the enemy. There was a sudden blast of a horn. Arrows suddenly whistle out from the Viking line. "Shields up!" you shout, raising your wooden shield overhead. A black feathered arrow slams into it with a jarring thud. A heartbeat later, a javelin impales the comrade to your left. He slumps with a strangled groan. On your right, another Saxon's shield is shattered by a slung stone, staggering him. As you brace yourself, the Danes suddenly appear at the ditch, their roars akin to those of beasts. Axes bite into the palisade timbers with furious force. The whole wall quivers under the onslaught. You jab your spear downward through a gap. Below, a wild-bearded raider is chopping madly at the logs. Before you can strike him, the palisade buckles. "They're through! Fall back!" someone screams behind you. You whirl. The main gate has been smashed open. The Vikings inundate the town with a torrent of steel and rage. "Retreat to the church!" comes the order. You fly down the ladder, along with the few still living defenders, and sprint toward the stone church at the centre of town. Around you, all is bedlam. Panicked villagers clog the muddy street, fleeing for their lives. A woman carrying a baby runs right into a Danish axeman emerging from an alley. His blade flashes, and she drops in a spray of blood, the infant wailing beside her corpse. Flames crackle. One of the thatched roofs is ablaze, pouring kabuk into the morning sky. Gasping, you reach the churchyard just as the last survivors shove their way inside. "In! In!" you shout, practically throwing a wounded old bowman through the door. The heavy oak doors boom shut a second later. Dim, dusty candlelight illuminates the packed sanctuary. Terrified faces of women and children, a few bloodied men from the wall, all huddled together. The stout doors shudder under blows from outside. You plant your feet among a half-dozen others, forming a ragged line at the entrance. You grip your spear with both hands. There is nowhere else to run. With a splintering crack, the church doors explode inward. A massive, fur-cloaked Dane barges through, shield first. You and two others thrust your spears. One pierces his thigh. The Viking roars in pain as he falls, but more push into the breach, dark shapes flooding the sacred space. Northman lunges at you, swinging a sword. You parry with your spear's haft, but the force shears it in two. He raises his weapon for a killing blow, when Osric, your neighbour, tackles him from the side. They crash to the floor, grappling. You seize the jagged broken end of your spear and stab it into another Viking's belly as he rushes past. The invader collapses, shrieking. All around the church, brutal close-quarters combat rages. Pew benches overturn, screams and the clash of steel echo against stone walls. A Viking axe cleaves into old Father Wilfred, who is clutching a processional cross. He drops without a sound. Near the altar, two Danes corner a cluster of cowering children. You see one raise his sword and a small boy crumples, blood spreading across the flagstones. The scene is hellish. A wild slash catches you across the side. White-hot pain sears your ribs. You cry out and fall against the altar, blood soaking your torn tunic. The big Dane with the fur cloak looms over you now, recovered from the earlier spear wound and bent on revenge. He lifts his two-handed sword, eyes alight with triumph. You know you are about to die. Summoning one last surge of strength, you lock eyes with him and snarl, ungodly heathen, as defiantly as your trembling voice allows. The Dane hesitates, momentarily surprised by your boldness. That's when a thrown axe whirls out of the smoky air and buries itself in his back. The Viking's eyes bulge, he topples forward and crashes at your feet. Through swimming vision, you perceive Lord Alfred's red dragon banner suddenly amidst the melee. Saxon warriors pour into the church through the shattered doorway, yelling war cries of Wessex. Reinforcements. By some miracle, they arrived in time. The remaining Vikings, caught by surprise, falter and then break under the fresh assault. "Drive them out!" a familiar voice, your cousin Cuthbert's, bellows over the din. Within moments, the Northmen are fleeing back the way they came, cut down as they scramble through the doors. It's over. We have defeated them. You slump against the altar, vision blurred with tears of relief and pain. Despite all the odds, you have managed to survive this terrifying dawn. Alive, you slide down to sit on the blood-slick floor. All around are mingled sobs of joy and mourning, victory at dreadful cost. Cuthbert rushes to your side and presses a cloth to your bleeding wound. "Hold on, cousin," he urges. You manage a faint surmile. Outside, the Viking war horn sounds a retreat. Alfred's men shout in triumph atop the battered walls. Your town still stands. Despite being battered, burned, and littered with the dead, your town remains unconquered. As Cuthbert helps you to your feet, you gaze over the carnage inside the church and feel both grief and gratitude. The Danes will return, you know they will, and more blood will be shed. But not today. Today, by the grace of God, you have witnessed the impossible. The enormous Viking army in flight. You have survived a Viking raid, scarred, exhausted, half in shock, but alive. The final scenario in the aftermath, Enslaved, takes place in the 9th century. You awaken before dawn to the tug of the iron collar around your neck. You begin yet another day in servitude. Slowly you push yourself up from the straw on the firm clay floor of the barn. Every muscle aches. Years of back-breaking toil under the Norsemen have left your body knotted with pain. You move carefully so as not to rattle the short chain attached to your collar. The household still sleeps, and you dare not wake your masters. Grey, pre-dawn light seeps in through the wooden slats. You're a thrall, a slave in this Viking farming village far from your homeland. The cold iron ring riveted around your throat is the permanent mark of your bondage. Reaching up, you touch the metal collar and remember the day it was forged in place by your captors. Your hair is raggedly shorn, cut short as another sign of your servitude. Once you were a proud, free person with a family, land and hope for the future. Now you are property. Outside, roosters begin to crow. Your heart jumps. You must be at your chores before the Norse household awakens, or risk a beating. You shuffle out of the barn on bare feet. The morning air is damp and chill. As you hurry across the yard toward the well, two dark shapes suddenly sprint toward you, the guard dogs. You freeze, eyes down, and extend your empty hands. The dogs sniff and circle, then trot away. They recognize your scent by now. Still, your pulse races. You've seen those hounds tear into runaway slaves before. By first light, you're hauling water from the well to the longhouse. The routine of labour gives you a fragile sense of order. You fill the trough for the livestock, one bucket at a time. Next, you lug armfuls of firewood inside to rekindle the hearth. Your hands are a landscape of scars, burns, and calluses. Hard work has become your only constant. At times, you almost forget there was ever a life before it. Almost. While gathering kindling, you catch sight of your reflection in a puddle outside the kitchen shed. A gaunt, hollow-eyed face stares back, barely recognisable as you. Unbidden, memories flood in. You see the day of your village's fall, flaming roofs, screaming loved ones, and sword-wielding figures storming through the chaos. Your knees buckle, and you grip the shed wall to steady yourself. Last night was the same as every night, haunted by nightmares of the raid. You relive the moment you were spared, if this existence can be called being spared, the moment a Viking shoved you into a chain instead of cutting you down. Awake, you can push these thoughts aside while you labour, but in sleep you see your family's faces again. You hear your little son's cry as the Northmen drag him from your arms. You smell the blood and smoke. A sharp voice jolts you from your reverie. "Get moving, thrall!" snaps Astrid, the farmer's wife, emerging from the longhouse with a clay pitcher. You cringe and lower your gaze. "Yes, mistress," you respond in Norse. Scurrying to hold the door open for her, she shoves the pitcher into your hands. "Fetch fresh water and be quick," she growls. You bow your head and rush back to the well, clutching the pitcher tightly to hide the tremor in your fingers. Even after 5 years of slavery, That tone of contempt still burns as hot as ever. Tears prick your eyes as you wind the well rope. You blink them away fiercely. A thrall's life depends on his master's goodwill. You've learned to show no hint of anger or grief, but inside your soul roils. Drawing up the heavy bucket, you mouth a silent prayer in your native tongue. To God? Are you praying to the old gods? You're no longer sure. You pray for strength to endure this living death, or the mercy of a quicker end. The sun crests the horizon, golden light spilling over the farm. You pause a moment, squinting toward the eastern glow. In your old life, sunrise meant warmth and promise. Now it just marks another day of chains. Still feeling the sun's rays on your face revive something in you, a distant memory of freedom. For a heartbeat, you recall walking your fields at dawn, your little boy on your shoulders. The ache of loss nearly doubles you over. A bitter truth sears your mind. The person you had died on the day of the Viking raid. A distant laugh from the longhouse shakes you back to reality. Your masters are awake. Shoulders hunched, you hoist the pitcher and hurry to serve them. As you shuffle inside to pour Astrid's morning ale, she wrinkles her nose. "You stink of sweat," she says, waving you off. "When you're done here, wash yourself. I won't have guests smelling a filthy thrall." You nod obediently and retreat. Shame creeps over you, but also a spark of something else. Indignation. Filthy? You spend hours each day scrubbing their floors and laundering their clothes. When would you even wash yourself? But you swallow the retort. A thrall with pride is a thrall with a death wish. Outside, you dutifully ladle water over your body at the trough. The icy splash makes you shiver. You stare down at the muddy ground and realise you feel nothing. None of the fire that once filled your heart. The Vikings took everything from you. They even took the person you used to be. In his place stands this empty shell performing tasks on command. Perhaps it would have been better to have died fighting like so many others. Perhaps you are the unlucky one for surviving. Hot tears well up and fall into the dirt. You allow yourself a few ragged breaths of sorrow under the morning sun, which by now hangs bright in the sky. Then you inhale, wipe your eyes, and gather the buckets for the next chore. As you hoist the yoke onto your shoulders, you catch a glimpse of the distant sea glittering beyond the cliffs. For one moment, a flicker of resolve cuts through your despair. One day, you think, one day I'll be free again. The thought is gone almost before it formed, chased away by years of brutal reality, but it lingers in your chest like an ember under ash. A harsh shout from the smokehouse jolts you back to duty. You lower your head and carry on with your burdens in the yard. This is your world now. Fear, toil and memories that hurt more than any whip. In a way, your captors did not spare your life at all, they simply claimed it. And so you labour on, a survivor in the Vikings' wake, living day to day in a fate worse than death. Picture yourself stepping off a dusty stagecoach in 1882 somewhere in the Arizona Territory. Your back aches as if you've been sitting on a concrete park bench for 12 hours. A situation that, given the suspension system of frontier transportation, isn't too far from reality. The sun is setting behind the mountains, painting everything in that golden hour light that would make a modern Instagram influencer weep with envy. You're searching for a place to eat, drink and maybe wash off 3 days' worth of trail dust, and there it is, right across the street, the Silver Dollar Saloon. Its painted sign creaks in the evening breeze, and those iconic batwing doors, you know, the ones that swing both ways and come up to about chest height, are practically calling your name. Now before you push through those doors, let's pause for a moment. You're about to enter what was essentially the social media platform of its day. Imagine a Wild West saloon as a fusion of Facebook, Twitter and your local Starbucks, all housed within a single wooden structure that exudes a scent of tobacco, whiskey and surreal dreams. The batwing doors weren't just for show, by the way. They were brilliantly practical, like cargo shorts, but actually useful. They kept out dust and tumbleweeds while letting in fresh air and allowing people to see who was coming and going. In a place where your reputation literally determined whether you lived or died, knowing who just walked in was rather important information. As you approach the entrance, you notice the doors are worn smooth by thousands of hands pushing through them. The wood has that patina that only comes from decades of use, like the handle of a well-loved baseball bat or your grandmother's rolling pin. Inside, you can hear the sounds of laughter, glasses clinking, a slightly off-tuned piano, and the occasional thud of boots on wooden floors. You take a deep breath, catching scents of wood smoke, roasted meat, and something that might be coffee but could just as easily be paint thinner. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that hardtack and jerky don't constitute fine dining, no matter how you look at it. Here's where your modern sensibilities start to kick in. You're accustomed to perusing online restaurant reviews and perhaps observing the health department's rating prominently displayed in the window. But this isn't that world. The only review system here is whether people are still alive after eating the food, and even that's not always a reliable indicator given the general life expectancy of the frontier. You adjust your hat, because everyone wore caps then, it wasn't optional like wearing pants to Walmart, and push through those swinging doors. They spring back behind you with a satisfying whoosh, and suddenly you're inside, and oh my, it's quite a scene. The first thing that hits you isn't the sight, it's the sound. It's loud. It's not as loud as a rock concert, but rather as loud as a busy restaurant on a Friday night. Conversations overlap like competing radio stations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of chairs on wooden floors, and the rhythmic thunk-thunk of someone dealing cards at a table near the back. The second thing that hits you is the smell. It's a complex bouquet that no modern nose is quite prepared for. There's the obvious whiskey and tobacco, but underneath that is the earthy scent of wool and leather, the metallic tang of gun oil, and something that might charitably be called frontier cologne, but more accurately described as 3 weeks without a proper bath. The lighting is dim. Not romantic restaurant dim, but we only have oil lamps and candles dim. Your eyes take a moment to adjust, like when you walk into a movie theatre. Except the movie theatre doesn't have armed patrons and questionable hygiene standards, and there you stand, just inside those famous swinging doors, taking in your first real Wild West saloon. The adventure is about to begin, and honestly, you're not entirely sure whether to be excited or concerned. Maybe both. Probably both. You can now see the faces around you, as your eyes have adjusted to the oil lamp's amber glow. And what faces they are. It's as if you've stepped into a dynamic daguerreotype, only with everyone in motion and some armed. The first rule of saloon etiquette, which nobody bothered to mention in your guidebook, is this. Don't just stand there gawking like a tourist at Times Square. You need to move with purpose, even if that purpose is simply find a place to sit without getting shot. The bartender catches your eye and nods, a universal gesture that transcends time and roughly translates to buy something or get out. He's a large man with sleeves rolled up past his elbows, sporting the kind of moustache that required serious daily maintenance. Think Tom Selleck, but with more experience breaking up fights and less experience solving crimes in Hawaii. You scan the room for seating options. There's the bar itself, naturally, with a few empty stools that look about as comfortable as sitting on a fence post. The bar is actually quite impressive, a long stretch of polished wood that's seen more drama than a soap opera. Behind the bar, bottles line the shelves like glass soldiers. However, several of them have handwritten labels that raise questions about quality control standards. Then there are the tables scattered around the room. This is where the study of social anthropology becomes fascinating. Each table seems to have its ecosystem, its own unspoken rules, and its potential for sudden violence. A table of real cowboys, not the Hollywood version, sits near the front window. They're dusty, sun-weathered, and look like they haven't seen a barber in months. Their hats are sweat-stained and practical, their boots are scuffed from actual work, and their clothes have that lived-in quality that comes from spending weeks on the trail. They're nursing beers and discussing something that involves a lot of gesturing toward the door. You decide to file these observations under information to remember and keep looking. In the corner there's a poker game happening at a round table. The players are a mixed bunch, a man in a slightly too fancy vest who might be a travelling salesman, a grizzled prospector whose beard could hide a small animal, and two other gentlemen whose occupations are harder to determine but whose serious expressions suggest the stakes are real. The fourth rule of saloon survival, which follows the first three rules of don't stare, don't touch anyone's hat, and don't ask about anyone's past, is this. Never sit at a poker table unless you're invited and prepared to lose your shirt. Literally. There's a piano in one corner, an upright that's seen better decades, where a woman in a blue dress is playing something that might be Oh Susanna, if you squint your ears just right. She's what they called a saloon girl, and her job description included entertainment, conversation, and selling drinks. Despite what Hollywood might have suggested, most saloon girls were essentially the tavern's customer service representatives, not anything more scandalous. The characters continue to unfold before you, like the pages in a very dusty book. The gentleman at the bar, dressed immaculately in a black suit, a clean hat and shining boots, is a sight to behold. He could be a banker, a preacher, or someone you really don't want to accidentally bump into. His coat hangs just so, and you can't tell if that's because he's very particular about his appearance, or because he's carrying something under there that requires easy access. At a small table near the back, a couple of older men are engaged in what appears to be either a heated philosophical debate or an argument about whose turn it is to buy the next round. Their voices rise and fall like a verbal tide, and occasionally one of them pounds the table for emphasis, making the glasses jump. You realise you're still standing there like a decoration, so you make your move toward the bar. The bartender watches your approach with the expression of someone who's seen everything at least twice and isn't easily impressed. As you climb onto one of those fence post stools, you notice the bar's surface tells its stories. Ring stains from countless glasses, small nicks from knives, and what might be initials carved by patrons with too much time and whiskey. The stool creaks ominously under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because it's held together with hope, nails, and possibly some very determined termites. You settle in, trying to look like you belong, while fighting the urge to ask if they have a wine list. The bartender approaches, wiping his hands on a towel that has witnessed better days. "What'll it be?" he asks, and you realise you're about to make your first real decision in the Wild West. Choose wisely. Your stomach and your reputation may depend on it. "What'll it be?" the bartender asks again, and you realise that this isn't like browsing through a 20-page menu at the Cheesecake Factory. Your options are limited, and some of them might be questionable for your long-term health prospects. Let's start with the drinks, shall we? The house specialty is whiskey, and by specialty I mean it's basically the only option that won't require you to lie down afterward. However, it's important to note that the master distiller did not age frontier whiskey in charming oak barrels for 12 years. Oh no, this whiskey was aged for about as long as it took to make it, which was roughly the same amount of time it takes to microwave a burrito. The bartender holds up a bottle with a handwritten label that simply says whiskey, in letters that suggest the writer's hand wasn't entirely steady at the time. The liquid inside has an amber colour that could generously be called rustic, or more accurately described as concerning. But you know what? When you've been eating trail dust for 3 days, your standards become remarkably flexible. Whiskey sounds perfect, you say, because when in Rome, or in this case, when in a place where Rome seems like a distant fever dream, you do as the locals do. The bartender pours you a shot in a glass that's clean enough, assuming you don't look too closely at the rim. The whiskey boasts a colour reminiscent of weak tea and an aroma reminiscent of what could once have been corn. You take a sip and, wow, it's like liquid campfire with hints of regret and a finish that suggests you should probably eat something soon. Speaking of food, let's talk about your dining options. The menu, such as it exists, is posted on a chalkboard behind the bar, written in the same shaky handwriting as the whiskey label. Your choices are beef stew, beans and bacon, cornbread and something optimistically labelled fresh fish. Now you're in the middle of the desert, so the fresh fish raises some immediate questions. Fresh from where exactly? How can the fish be considered fresh when the nearest substantial body of water is a 3-day ride away? The bartender notices your expression and chuckles. "Don't worry about the fish," he says. "Been on the menu for 2 years. Nobody's ever ordered it." You decide beef stew sounds like the safest bet. It's a decision that shows wisdom beyond your years, or at least beyond your experience with frontier cuisine. The bartender calls your order back to the kitchen, which is apparently just behind a curtained doorway where you can hear the sounds of serious cooking happening. Lots of clanging, some creative vocabulary, and what might be prayer. While you wait, you notice the other patrons' dining choices. The cowboys at the front table are sharing a plate of beans and bacon that could probably feed a small army, or at least 3 famished cowboys. They're eating with the efficiency of people who view food as fuel rather than an experience, which is probably the right attitude when your dining options are limited to brown stuff and other brown stuff. The poker players have ordered rounds of everything, apparently, because their table looks like a frontier buffet. There are plates of cornbread, bowls of stew, strip of bacon, and enough whiskey to fill a small boat. Of course, they're playing for money, so they might be trying to fortify themselves for a long night of cards and potentially life-changing losses. The well-dressed gentleman at the bar is nursing a single glass of whiskey and a plate of cornbread, eating with the careful precision of someone who's either very refined or very suspicious of the food quality. He cuts his cornbread into perfect squares and chews thoughtfully, like he's conducting a scientific analysis of its ingredients. Your stew arrives, carried by a woman who emerges from behind the kitchen curtain like she's stepping onto a stage. She's the cook, clearly, and she sets the bowl down with the pride of someone who knows her craft. A tin bowl, hot enough to brand cattle, holds the stew, and its contents appear substantial. The stew contains chunks of beef that were once tough but have now become tender, vegetables that could be charitably described as rustic, and a gravy thick enough to serve as a mortar. It smells fantastic, actually, like comfort food made by someone who understands that comfort sometimes comes in the form of calories and warmth rather than presentation and molecular gastronomy. You take a spoonful and it's delicious, really good, the kind of good that makes you understand why people wrote songs about home cooking. The cornbread that comes with it is dense and filling, with a slightly sweet taste that balances the hearty stew perfectly. It's nothing like the fluffy cake-like cornbread you might know from modern restaurants. This bread symbolises business and can sustain you throughout a long day of your planned frontier activities. As you eat, you start to relax a little. The whiskey has smoothed some of your rough edges, the food is warming you from the inside out, and the general atmosphere is starting to feel less like a movie set, and more like, well, just a place where people come to eat and drink and escape from their day. But then you notice something that makes your spoon pause halfway to your mouth. The conversation at the cowboys' table has gotten quieter, more intense. They keep glancing toward the door, and one of them has shifted his chair so he has a better view of the entrance. The well-dressed gentleman has also noticed the changes and has angled himself slightly on his stool. Uh-oh. You get the feeling that your peaceful dinner is about to become significantly more interesting. You're just starting to feel settled. The stew is warming your belly, the whiskey has taken the edge off 3 days of stagecoach travel, and you're beginning to think that this whole Wild West experience might be more civilized than the stories suggested. At that moment, the batwing doors open forcefully, causing the room's temperature to drop by approximately 10 degrees. 3 men walk in, and they walk like they own the place. They appear as though they're contemplating acquiring it without the need for paperwork. They're different from the other patrons, cleaner, better dressed, but with an edge that makes everyone else look like Sunday school teachers by comparison. The leader is tall and lean, wearing a black coat that's seen some use, but not much abuse. His hat is perfectly positioned, and his boots exude a shine that suggests he either meticulously maintains his belongings or hasn't been traversing the desert dust for days. His eyes scan the room with the methodical precision of someone conducting an inventory. His companions flank him like bookends, one shorter and stockier, built like a man who settles disagreements with his fists, and another who's trying a little too difficult to look casual, while obviously being anything but. They move to the bar, but not before the tall one makes eye contact with several patrons, including you. Now, you've never been in a situation quite like this, but some instincts are universal. It's akin to being in a restaurant when a group enters that exudes an unsettling presence, excessively loud, overly aggressive, and behaving as though they are seeking confrontation. Except in this case, the people who might find trouble are armed, and there's no manager to complain to. The bartender's demeanour changes subtly. He still approaches them and asks what they want, but now there's tension in his shoulders. The cowboys at the front table have gone completely quiet, which is probably the frontier equivalent of turning off your phone when you sense drama brewing. "Whiskey," says the tall stranger. "The good stuff, not what you've been serving in everyone else." This story is interesting. Apparently there's a 2-tier beverage system in operation here, and you've been drinking from the economy section. The bartender reaches under the bar and produces a different bottle, this one with an actual printed label and liquid that doesn't look like it could strip paint. As the strangers get their drinks, you notice the poker game has paused. The players are still holding their cards, but nobody's looking at them anymore. The saloon girl has stopped playing piano mid-song, which creates an awkward silence that everyone pretends not to notice. You continue eating your stew, trying to channel the energy of someone who's totally absorbed in their meal and definitely not eavesdropping on potentially dangerous conversations. Your task is harder than it sounds when every instinct is telling you to pay attention to the new arrivals. The tall stranger turns from the bar, whiskey in hand, and addresses the room in general. "Evening, folks! Beautiful night, isn't it?" His voice is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it. like a velvet glove with brass knuckles inside. A few people mumble responses, someone asks a question, but you're uncertain if the right answer could lead to your death. "We're looking for someone," the stranger continues, taking a casual sip of his whiskey. "We're searching for a friend by the name of Thompson. Bill Thompson. Heard he might be in these parts." Now, you don't know anyone named Bill Thompson, but you can feel the collective tension in the room ratchet up another notch. It's like when someone asks, "Who broke this?" And even though you're innocent, you still feel guilty. One of the cowboys clears his throat. "Lot of Thompsons in these parts," he says carefully. "Might help if you could be more specific." The stranger smiles, and it's not entirely a pleasant expression. "Oh, you'd know this Thompson if you saw him. About 40, brown hair, scar on his left cheek from a disagreement about cattle ownership, tends to be memorable." The description hangs in the air like smoke from a bad cigar. You notice the well-dressed gentleman at the bar has become very interested in the bottom of his whiskey glass, and the poker players have the frozen look of people trying to become invisible through sheer force of will. "Can't say the name rings a bell," the cowboy says, which is probably true, but also probably not the whole truth. The stranger nods like he expected this answer. "Well, that's disappointing, but understandable. Sometimes people's memories need a little encouragement." And that's when you realise your peaceful evening has officially taken a turn toward the kind of excitement you read about in dime novels but never actually wanted to experience firsthand. The stew suddenly tastes like cardboard, and the whiskey isn't warming your stomach so much as churning it. You keep eating, trying to look like someone who's completely oblivious to the growing tension, while your mind races through your options. You could finish quickly and leave, but that might draw attention. You could stay and hope things settle down, but that could mean getting caught in whatever's about to happen. Or you could just keep eating stew and pretend you're anywhere else, which is your current strategy, but probably not a long-term solution. The stranger takes another sip of his whiskey and smiles that unsettling smile again. "Well, no hurry, we've got all night." "Oh, good, they're staying. This should be interesting." In a situation like this, it can be quite challenging to focus on your own affairs when everyone else's activities are taking place right next to you. It's like trying to ignore a fire alarm. Technically possible, but probably not advisable for your continued well-being. You've developed a sudden intense fascination with your stew, examining each piece of beef like you're conducting a scientific study on frontier cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the three strangers have settled in at a table near the centre of the room, close enough to watch everyone, far enough from the door to make leaving quickly a challenge for anyone else. The tall one, seemingly representing the group, has initiated a conversation with a variety of patrons. It's the kind of conversation where one person asks questions and everyone else provides answers that are technically truthful but carefully incomplete. "Nice town you've got here," he says to the room in general. "Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where a man could disappear if he wanted to." The cowboys nod politely, similar to how one might nod when someone makes a comment about the weather that could be interpreted as a threat. The poker players have resumed their game, but you notice they're betting much more conservatively than before. Nothing dampens the spirit of gambling more than the threat of unexpected violence. The bartender continues wiping glasses with that towel, which by now must be either perfectly clean or completely contaminated. He's developed the expression of someone who's seen this movie before and knows it doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and sharing recipes. You're making excellent progress on your stew when the shorter of the three strangers, the one built like a human cannonball, stands up and stretches. It's an innocent enough gesture, except for the way his coat falls open just enough to reveal what's definitely not a pocket watch on his hip. "Think I'll take a look around," he announces. "Get familiar with the local geography." He starts wandering between the tables, not bothering anyone exactly, but making his presence felt. It's like having a tiger casually stroll through your living room. It might not eat you, but you're definitely going to keep track of where it is. When he gets to the poker table, he pauses to watch the game. "Interesting," he says, looking at the cards. "That's almost a winning hand you've got there, friend." The prospector with the impressive beard looks up nervously. "Just having a friendly game, mister, nothing serious." "Oh, I'm sure," the stranger replies. "Though I notice you've got quite a pile of coins there. Lucky night." "Some nights are better than others," the prospector says carefully. The stranger nods thoughtfully. "That's true. Some nights, a man's luck can change very suddenly. It's not exactly a threat, but it's not exactly not a threat either. It's that special kind of frontier communication that says everything while saying nothing, like a passive-aggressive email written with 6-shooters. The wandering stranger continues his tour, eventually making his way toward the bar, toward you. You become intensely interested in the last few spoonfuls of your stew, hoping to project the aura of someone completely absorbed in their dinner and definitely not worth talking to. "Evening," he says, settling onto the stool next to you. "Evening," you reply, because ignoring him would be rude, and rudeness in this situation could have consequences that extend beyond hurt feelings. "Good stew?" he asks, looking at your bowl. "Yes, quite good," you answer honestly. No point in lying about something so easily verified. "You're not from around here," he observes. It's not a question. "Just passing through," you say, which is true and hopefully boring enough to end the conversation. He nods and orders a whiskey from the bartender. Not the good stuff, you notice, which suggests either budget constraints or that he's not as important as his tall friend. While he waits for his drink, he studies you with the casual interest of someone examining a potentially interesting bug. "Passing through to where?" he asks. Now you're in slightly trickier territory. Too much detail might make you memorable in ways you don't want to be. Too little might make you seem suspicious. You go with vague but plausible. "West," you say. "Looking for opportunities," he chuckles. "Aren't we all, friend? Aren't we all?" His whiskey arrives, and he takes a sip. Then he leans slightly closer, and you catch a whiff of tobacco, leather, and something that might be pomade or might be bear grease. "Word of advice," he says quietly. "Sometimes the best opportunity is knowing when to keep moving." Know what I mean? You nod because you do know what he means, and because agreeing seems like the safest option. He's telling you, in the politest possible terms, that this might be a good night to finish your dinner and find somewhere else to be. "Appreciate the advice," you say. He nods and returns to his whiskey, apparently satisfied that his message has been delivered and understood. You finish the last of your stew and cornbread, trying to eat at a pace that suggests you're not hurrying but not lingering either. That's when the batwing doors swing open again, and this time, you know before you even look that whoever's coming in is going to make the evening significantly more complicated. Because that's how these things work in the Wild West. Just when you think you've got a handle on the situation decides to handle you instead. The man who walks through those batwing doors is about 40 years old, has brown hair, and sports a scar on his left cheek that looks like it came from a disagreement about cattle ownership. In other words, he matches the description of Bill Thompson perfectly, which means your peaceful evening has just transformed into front row seats for whatever's about to unfold. But here's the thing that makes this intriguing from a social dynamics perspective. Bill Thompson doesn't look surprised to see the three strangers. He doesn't pause, doesn't scan the room nervously, and doesn't show any of the signs you'd expect from someone who's being hunted. Instead, he walks to the bar with the casual confidence of a man who's precisely where he wants to be. "Evening, Jake," he says to the bartender, who suddenly looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Perhaps somewhere peaceful, like the middle of a buffalo stampede. The tall stranger at the centre table doesn't say anything immediately. He just watches Thompson order a whiskey and settle against the bar like he owns it. The silence stretches out like taffy, and you can practically hear everyone in the room not breathing. Finally, the tall stranger speaks. "Bill Thompson." "That's right," Thompson replies without turning around. "And you'd be Carson, unless I miss my guess." Carson. Now the tall stranger has a name, which somehow makes the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous at the same time. Carson stands up slowly, the kind of deliberate movement that suggests he's very comfortable with everyone's attention focused on him. "Been looking for you, Bill." "I figured that was the case," Thompson says, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Heard you boys were asking around. Thought I'd save you the trouble of hunting all over creation." Now this is intriguing. Instead of a manhunt, you're witnessing what appears to be a planned meeting. The question is whether it's going to be a civilized conversation, or something that requires you to duck under tables. The cowboy at the front table shifts slightly in his chair, and you notice his hand resting casually near his side. The poker players have given up all pretense of playing cards and are openly watching the proceedings. Even the saloon girl has positioned herself near what you hope is a back exit. Carson moves away from his table, but not quickly, not aggressively. It's more like a dance where both partners know the steps. "You've got something that belongs to my employer, Bill." "That's so," Thompson says. "What might that be?" "Don't play games. The money from the Tucson job." Thompson chuckles, but it's not a particularly amused sound. "Money?" What makes you think I've got any money? Look at me, Carson. Do I look like a man who's recently come into wealth? And he's got a point. Thompson's clothes are worn but clean, his boots are scuffed, and his hat has seen better years. If he's sitting on a pile of stolen money, he's either excellent at hiding it or terrible at spending it. My employer seems to think otherwise, Carson says. Your employer thinks many things, doesn't make them true. The conversation is polite, almost casual, but you can feel the undercurrent of violence running beneath it like a stream under ice. Both men are armed. You can tell by the way they carry themselves, the way their coats hang, and the way they position their hands. The question is whether they're going to keep talking or start shooting. You're beginning to understand why the bartender was nervous about the fish on the menu. In a place where business disputes are settled with gunpowder, freshness standards are probably flexible. The shorter stranger, the one who gave you the friendly advice about knowing when to keep moving, has positioned himself near the door. Not blocking it exactly, but making it clear that anyone wanting to leave would need to get past him. The third member of their group has moved to cover the back of the room. Thompson seems to notice these movements without looking directly at them. Brought the whole crew, did you? That's flattering. Though I have to say, for a friendly conversation about money I don't have, you boys seem a little prepared. Just being careful, Carson says. Nothing personal. Oh, I'm sure, Thompson replies. Just like what happened in Prescott was nothing personal. Carson's expression changes slightly at the mention of Prescott, and you get the feeling that there's a whole other story there, probably involving more cattle, more disagreements, and definitely more scars. That was business, Carson says. So is this, Thompson replies. And that's when you realise that you're not just witnessing a confrontation between men with a disagreement about money. You're watching the continuation of something that started somewhere else, probably involving cattle, because everything in the West seems to involve cattle, and definitely involving the kind of business that leaves scars on people's faces. The room has gone completely quiet except for the sound of your own heartbeat, which seems unreasonably loud given the circumstances. You're trying to decide whether finishing your whiskey would be a good idea, liquid courage, or a terrible idea, impaired judgment, when Thompson turns slightly and catches your eye. You might want to step outside for some air, friend, he says quietly. Sometimes these business discussions get a little heated, which is probably the politest way anyone has ever suggested that you evacuate before the shooting starts. Here's the thing about the Wild West that all those Hollywood movies got wrong. Most confrontations didn't end in gunfights. They ended in negotiations, compromises, and people finding ways to settle their differences without ventilating each other. Because despite what the dime novel suggested, most folks preferred being alive to being legendary. You're contemplating Thompson's suggestion about stepping outside when something unexpected happens. Carson laughs. Carson laughs, not with a menacing or bitter laugh, but with an actual, genuine laugh that changes his entire face. You know what, Bill? You're absolutely right. This idea is ridiculous. He sits back down at his table, and the tension in the room doesn't exactly disappear, but it shifts into something more manageable. Removing the timer instead of cutting wires is akin to defusing a bomb. We're both getting too old for this, Carson continues, and honestly, my employer is an idiot. Thompson turns around, still holding his whiskey, eyebrows raised. That's quite an admission coming from you. Well, it's true. Sending me and the boys all the way out here to collect money that probably doesn't exist, from a job that went sideways 6 months ago, from a man who's been trying to go straight ever since. Carson shakes his head. Some days I wonder why I don't just buy a farm and raise chickens. The shorter stranger looks confused by this turn of events. Boss? We came all this way. I know what we came here for, Mike, Carson says, but occasionally you get somewhere and realise the trip wasn't worth taking. Thompson moves away from the bar but toward Carson's table, not toward the door. He pulls out a chair and sits down, still cautious, but no longer looking like he's expecting to dodge bullets. So what happens now? Thompson asks. Now? Now we finish our drinks, you tell me what really happened in Tucson, and maybe we figure out how to explain to my employer that his money disappeared into thin air without anyone getting shot over it. And just like that, the standoff becomes a conversation. The cowboys at the front table start breathing again. The poker players remember they have cards to play. The saloon girl begins playing the piano again, but this time she selects a more cheerful tune than the one she played previously. You decide to stay put and order another whiskey, because the scene is turning into exactly the kind of frontier drama you came west to experience, except without the mortal peril you hadn't really planned on. Thompson signals Jake for another drink and settles into his chair. Tucson was a disaster from the start, he begins. Your employer had us hitting a bank that turned out to be expecting us. Inside information? Had to be. We walked into that bank and found half the territorial militia waiting for us. Lost 2 good men, barely got out alive, and came away with exactly nothing except a newfound appreciation for honest work. Carson nods thoughtfully. That explains some things. My employer has been mighty close-mouthed about the details. Probably because he set us up, Thompson says. My guess? He made a deal with the law, decided we were expendable, and figured he'd collect the reward money instead of paying us. The shorter stranger, Mike, looks between his boss and Thompson like he's watching a tennis match played with words instead of balls. So there never was any money to recover? Oh, there was money, Thompson says, just not where my employer thinks it ended up. He reaches into his coat and for a moment everyone tenses again, but what he pulls out is a folded piece of paper, not a weapon. Bank draft, he explains, showing it to Carson. It was intended for the Tucson orphanage. Figured if I was going to steal money, I might as well steal it for someone who needed it more than your employer did. Carson examines the paper and his expression shifts to one that could be interpreted as respect. You donated stolen money to an orphanage? Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Thompson says with a shrug. Still does, actually. Mike looks completely baffled by this turn of events. Boss, what do we tell him back in Phoenix? Carson folds the bank draft and hands it back to Thompson. We tell him that Bill Thompson is dead. What? Mike's voice goes up an octave. Died in a gunfight. Tragic, really. We buried him outside of town and said some words. A very touching ceremony. Carson's deadpan delivery would make a professional poker player proud. Money was never recovered. He probably spent all the money on whiskey and loose women before he died. Thompson grins. I like it, though I prefer to think I spent it on whiskey and tight women. Details, Carson waves dismissively. Point is, as far as Phoenix is concerned, this case is closed, and that's when you realise you've just witnessed something remarkable. A problem solved not with violence, but with creativity, pragmatism, and a healthy dose of frontier justice. This solution ensures that everyone leaves with their lives and dignity intact. The saloon has returned to something approaching normal. The poker game has resumed with renewed enthusiasm. Apparently nothing makes cards more captivating than the possibility that you might not live to play another hand. The cowboys have ordered another round and are back to discussing whatever important cowboy business they were discussing before the excitement started. Carson stands up and extends his hand to Thompson. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Bill. Or should I say, it's been a pleasure not doing business with you. Thompson shakes his hand. Likewise. Give my regards to Phoenix. Tell them I died bravely. Oh, I will. I will probably include some details about how you took 3 of us with you, just to make the story more interesting. Mike still looks confused, but the 3rd member of Carson's group, who's been silent through most of this, finally speaks up. Does your statement mean we can go home now? I'm tired of sleeping on the ground. Yes, Eddie, we can go home, Carson says patiently, and we can stop at that hotel in Flagstaff on the way back. The one with the actual beds? The one with the actual beds? Eddie brightens considerably at this news. Apparently even in the Wild West a good night's sleep was worth more than a questionable gunfight. As Carson's group prepares to leave, the tall man pauses at your table. Thanks for the entertainment, he says. Not often do we get to watch a business meeting that ends with everyone still breathing. My pleasure, you reply, raising your glass in a small salute. Here's to creative problem solving. I'll drink to that, Carson says, and surprisingly, he does, finishing his whiskey in one smooth motion before tipping his hat and heading for the door. The saloon settles into a comfortable evening rhythm as the 3 strangers disappear through the batwing doors. Thompson moves to the bar, orders another whiskey, and strikes up a conversation with Jake about the weather and the price of cattle. You sit back in your chair, nursing your second whiskey and marvelling at what you've just experienced. In the span of 2 hours, you've witnessed a manhunt, a standoff, a negotiation, and a resolution that would have made Solomon proud. You've seen grown men solve their problems with words instead of weapons and creativity instead of violence. The saloon girl starts playing Red River Valley, and this time she gets all the notes right. The poker players are laughing at something the prospector said. The cowboys are planning their next cattle drive. And you're sitting in a Wild West tavern, drinking whiskey that tastes like liquid campfire, eating stew that could keep you going for a week, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the real Wild West was more intriguing than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Because the truth is, most people then, just like most people now, were just trying to get through their day without too much trouble. They wanted to eat a decent meal, have a drink with friends, maybe play some cards and go home to their families. The fact that they sometimes carried guns and settled disputes with duels doesn't mean they preferred violence. It just means they lived in a time and place where being prepared for trouble was a practical necessity. As the evening winds down and you consider heading to whatever passes for lodging in this frontier town, you reflect on the lesson you've learned tonight. Sometimes the most dangerous situations are resolved not by the fastest gun or the strongest fighter, but by the person clever enough to find a solution that lets everyone walk away with their pride intact. Thompson glances at you from the bar, raising his glass in a small salute. "To orphanages," he says quietly. "To orphanages," you reply, and you both drink to the kind of justice that doesn't make headlines but makes the world a little bit better, one small act of decency at a time. Outside, the desert night is clear and cold, full of stars that seem close enough to touch. Inside the Silver Dollar Saloon, the oil lamps burn warm and steady, the piano plays soft melodies, and people who've never met before tomorrow will be strangers again, sharing stories and whiskey and the kind of companionship that travellers have always found in places like this. And that, more than any gunfight or cattle rustling or gold rush drama, is what the Wild West was really about. People finding ways to connect, to solve problems, and to help each other through the challenges of living in a hard place during a hard time. Your stew is long finished, your whiskey glass is empty, and your adventure in frontier dining is complete. Tomorrow you'll climb back on that stagecoach and continue west, carrying with you the memory of an evening when the Wild West revealed itself to be not quite as wild as advertised, but infinitely more fascinating than you'd expected. Sometimes the best stories aren't about the fastest guns or the biggest fights. Sometimes they're about the moments when ordinary people find extraordinary ways to be decent to each other, even when, especially when, it would be easier not to be. And with that thought, you finish your whiskey, tip your hat to Jake the bartender, nod farewell to Thompson and the other patrons, and push through those famous bat-wing doors into the star-filled desert night, carrying with you a story worth telling and the kind of satisfied tiredness that comes from a day well lived and an evening well spent. The Silver Dollar Saloon settles into its nighttime rhythm behind you, ready to welcome the next traveller, the next story, the next small drama of frontier life. Because that's what places like this do. They provide a stage where ordinary people can have extraordinary moments, where strangers can become friends over a shared meal and a glass of something that might charitably be called whiskey. And in the morning, the stagecoach will come, and you'll climb aboard for the next leg of your journey, but you'll always remember the night you learned that the real Wild West wasn't one with guns. It was one with conversation, creativity, and the kind of human decency that transcends time and place. Sweet dreams, traveller. The frontier awaits, and now you know it's not quite as dangerous as the stories suggest, just infinitely more interesting than you ever imagined. The morning mist hung thick and cool, cloaking the sacred grove in ethereal silence as the villagers gathered quietly beneath the towering oak. Its ancient branches stretched wide, leaves whispering softly in the gentle breeze. At the centre of this gathering stood the druid, his white robes glowing softly against the muted tones of the forest. Beside him, young Ayed waited nervously, his heart pounding in anticipation of the ceremony that would shape the rest of his life. Ayed had grown up hearing stories of druids, keepers of knowledge, guides of kings, interpreters of omens. From the moment he was chosen as an apprentice, his life had revolved around careful training, memorizing countless oral traditions, learning the subtle language of nature, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. Yet today was different. Today marked his formal initiation, the beginning of his true path as a druid. His teacher, Bran, stepped forward slowly, his aged face serene but deeply lined from years of wisdom and care. Bran raised a staff carved from yew, symbolizing strength and rebirth. He struck it gently upon the earth 3 times, each resonant thud breaking the silence and calling attention to the sacred rite. "Today," Bran began, his voice calm yet powerful, "we gather beneath the oak, the heart of our people, the symbol of our enduring strength. Aid stands before us, ready to begin his journey as keeper of our knowledge and guardian of our traditions." All eyes turned to Aed, who felt the weight of their gazes as both responsibility and honour. Bran continued, his voice carrying easily through the hushed clearing. The oak teaches us resilience, its roots deep within the earth, branches ever reaching toward the sky. So must Aed plant himself firmly in our traditions and stretch toward wisdom yet unknown. Bran handed Aed a small pouch containing seeds of sacred herbs, mistletoe, yarrow, and meadowsweet, symbols of healing, divination, and purification. Plant these carefully, Bran instructed softly. Let them remind you always of your duty to heal, foresee, and cleanse. Aed accepted the pouch reverently, bowing his head slightly in acknowledgement. Bran then led him toward the massive oak, where the ground beneath was rich and dark, warmed by sunlight filtering through the branches. Kneeling, Aed gently placed each seed into the earth, covering them carefully, whispering quiet blessings. As Aed completed this task, Bran laid his hands gently on the young man's shoulders, his voice now softer, more intimate. From this moment, you are bound not only to the oak, but to every life it shelters, every creature that finds refuge in its shadow. Walk this path with humility, strength, and compassion. Rising to his feet, Aed felt a surge of pride mixed with profound humility. Around him, villagers nodded approvingly, their faces warm with trust. This was more than mere tradition. It was a promise he had made to himself, to Bran, and to the people who depended on the druid's wisdom and guidance. Following the ceremony, the villagers gathered in celebration, offering simple but meaningful gifts, woven wreaths, carved stones, and handmade amulets. Aed received each graciously, feeling deeply connected to the community that had nurtured him from childhood. As evening descended, Aed and Bran walked slowly back toward the village, their path illuminated by soft moonlight. Bran spoke quietly, his voice reflective. Remember, Aed, a druid's strength lies not in his power to command, but in his ability to listen, understand, and guide. Aed nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor. I will remember, Bran, he promised earnestly. I will honour this responsibility with every breath. Bran smiled gently, laying a comforting hand on Aed's shoulder. Then your journey has truly begun. Returning to his modest dwelling, Aed sat quietly beneath the stars, contemplating the day's events. The weight of his new role settled comfortably upon his shoulders, bolstered by the trust and teachings of those around him. He knew challenges lay ahead, yet he felt prepared, rooted in ancient wisdom and ready to guide his people forward. As sleep claimed him, the image of the grey oak lingered vividly in his mind, strong, enduring, and full of life. It was a symbol, yes, but also a promise, a constant reminder of who he was and who he was meant to become. The forest was silent and still, blanketed in a hushed anticipation that hung heavily among the gathered villagers. It was the eve of the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when the veil between worlds grew thin and the powers of nature pulsed with quiet intensity. The villagers formed a respectful circle around the sacred oak, their breath visible in the cold air, eyes fixed intently on Bran and Aed, who stood beneath the tree's immense branches. Bran stepped forward, his robes luminous in the moonlight, eyes reflecting profound wisdom earned through years of devotion and study. He held a golden sickle, its curved blade glinting gently, capturing the sparse moonlight that filtered through the oak's leaves. Beside him stood Aed, a year older since his initiation, more confident yet humbled by the gravity of the ceremony he was about to undertake. Aed raised his gaze to the oak's lofty branches, where clusters of mistletoe grew, pale berries glowing softly in the dimness. The mistletoe was sacred, revered by the druids for its rarity, growing suspended between heaven and earth, untouched by the ground. It was a symbol of renewal, healing, and peace, its presence marking the oak as especially blessed. Tonight, Bran spoke clearly, his voice resonating through the attentive silence, we honour the sacred mistletoe, the plant of healing and peace. It reminds us that even in the harshest winter, life and hope endure. Turning to Aed, Bran continued gently. Aed, you have proven yourself dedicated to our ways. Tonight, you take another step deeper into your path. You shall cut the mistletoe, safeguarding its power and sharing its blessings with our people. With deep respect, Aed took the golden sickle from Bran, his heart beating steadily, mindful of his mentor's watchful eyes and the villagers' collective breath. Carefully, he ascended the sturdy ladder leaning against the oak, its rough bark reassuring beneath his hands. Reaching the mistletoe, he paused, offering a silent prayer of gratitude to the tree and to nature's generous spirit. Holding the sickle reverently, Aed spoke softly, words known only to druids, invoking the spirits of earth, sky and the plant itself. With a deliberate, respectful motion, he severed the mistletoe from its host, allowing it to fall gently into the linen cloth Bran held below. The sacred plant could not come into contact with the earth, as it would lose its potency. Descending carefully, Ed joined Bran, who gently wrapped the mistletoe, nodding approvingly. Bran raised it high, turning slowly so all might see the sacred harvest. "This gift from nature is now ours to protect and cherish," he proclaimed. "It will be prepared into remedies, wards, and blessings to sustain us through the coming seasons." The villagers murmured reverently, their faces lit with quiet awe and gratitude. The ritual's solemnity shifted gradually into quiet celebration, a communal acknowledgement of the year's turning, a life's persistence in darkness, and of hope's quiet strength. As the villagers began their subdued festivities, Bran guided Aed away from the gathering to a quieter spot at the grove's edge. "You have done well," Bran spoke gently, his voice filled with pride. "Remember, Aed, our strength lies not in power over nature, but in partnership with it." Aed nodded solemnly, reflecting deeply on the evening's significance. "I feel this partnership deeply tonight," he admitted softly, looking up at the branches above them, silhouetted against the stars. "Good," Bran replied warmly. "Carry this lesson with you always. In moments of darkness, when doubt may cloud your path, recall the mistletoe's silent message, that light and life persist even unseen." They stood quietly together, absorbing the calm energy surrounding them, drawing strength from each other's presence and the eternal rhythms of nature. Eventually, Bran placed a reassuring hand on Aed's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "let us join the others and share in the joy of this sacred night." Returning to the gathering, Aed felt deeply connected to his mentor, his community, and the ancient traditions guiding them all. The night was filled with quiet laughter, stories, and shared hopes, a testament to their unity and strength. As the fires dimmed and villagers dispersed, Aed carried the memory of this night firmly within his heart, understanding more profoundly the responsibility he now bore. He had taken another important step on his druidic journey, strengthened by tradition, guided by wisdom, and inspired by the enduring power of nature's gifts. The village was isolated by dense thickets of hawthorn and elder. When Aed arrived, the air had a scent of wet earth and wood smoke. He moved quietly through narrow paths past low stone cottages where people paused their work to watch him pass, their expressions a mix of respect and cautious hope. His journey had taken 3 days on foot, guided only by the whispered directions given by a passing traveller. The message had been urgent. A young woman, Ethna, daughter of the village smith, lay gravely ill following childbirth. No healer within the village could help her, and so Aed had come swiftly, driven by a sense of duty deeper than his fatigue. Ethna's home was at the village's edge, near a stream that murmured quietly beneath twisted alders. Inside, the dim cottage was crowded with concerned relatives and neighbours who stepped aside silently as Aed entered. He felt their eyes upon him, their quiet desperation tangible. He approached the low bed where Ethna lay, her pale face glistening with sweat, breaths shallow and laboured. Beside her, the newborn slept peacefully, unaware of the quiet fear around him. Aed knelt and touched Ethna's forehead, feeling the fever's heat against his palm. She stirred slightly, murmuring incoherently. "Bring water from the stream," Aed instructed gently, addressing the nearest woman, "and fresh linen." As they hurried to obey, Aed opened his satchel, carefully laying out bundles of herbs, roots, and small vials filled with meticulously prepared tinctures. The villagers watched, their curiosity mixed with awe, as he crushed dried leaves of willow and meadowsweet into a bronze bowl, adding hot water to make a bitter, aromatic infusion. He lifted Ethna's head gently, coaxing her to drink slowly. She winced but managed a few sips. Then he bathed her forehead and wrists with cool cloth soaked in the fresh stream water, murmuring ancient healing chants softly under his breath. Each word resonated with intention, invoking the spirits of water and earth to restore balance to the woman's weakened body. As night deepened, Aed remained by Ethna's side, tirelessly applying poultices of crushed herbs and moss. He taught the village midwife how to mix remedies of chamomile and mint for calming sleep, instructing her carefully so the healing wisdom could stay long after he'd gone. The villagers moved quietly around him, offering food he gently declined, his focus entirely on his patient. By dawn, Ethna's breathing had steadied, her skin less feverish to the touch. She opened her eyes slowly, looking at Aed with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. "Rest," he whispered softly. "The danger has passed, but your body is still weak." Relief washed visibly through the cottage, quiet smiles and whispered prayers of thanks spreading among the gathered family and neighbours. Aed stepped outside into the cool morning air, inhaling deeply as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. He felt drained but satisfied, knowing he had done what he could. Later that day, he sat beside the stream, teaching a group of children who gathered around him, eager and curious. He showed them plants that grew wild nearby, how nettles could soothe inflammation, how elderberries could fortify the body against illness, and how careful observation was the healer's greatest tool. As evening approached, Aed prepared to depart. Ethna's father approached him, pressing a small carved token into his hand, an intricate pattern symbolizing gratitude and protection. "Your kindness will never be forgotten," the smith said solemnly. Aed bowed his head respectfully, knowing this token was not just gratitude, but a reminder of the sacred bond between healer and community. He tucked the carving into his satchel, feeling its warmth against his palm. Walking away, Aed sensed the profound interconnectedness of all their near things, the delicate balance of life, the quiet dignity of suffering, and the resilience inherent in every living being. His footsteps were quiet, carrying him toward the next place that might need him, aware that healing was not just the mending of bodies, but the weaving together of our lives, stories, and futures. The great hall at Dumnonia was alive with the firelight flickering over carved wooden beams, the air thick with tension. Warriors and clansmen lined the walls, their arms folded tightly, their expressions a blend of pride and wary anticipation. Two noble families stood apart at opposite ends of the room, each led by their respective chieftains, their eyes locked in mutual suspicion. Between them stood Aed, his white robes glowing softly in the dim light. He had been summoned urgently. A feud that had simmered for generations now threatened open conflict, spilling into violence and bloodshed. He arrived quietly, travelling alone with no entourage or guards. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him, yet he stood calm, a silent pillar amid the stormy emotions. "Speak," Ed began quietly, his voice steady yet resonant. The hall fell into immediate silence. "Let your grievances be heard clearly." The first chieftain, a large, formidable man named Connell, stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed anger. He recounted a tale of stolen livestock, violated boundaries, and broken promises dating back to his father's time. His words painted the rival families as aggressors, greedy, and untrustworthy. Next spoke Finton, slender but fierce, eyes blazing with pride. His story was just as impassioned, weaving a narrative of betrayal, unjust accusation, and stolen honour. Each side presented their case passionately, drawing murmurs and nods of agreement from their supporters. Throughout, Aed listened without interruption, his face betraying neither judgment nor favouritism. He allowed the torrent of anger and accusation to flow freely, knowing that only by emptying their bitterness fully could peace begin to grow. When both sides had finished, silence once again settled over the room, heavy and expectant. Aed stepped forward, his eyes meeting those of each chieftain in turn, holding their gazes firmly yet gently. "You speak of stolen cattle, broken oaths and injured pride," he began softly, "but at the heart of your words lies pain and misunderstanding. Land is shared, not owned. You can return cattle, but you must rebuild trust once you've broken it." He spoke slowly, carefully, invoking stories and parables from ancient wisdom, tales familiar yet poignant. He spoke of legendary heroes who overcame pride and revenge, and of wise ancestors who understood the power of forgiveness and reconciliation. As his words filled the hall, Aed moved among the assembled warriors, touching shoulders, looking into eyes, and bridging the physical distance between the divided clans. He reminded them that unity and peace were not signs of weakness, but the highest form of strength. Finally he returned to the centre of the hall, addressing both chieftains directly. "Let there be no talk of blame or vengeance," he said, "Instead, let each family give a gift. 1 cow from each herd exchanged in friendship. Let your sons and daughters meet openly at the next festival, not as rivals, but as kin bound by renewed peace." Connell and Finton exchanged long, uncertain glances. Slowly the tension began to ebb. Connell stepped forward first, extending his hand solemnly toward his rival. "May peace restore what anger took," he said gruffly. Finton hesitated, then clasped the offered hand. "May our children walk together where we once stood apart," he responded firmly. Cheers erupted, hesitant at first, then louder and more confident. The warriors relaxed, their postures easing, smiles and laughter breaking through the previously tense atmosphere. Aed stepped back quietly, content that his council had steered the clans away from violence. Later that evening, as the clans celebrated their newfound accord, Aed sat quietly beside the hearth, sipping warm mead and reflecting on the evening's events. He knew that true peace required vigilance and continued guidance. Yet for now, the cycle of anger and retaliation had been broken, replaced by tentative friendship and renewed hope. The chieftains approached him again, offering gratitude. Aed smiled warmly, reminding them gently, "Peace is not achieved in a single evening. Nurture this agreement, water it with trust and patience, and it will bear fruit for generations." Under the glow of the firelight, his words resonated deeply, reinforcing the bonds freshly made. As he left the hall, walking into the moonlit night, Aed felt the quiet satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled. He knew his role was far from over, yet tonight his voice of counsel had brought harmony to discord, turning bitter enemies into cautious friends. The sacred oak stood majestically, its gnarled branches spreading wide, casting dappled shadows upon the moss-covered clearing. This oak was not just ancient, it was revered, a living testament to generations of druidic wisdom. Aed stood beneath its massive limbs, his white robe illuminated by shafts of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Gathered around him were villagers and warriors, each face etched with anxiety and curiosity. Today the oak grove served as a court where justice would be decided not by sword or might, but by careful consideration and wisdom. Aed had been summoned to judge a matter of grave importance. A young warrior, Cathal, was accused of stealing cattle, a crime severe enough to ignite clan warfare. Cathal stood defiantly at the grove's edge, arms crossed, his expression stubborn yet tinged with fear. Opposite him stood Fergus, an older warrior renowned for bravery and honour, whose cattle had been taken. Fergus's eyes were dark with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Aed raised his hand, signalling silence. He began with a clear, steady voice. "Speak plainly, that truth might emerge from the shadow of accusation." Fergus stepped forward, recounting the theft with passionate conviction, describing the prized cattle and the devastating loss to his family. His words resonated deeply among the crowd, drawing murmurs of sympathy. Cathal, however, maintained his innocence fiercely, insisting he was wrongly accused, his voice shaking with frustration. His friend stood behind him, murmuring support, eyes darting nervously between him and Aed. Listening carefully, Aed detected discrepancies, not deliberate falsehoods, but misunderstandings born of anger and haste. He called forth witnesses from both sides, questioning them patiently, coaxing forth details with gentle but firm probing. He watched their faces, noting subtle shifts in posture, tone and expression. Finally, Aed stepped toward the oak, laying his hand upon its rough bark. "Truth," he declared quietly, "is not a sword to cut through lies, but a root that grows slowly, hidden from sight until it reveals itself." He turned to Cathal, asking softly, "Have you ever seen these cattle?" Cathal hesitated, then shook his head earnestly. "No, I swear upon my ancestors." Aed turned back to Fergus. "Could another perhaps seek to benefit from your loss? Is there someone whose absence you overlooked while feeling angry?" Fergus paused, uncertainty flickering across his stern face. He looked back at his men, doubt beginning to creep into his expression. "Perhaps," he admitted reluctantly. Aed nodded. "Search your own house first," he advised calmly. "The truth often lies closest to where trust is strongest." Reluctantly, Fergus agreed, ordering his warriors to search carefully and fairly. Hours passed as tension lingered, villagers whispering anxiously while waiting beneath the oak's watchful presence. Finally, a group returned, bringing with them a youth named Ronan, Fergus's own cousin, guilt and shame etched deeply into his face. Ronan confessed, explaining his actions were born of envy and foolish pride. Fergus stared in shock and sorrow, his anger melting into disappointment. The crowd murmured softly, eyes moving between the cousin and Aed awaiting judgment. Aed approached Ronan, his gaze firm but compassionate. Restitution must be made, but forgiveness can heal wounds deeper than punishment. He turned toward Fergus. Accept a fair penance, then let anger rest beneath this oak, replaced by wisdom and mercy. Fergus nodded, his shoulders relaxing. He embraced Ronan, acknowledging family bonds stronger than pride. Cathal, exonerated, sighed deeply, gratitude filling his eyes as he bowed to Aed. As villagers dispersed peacefully, justice had been served not through vengeance, but through understanding and restoration. Aed remained briefly beneath the oak, its silent strength reinforcing his resolve. Justice, he knew, was more than judgment. It was balance, patience, and mercy woven tightly together beneath the shade of wisdom's ancient branches. Aed stood at the top of a solitary hill beneath the vast expanse of night, where the heavens stretched endlessly above. It was a sacred place, marked by a circle of ancient stones whose purpose only the druids remembered. He wrapped his cloak tighter against the biting wind, eyes lifted toward the constellations. Each star, each subtle shift in the heavens, whispered secrets known only to those who watched with patience and reverence. Tonight was the winter solstice, the longest night when darkness held sway, and the boundary between worlds grew thin. The stars gleamed brightly, clear and sharp in the frigid air. Around him, villagers gathered quietly, their breath visible in the cold, awaiting guidance for the year ahead. Aed raised his staff, carved with symbols representing the cycles of the moon and the sun, and began to speak softly. His voice carried through the silence, gentle yet filled with quiet authority. Tonight, darkness is strongest, but even now the wheel turns, the sun returns. Rebirth follows darkness as spring follows winter. Watch closely, and you will see your lives mirrored in the stars above. The villagers watched him intently, their eyes filled with wonder and trust. They depended on his insights for planting, harvesting, travel, and celebrations. He was not merely a sage, but a vital guide for their daily lives. Pointing skyward, Aed traced the outline of familiar patterns: the plough, the hunter, and the serpent. He spoke of how the hunter's path foretold the coming cold, and how the plough's position indicated the right time for planting. He explained patiently how the movement of the planets, subtle but unerring, guided decisions on marriages, battles, and journeys. As he spoke, Aed's words wove images in the minds of listeners, linking their earthly lives to the vast cosmic order. He gently reminded them that they were bound to the earth, but also children of the stars, each life reflecting the broader rhythm of existence. He then turned to the younger villagers, explaining patiently, "Each of you has a star that watches your path, guiding you toward your destiny. Learn to find your star, to read its subtle language." A young girl raised her hand timidly, her eyes wide with curiosity. "How do we find our star, Druid?" Aed smiled warmly. "Your star finds you first. In moments of quiet, under clear skies, you will feel its gaze. Listen closely, and it will whisper your purpose." Throughout the night, he taught them patiently, describing how to read omens from the flights of birds, the patterns of clouds, and the positions of the stars. His voice remained calm and reassuring, weaving understanding among the gathered villagers. As dawn began to pale the eastern horizon, Aed lowered his staff, concluding the night's teachings. The villagers dispersed quietly, hearts uplifted, their spirits buoyed by newfound clarity. Aed remained behind, gazing thoughtfully upward as the stars began to fade. He felt the quiet satisfaction of a task fulfilled, of knowledge shared. In this sacred space between earth and sky, Aed reaffirmed his role not only as a watcher of celestial movements, but as a keeper of balance, ensuring that his people lived harmoniously with the rhythms of the natural world. As the first light touched the ancient stones, he felt a deep connection, knowing that in guiding others to watch the skies, he helped them navigate the complexities of their lives below. The sky was heavy with fog, and the scent of burning wood filled the air as Aed stood atop the hill overlooking his village as usual. The Romans had come, their legions marching inexorably through lands that had remained untouched for generations. As villages succumbed to conquest, fires dotted the horizon, signalling devastation, and flames consumed forests and sacred groves. Aed, now older with silver threads in his hair, watched quietly, a deep sorrow etched into his features. His life's work had been dedicated to nurturing balance, to preserving the sacred knowledge passed down through countless generations. Now, that legacy seemed threatened by the relentless advance of Roman power. He gathered the remaining villagers who had fled to the hill for refuge. Fear filled their eyes, despair evident in their tense postures. Aed's presence, however, remained steady and reassuring, providing a beacon of calm amid chaos. "Gather around," he spoke, his voice firm but gentle, cutting through their anxiety. "We can't control the fires around us, but we can protect the flame within, our knowledge, traditions and spirit." He knelt, scooping earth into his hands, feeling its familiar warmth and resilience. The villagers watched him, their breathing slowing, their panic easing under his calm authority. "This land has seen countless seasons," Aed continued softly. "It has survived wars, weathered storms, and will endure even this. Our true strength lies not in walls or weapons, but in memory and tradition. We carry the sacred flame within us, passed down through generations. No enemy can extinguish it." He stood facing each villager in turn, his eyes filled with quiet determination. "Our task now is to protect this flame and ensure it continues to burn brightly within our children and their children after them." As he spoke, Aed directed the villagers to begin preparations, organising them into groups to gather what provisions remained, tend to the wounded, and find safe passage toward hidden glens deeper within the forests. Amid these urgent preparations, he moved quietly, providing guidance and support, ensuring morale remained steady. As night fell, Aed lit a single fire atop the hill, its flames casting flickering shadows. He invited the villagers to sit around it, sharing stories of bravery, resilience, and wisdom passed down through generations. Each story carried a lesson, a subtle reinforcement of the strength inherent within their traditions. In the quiet that followed, Aed addressed the group again. "Tomorrow we must move deeper into the forest, to places hidden from Roman eyes. There we will preserve what matters most, not our homes, but our heritage. Remember that even in darkness flames endure, within our hearts, our memories, and our stories." The villagers nodded solemnly, strengthened by his words, their despair replaced by determination. Aed remained awake long after they had settled, staring into the fire, reflecting on the cycles of time. Despite the rise and fall of empires and the arrival and departure of conquerors, the spirit of his people remained unwavering. At dawn, they moved quietly into the deeper woods, leaving behind only the smouldering remnants of their former lives. Aed walked at the head, guiding them confidently towards safety, knowing that his true purpose remained clear. It was not to resist violently, but to safeguard the soul of his people. Days turned to weeks, and slowly the immediate threat faded, as they established a hidden settlement deep within the forest. Aed continued teaching, guiding the younger villagers in druidic lore, rituals and knowledge of the natural world. Each evening around the fire he shared stories, ensuring that the flame of their heritage continued to burn brightly. Years later, as he lay on his deathbed, Aed felt peace. Surrounded by villagers whose lives he had touched profoundly, he whispered one final message. "Remember, the flames we guard are eternal, carried forward through memory and love." His spirit passed gently, leaving behind a legacy that no conqueror could extinguish. The villagers honoured him beneath the stars, sharing stories, repeating lessons learned, and vowing to carry forward his teachings. And in their hearts, the flame Aed had protected continued to burn brightly, unyielding, guiding them through darkness toward an enduring light. Of Buckingham Palace, her bakers are engrossed in an industrial-scale game of flour roulette. You might assume, quite reasonably, that the most dangerous Victorian profession involved coal mines, where men descended into Stygian depths to wrestle black diamonds from the earth's reluctant grip. Or perhaps you'd wager on chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites who squeeze through flues narrower than a respectable woman's waist. Perhaps factory workers performed their risky routines amidst unprotected machinery, considering human limbs as mere extras. But no, the seemingly innocent art of baking bread was the Victorian occupation most likely to send you on your way. This revelation would undoubtedly surprise modern individuals who consider their greatest kitchen peril to be burning toast or discovering they've run out of sourdough starter. The Victorian bakehouse was not the cosy, flower-dusted sanctuary of contemporary imagination, populated by rosy-cheeked artisans humming while they knead. It was, quite literally, a deadly trap masquerading as a place of sustenance. The statistics, compiled by diligent Victorian bureaucrats who loved nothing more than categorising catastrophe, revealed that bakers died at rates that would make even the most hardened coal miner blanch beneath his perpetual coating of dust. Consider the irony. The very profession dedicated to sustaining life was remarkably efficient at ending it. Bakers, those stalwart providers of civilization's most fundamental foodstuff, faced mortality rates that transformed their daily routine into a macabre lottery where winning meant merely surviving until tea time. The reasons for this alarming state of affairs were as varied as they were absurd. Explosions featured prominently, naturally. When you combine highly combustible flour dust with open flames and Victorian-era safety standards, which could charitably be described as suggestions, you create conditions ripe for spectacular disaster. Imagine walking into work each morning knowing that your workplace contained all the essential ingredients for a bomb, and your job required you to provide the spark. But explosions were merely the most dramatic of the baker's occupational hazards. The profession provided a diverse range of opportunities to escape death. Heatstroke claimed victims with ruthless efficiency during summer months, when bakehouse temperatures soared to levels that would make Hades himself reach for a cooling compress. Respiratory ailments flourished in environments thick with flour dust, creating breathing conditions comparable to working inside a particularly malevolent snow globe. Then there were more pedestrian dangers that accumulated, like interest on debt. Ovens radiated heat with the intensity of miniature suns, causing burns. The machinery, which operated on the principle that safety guards were for the weak-willed, caused injuries. Poorly ventilated ovens, silently releasing their deadly breath into confined spaces, caused carbon monoxide poisoning. The Victorian baker began each day not with a cheerful whistle, but with what amounted to a death wish and a prayer to whichever deity supervised bread making. They entered their domain of dough and danger, knowing that their chosen profession viewed longevity as a character flaw to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Yet they persevered, these brave souls who transformed grain into sustenance while risking life and limb. They rose before dawn, literally and figuratively, to feed a nation that consumed bread with the enthusiasm of locusts, blissfully unaware that each loaf represented a small victory over the forces of occupational obliteration. The tale of Victorian baking mortality is not merely one of industrial hazard, but of human determination in the face of absurd adversity. It speaks to our species' remarkable ability to pursue even the most lethal vocations when driven by necessity, pride, or simple stubbornness. Now then, let us get into the particular genius of Victorian flour, a substance that possessed the dual personality of being both a life-sustaining staple and an enthusiastic explosive. Modern bakers, coddled by health and safety regulations, can scarcely imagine working with a primary ingredient that harboured such violent tendencies. Flour dust, you see, is not merely the innocent byproduct of milling grain. In the proper concentrations and conditions, it becomes what pyrotechnicians would recognise as an exceptional accelerant. The Victorian bakehouse, with its primitive ventilation and cavalier attitude toward dust control, created ideal conditions for what we might politely term spontaneous architectural rearrangement. The science behind flour explosions is elegantly simple and terrifyingly effective. Suspend fine particles of any combustible material in air at the correct concentration, typically between 40 and 4,000 grams per cubic metre for flour, add an ignition source and observe as your workplace transforms into a temporary volcano. The explosion occurs when the suspended particles burn simultaneously, creating a rapid expansion of gases that expresses itself through the inconvenient destruction of whatever structure happened to be containing it. Victorian bakers worked in environments where flour dust hung in the air like a perpetual London fog, coating every surface and creating what amounted to a three-dimensional bomb waiting for someone to strike a match. Victorian health and safety experts apparently overlooked the irony that their profession required bakers to work with open flames while surrounded by explosive material. assuming such individuals existed, which remains a matter of historical debate. The Gateshead Mill explosion of 1857 serves as a particularly illuminating example of flour's volatile nature. What began as a routine day of milling grain concluded with an explosion that could be heard 15 miles away and left a crater where a substantial building had stood mere moments before. 25 souls perished in that particular demonstration of flour's explosive enthusiasm, including several bakers who had simply been collecting their daily supplies. But mill explosions, spectacular though they were, represented only one aspect of the flour-related mortality that plagued Victorian bakers. The daily build-up of dust in bakehouses created consistently dangerous conditions. A baker lighting his oven in the morning faced odds comparable to a munitions worker conducting fuse tests. The difference was that the munitions worker at least expected his materials to explode. Victorian ventilation systems, designed by individuals who apparently believed that fresh air was overrated, ensured that flour dust remained suspended in bakehouse atmospheres for extended periods. Opening windows was often impractical due to weather conditions or the need to maintain specific temperatures for the bread production. Such systems created enclosed environments where flour particles danced through the air like microscopic time bombs, awaiting their moment of glory. The concentration of flour dust varied throughout the baking process, reaching particularly dangerous levels during mixing and kneading operations. Bakers working with large quantities of flour essentially performed their duties while swimming through a sea of potential explosives. That more bakehouses didn't explode on a daily basis speaks either to remarkable luck or to the intervention of divine providence, with a particular fondness for bread. Consider the typical Victorian baker's morning routine. Arrive before dawn, light the ovens while surrounded by combustible dust, begin mixing flour in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, all while maintaining the kind of casual attitude toward personal safety that would give modern occupational health specialists apoplexy. The tools of the trade contributed to the hazard. Wooden paddles striking mixing bowls could generate static electricity sufficient to ignite suspended flour particles. Metal implements scraping against stone surfaces produced sparks with the reliability of Victorian clockwork. Even the humble act of sifting flour through wire mesh created opportunities for electrostatic discharge that could transform a routine task into an explosive finale. Yet bakers adapted to these conditions with the pragmatic acceptance that characterized Victorian attitudes toward occupational hazards. They developed techniques for minimizing dust clouds, learned to recognize dangerous accumulations of flour particles, and acquired an almost supernatural awareness of ignition sources. Their workplace might have been a powder keg, but they were determined to extract bread from it regardless of the personal cost. The explosive nature of flour dust wasn't limited to dramatic mill disasters. Smaller explosions occurred with distressing regularity in individual bakehouses, often resulting in severe burns, structural damage, and the occasional baker launched through a wall like a flour-dusted cannonball. These incidents rarely made headlines, being considered occupational hazards rather than newsworthy events. Having established that Victorian bakers worked with explosives disguised as baking ingredients, let us now examine their working environment, a realm where temperatures soared to levels that would challenge the constitution of a salamander, and make even the most dedicated sun worshipper reconsider their devotion to warmth. The Victorian bakehouse oven stood as a testament to humanity's ongoing dedication to transforming raw ingredients into edible form, regardless of personal comfort or survival prospects. These massive brick and stone constructions operated on the principle that, if some heat was good for baking, then temperatures capable of smelting copper were obviously superior. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a room where the ambient temperature regularly exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, where metal surfaces glowed with heat, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. This space was the baker's daily office. This workspace would have impressed Dante as a particularly creative interpretation of infernal punishment. The ovens themselves reached internal temperatures of 500 to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, radiating heat that transformed the surrounding area into what could generously be described as a preview of the afterlife. Bakers laboured just a few feet away from these colossal ovens, meticulously loading and unloading bread, clad in clothing that provided the same level of protection as a gentleman's evening attire from a dragon's snarl. During summer months, conditions became genuinely murderous. The combination of external heat waves and internal oven temperatures created environments that challenged human physiology's ability to maintain basic functions: Heatstroke claimed victims with the efficiency of a well-organised plague, dropping bakers mid-task like wheat before the scythe. Victorian medical understanding of heat-related illness was, shall we say, primitive. The prevailing wisdom suggested that heatstroke resulted from moral weakness rather than physiological limits. These assumptions meant that bakers suffering from heat exhaustion were often encouraged to demonstrate greater fortitude rather than seek medical attention or, heaven forbid, take a break from their duties. The irony of dying from heat while producing food for a nation that complained constantly about cold weather was not lost on contemporary observers, though it provided little comfort to the families of bakers who had literally cooked themselves to death in service of their craft. Water was often scarce in bakehouses, as the combination of flour dust and moisture created paste that interfered with operations. Such conditions meant that bakers worked through scorching shifts with minimal hydration, their bodies fighting a losing battle against dehydration, while their profession demanded continued exposure to temperatures that would fell a camel. The clothing of the era compounded the problem. Heavy wool garments designed for Britain's typically cool climate became instruments of torture in bakehouse conditions. Changing clothes was considered improper, and lighter fabrics were expensive and impractical for manual labour. Bakers essentially worked while wearing portable saunas that trapped heat and moisture with a ruthless efficiency. Ventilation systems, where they existed at all, were designed by individuals who apparently believed that air circulation was a luxury rather than a necessity for human survival. To maintain oven temperatures and prevent flour contamination, bakers often kept windows closed, creating sealed environments that would have impressed ancient Egyptian tomb builders. The psychological effects of working in such conditions were profound. Many bakers developed a peculiar gaze, akin to someone who has stared too long at industrial-strength heat, only to find it staring back with interest. They moved with the deliberate pace of people conserving energy for mere survival rather than efficient productivity. Yet they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Experienced bakers learned to work in brief bursts, timing their activities to coincide with marginally cooler periods. They developed techniques for manipulating oven doors and loading bread that minimized exposure to direct heat. Some pioneered early versions of cooling strategies, though these rarely involved anything more sophisticated than strategic positioning near the rare draft or the occasional splash of precious water. The relationship between baker and oven resembled a dangerous courtship, where familiarity bred not contempt, but a healthy respect for an entity capable of ending the relationship permanently. Bakers learned to read their oven's moods, to anticipate temperature fluctuations, and to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when their workplace had achieved particularly lethal levels of thermal enthusiasm. Burns were so common they were considered part of the baker's uniform rather than injuries requiring attention. Arms bore scars like military decorations, each mark telling the story of a close encounter with surfaces hot enough to brand cattle. The successful baker was not one who avoided burns, but one who had learned to function despite them. While explosions provided the dramatic spectacle and heatstroke offered the theatrical flourish, the humble flour dust pursued its victims with the patient persistence of a particularly dedicated assassin. Unlike its more flamboyant cousins in the pantheon of occupational hazards, flour dust preferred the slow approach, accumulating in lungs with the methodical thoroughness of compound interest. The Victorian bakehouse atmosphere contained flour particles in concentrations that would make modern air quality inspectors reach for their emergency inhalers. Every movement stirred clouds of dust that transformed breathing from an automatic bodily function into a conscious decision requiring careful consideration of risk versus necessity. Picture the typical morning scene. A baker enters his domain of dough and danger, and immediately encounters air thick enough to chew. Measuring flour sends particles dancing through the atmosphere, akin to tiny ballet dancers performing a deadly spiral. Kneading operations create dust clouds that would rival the Sahara during a particularly enthusiastic sandstorm. By mid-morning, the air in a busy bakehouse resembled a London fog composed entirely of potential bread ingredients. The Victorians had a rudimentary understanding of respiratory health. The prevailing medical wisdom held that strong lungs could process any substance with sufficient determination. These beliefs meant that bakers experiencing breathing difficulties were often advised to demonstrate greater respiratory fortitude rather than consider the possibility that their workplace atmosphere might be attempting to kill them. The cumulative effect of inhaling flour dust day after day created what we might now recognise as occupational lung disease, though Victorian terminology preferred more creative descriptions. Baker's lung became a recognised condition, characterised by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and the gradual transformation of healthy lung tissue into something resembling poorly mixed pastry. But flour dust was merely the headline act in the respiratory horror show that was the Victorian bakehouse. Coal dust from heating systems mingled with flour particles to create a toxic cocktail that challenged even the most robust constitution. Yeast spores added their contribution to the atmospheric soup, while smoke from ovens provided a finishing touch that would have impressed the most dedicated tobacco enthusiast. The lack of ventilation meant that these airborne hazards accumulated throughout the working day, reaching concentrations that transformed simple breathing into an extreme sport. Bakers developed the peculiar ability to work while taking shallow, measured breaths, unconsciously rationing their air intake to minimise the ingestion of particulate matter. Some bakers attempted to protect themselves by wrapping cloth around their faces, creating primitive masks that filtered the worst of the atmospheric assault. However, these impromptu breathing protection devices often interfered with their ability to taste and smell their products, which was considered essential to producing quality bread. Professional standards resolved the choice between breathing safely and baking competently, with predictable consequences for longevity. The seasonal nature of breathing problems added another layer of complexity to the baker's survival strategy. Summer brought additional dust from grain harvests, while winter sealed bakehouses against fresh air circulation. Spring cleaning operations, when accumulated dust was disturbed and redistributed, created temporary atmospheric conditions that resembled working inside a flour shaker during an earthquake. Children apprenticed to bakers faced particular challenges, as their developing breathing systems were less equipped to handle the constant assault of airborne particles. Many young apprentices developed chronic coughs that marked them as surely as any guild membership, a wheezing signature that announced their profession from considerable distances. Contemporary observers did not entirely miss the irony that bread, a symbol of life and sustenance, was produced in environments that systematically destroyed the health of its creators. However, Victorian society exhibited a remarkable ability to overlook uncomfortable realities. The contradiction was classified as an occupational necessity, rather than a systemic problem requiring attention. Experienced bakers developed an almost supernatural awareness of air quality, learning to detect dangerous concentrations of dust by subtle changes in light refraction and atmospheric density. They could navigate their workplaces during peak dust conditions with the skill of blind navigation, guided by instinct and hard-won experience rather than clear vision. The clean-up operations that concluded each working day created their own breathing challenges. Sweeping accumulated flour dust merely redistributed it into the air, creating temporary dust storms that transformed routine maintenance into a hazardous activity requiring careful timing and strategic breath holding. Some bakers discovered that alcohol consumption seemed to provide temporary relief from breathing irritations, leading to the development of professional drinking customs that were justified as medical necessity rather than recreational activity. Whether these practices actually improved breathing function or merely made the symptoms more tolerable remains a matter of historical speculation. Having examined the environmental hazards that transformed Victorian bakehouses into inadvertent death traps, we must now turn our attention to the machinery employed in bread production, devices that appear to have been designed by individuals harbouring a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to pursue a career in baking. The Victorian era's approach to industrial safety could be generously described as optimistic, or more accurately characterised as non-existent. The prevailing philosophy seemed to suggest that safety equipment was only for individuals who lacked sufficient moral character to prevent injury through sheer willpower. This attitude was particularly evident in bakehouse machinery, where moving parts operated with the exposed enthusiasm of mechanical predators eager to sample human anatomy. Consider the dough mixing apparatus, a marvel of engineering that combined effectiveness with lethality, in proportions that would have impressed medieval torture device designers. These machines featured rotating paddles and gears that operated without the inconvenience of safety guards, creating opportunities for bakers to become inadvertently incorporated into their products. The machinery's moving parts were positioned at precisely the right height to catch sleeves, aprons, and the occasional arm of anyone foolish enough to approach too closely during operation. The mixing machines operated on the principle that human reflexes were sufficiently quick to avoid entanglement with rotating metal components. This assumption proved overly optimistic with distressing regularity, leading to injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to complete limb removal. The machinery's indifference to human anatomy was matched only by its efficiency at processing dough, creating a workplace environment where productivity and personal safety existed in inverse proportion. Dough rollers presented their own unique challenges to baker survival. These devices consisted of heavy metal cylinders that rotated with sufficient force to flatten bread dough and the occasional baker who failed to maintain appropriate distance. The lack of emergency stop mechanisms meant that once the rollers claimed a victim, the extraction process involved manual labour and creative problem-solving rather than simple machinery shutdown. The positioning of these rollers often required bakers to lean over or reach across moving parts during normal operation, creating scenarios that would challenge the agility of professional acrobats. Loading dough required careful timing and spatial awareness, as miscalculation could result in fingers, hands, or entire arms joining the bread ingredients in their journey between metal cylinders. Slicing machinery contributed to the list of occupational hazards. Large, unguarded blades operated with the reliability of Victorian clockwork and the safety consciousness of a medieval executioner. The positioning of bread for slicing required bakers to work near moving blades that could separate fingers from hands with surgical precision and considerably less medical supervision. The maintenance of this machinery fell to the bakers themselves, who were expected to clean, oil and repair equipment without the benefit of proper tools or safety procedures. Cleaning operations often required reaching into spaces occupied by gears, belts, and other moving components that viewed human fingers as foreign objects requiring immediate removal. Conveyor systems, where they existed, operated at heights and speeds that transformed routine bread loading into exercises in precision timing. Bakers worked beneath moving mechanical systems that occasionally shed components or entire assemblies onto the workspace below. The Victorian engineering philosophy that if it's working, don't fix it, meant that machinery operated until catastrophic failure rather than being maintained preventively. The steam systems used for oven operation created additional hazards through their combination of high pressure and primitive safety valves. Steam leaks occurred with predictable regularity, creating jets of superheated vapour that could cook human flesh with the efficiency of the ovens they were meant to serve. Pressure gauge failures transformed routine oven operation into exercises in mechanical roulette. Power transmission systems featured exposed belts and pulleys that operated at eye level and within easy reach of anyone working nearby. These systems were designed on the assumption that bakers possessed supernatural spatial awareness and would never accidentally contact moving machinery during their duties. The reality proved somewhat different, leading to entanglement injuries that provided harsh lessons in mechanical physics. The noise levels generated by this machinery created additional safety hazards by masking warnings, sounds, and preventing communication between workers. Bakers developed a form of sign language to communicate over the mechanical din, though this system proved inadequate for conveying urgent safety warnings or cries for assistance during machinery-related emergencies. Emergency procedures consisted primarily of shouting for help and hoping that someone would hear over the mechanical noise and respond before the situation progressed from dangerous to fatal. The concept of emergency stops, safety switches, or other protective measures had apparently not occurred to the designers of Victorian bakehouse equipment. Now that we have catalogued the impressive array of hazards that made Victorian baking such an enthusiastically lethal profession, we must examine how it compared to other occupations in the grand competition for workplace mortality. The results may surprise those who assume that coal mining or factory work held undisputed claims to occupational danger. Coal mining, that traditional champion of workplace fatality, certainly offered impressive mortality statistics. Miners faced cave-ins, explosions, flooding, and the slow death of black lung disease. The depths of British coal mines claimed lives with mechanical regularity, creating widows and orphans at rates that impressed even Victorian observers accustomed to industrial carnage. Yet despite these formidable credentials, coal mining ranked second to baking in occupational mortality rates, a distinction that would have surprised both miners and bakers had they been informed of this particular competition. The key difference lay in volume and exposure. While mining disasters were spectacular and well documented, they were also relatively infrequent events affecting limited numbers of workers. Baking hazards, by contrast, operated continuously and affected virtually every individual in the profession. Every baker faced daily exposure to explosive flour dust, lethal heat, respiratory hazards, and dangerous machinery, creating cumulative risks that exceeded even the considerable dangers of underground mining. Factory work, another traditional contender for most dangerous occupation, offered its own impressive array of hazards. Textile mills featured unguarded machinery that viewed human limbs as expendable components, while chemical works produced atmospheric conditions that challenged basic human physiology. Steel production combined extreme heat with molten metal and toxic gases, creating working environments that resembled elaborate methods of execution more than places of employment. Yet factory workers, despite their impressive mortality rates, benefited from certain advantages unavailable to bakers. Factory shifts were often limited to 12 or 14 hours, while bakers regularly worked 18-hour days to meet demand for fresh bread. Factory workers typically specialised in single operations, while bakers faced multiple simultaneous hazards throughout their working day. Most significantly, factory accidents were often discrete events, while bakehouse hazards operated continuously. Railway work earned recognition for spectacular fatality rates, particularly among those responsible for coupling cars or operating signals. The combination of massive moving machinery, primitive safety equipment, and time pressure created conditions ripe for dramatic accidents. Railway workers faced the constant possibility of being crushed, severed, or simply disappearing beneath the wheels of progress. However, while railway mortality was impressive, it primarily occurred during specific high-risk operations instead of throughout the entire working day. Construction work offered its catalogue of creative fatality methods, from falls to crushing injuries to electrocution as power systems developed. The construction of Victorian Britain's architectural achievements required workers to perform dangerous operations at considerable heights with primitive safety equipment. Scaffolding collapse, structural failure, and tool-related injuries created steady streams of construction casualties. However, construction workers enjoyed certain advantages in their competition with bakers for occupational mortality. Construction projects were temporary, offering workers periods of relative safety between dangerous assignments. Weather conditions often suspended operations, providing involuntary safety breaks. Most importantly, construction hazards were generally visible and immediate, allowing workers to develop specific strategies for avoiding particular dangers. Chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites of Victorian industrial society, faced their own unique collection of hazards. Working in confined spaces filled with toxic gases, navigating flues barely wide enough for human passage, and dealing with structural collapse created mortality rates that impressed even hardened Victorian observers. The combination of suffocation, toxic exposure, and the occasional dramatic plunge from significant heights made chimney sweeping a profession with limited retirement prospects. Yet chimney sweeps worked intermittently rather than continuously, moving between locations and spending significant periods in relatively safe environments. Their exposure to lethal. The hazards in this context were intense but brief, unlike those faced by bakers who encountered constant danger during their extended working days. The maritime trades offered spectacular opportunities for sudden death through drowning, shipwreck, and weather-related disasters. Sailors faced storms, pirates, disease, and the general hostility of oceanic environments toward human survival. Fishing crews dealt with dangerous equipment, unstable vessels, and seas that viewed humans as unwelcome intruders requiring immediate removal. Maritime mortality statistics were impressive, but they reflected episodic rather than continuous danger. Sailors spent significant time in port or during calm weather when risks were minimal. Even the most dangerous voyages included periods of relative safety, unlike the continuous hazard exposure that characterized Victorian baking. The superiority of baking as a lethal occupation resulted from the combination of multiple simultaneous hazards operating continuously throughout extended working periods. While other professions might excel in particular categories of danger, none matched baking's comprehensive approach to occupational mortality. Bakers faced explosion, heat stroke, respiratory disease, machinery injuries, and toxic exposure simultaneously, creating cumulative risks that exceeded the sum of individual hazards. As our journey through the charnel house of Victorian baking draws to its conclusion, we must address the most perplexing question of all. Given that producing bread was more dangerous than mining coal or sailing storm-tossed seas, how did humanity manage to maintain its bread supply without completely exhausting the supply of individuals willing to risk their lives for the sake of a decent loaf? The answer lies in the peculiar combination of human strength, economic necessity, and the remarkable capacity of our species to adapt to even the most unreasonable circumstances. Victorian society managed to maintain its bread production through a combination of factors that would have impressed survival experts and appalled modern safety regulators in equal measure. Economic desperation played a significant role in maintaining bakehouse staffing levels. The Victorian economy offered limited opportunities for individuals lacking substantial educational capital, making dangerous occupations attractive by default rather than design. Baking, despite its impressive mortality statistics, provided steady employment and relatively good wages for those brave or desperate enough to pursue it. The profession's high turnover rate, due to factors both voluntary and involuntary, created continuous opportunities for advancement that attracted workers despite the obvious risks. Geographic concentration contributed to the profession's sustainability. Urban and rural communities distributed baking, ensuring that local disasters rarely affected the entire industry simultaneously. Although a mill explosion might eliminate several experienced bakers, the overall baking profession continued to operate due to the survival of practitioners in other locations. This distributed risk model ensured continuity of bread production, even as individual bakehouses demonstrated flour's explosive potential with distressing regularity. The apprenticeship system provided a continuous supply of young workers who possessed the combination of energy and inexperience necessary to enter such a dangerous profession. Young apprentices, blessed with the optimism of youth and lacking detailed knowledge of occupational mortality statistics, entered baking with enthusiasm undimmed by realistic risk assessment. By the time they gained sufficient experience to understand the true dangers of their chosen profession, they had also developed the skills necessary to survive, if they had survived to develop them. Technological improvements, while slow to arrive and slower to be implemented, gradually reduced some of the more spectacular hazards associated with baking. Better oven designs improved heat management, while primitive ventilation systems began to address the worst accumulations of flour dust. Safety equipment, when it existed at all, provided marginal improvements in survival prospects. These advances occurred at a pace that would have impressed geological formations, but they did eventually contribute to reducing the profession's astronomical mortality rates. The development of professional knowledge and survival techniques allowed experienced bakers to accumulate wisdom about navigating their hazardous environment. Veterans of the flour wars developed almost supernatural awareness of dangerous conditions, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated imminent explosion, heat stroke, or machinery malfunction. This accumulated expertise was passed to apprentices through a combination of formal instruction and dramatic object lessons provided by those who had failed to master survival techniques. Social adaptation played a crucial role in maintaining the baking profession's viability. Communities developed support systems for the families of bakers killed in the line of duty, creating social safety nets that made the profession's risks more bearable for those considering entry. Professional organisations, where they existed, provided mutual aid and shared knowledge about survival techniques. The development of professional pride and identity helped maintain morale despite the obvious hazards. The gradual recognition of occupational hazards led to incremental improvements in working conditions, despite the slow pace of Victorian industrial safety progress. Some acknowledgement of workplace dangers eventually led to marginal improvements. Better building ventilation, improved machinery guards, and basic first aid knowledge gradually decreased the number of preventable fatalities, although the overall mortality rate remained impressively high. Perhaps most importantly, human adaptation to extreme conditions demonstrated our species' remarkable ability to normalize even the most abnormal circumstances. Bakers developed mental frameworks that allowed them to function despite daily exposure to potentially lethal hazards. They created professional cultures that celebrated survival rather than dwelling on mortality, developing humour and traditions that made their dangerous occupation psychologically sustainable. The Victorian baking profession ultimately survived due to the same combination of factors that has enabled humanity to endure countless other challenges: necessity, adaptation, and the remarkable human capacity to keep functioning even in circumstances that might seem impossible to outside observers. Bakers continued to rise before dawn, light their dangerous ovens, and transform explosive flour into life-sustaining bread because civilization required them to do so. The legacy of Victorian baking mortality serves as a reminder of how far we have progressed in workplace safety, while simultaneously illustrating humanity's capacity to persevere under even the most challenging circumstances. Modern bakers, protected by safety regulations, ventilation systems, and manned machinery guards, owe a debt to their Victorian predecessors, who quite literally died to perfect the art of bread production. In the end, The story of Victorian baking mortality is not merely a tale of industrial hazard, but a testament to human determination and adaptability. It reminds us that even the most fundamental aspects of civilization, including something as basic as daily bread, often come at costs that are hidden from those who benefit from them. The Victorian bakers who risk their lives to feed their communities deserve recognition not only for their courage, but also for their contribution to the gradual development of safer working conditions that we now take for granted. Their sacrifice, measured in explosions survived, heat strokes endured, and respiratory systems gradually destroyed, helped create the foundation upon which modern food production stands. We owe them, quite literally, our daily bread, and the acknowledgement that civilization's most basic necessities often require the greatest personal courage from those who provide them. For over a millennium, Constantinople stood as a marvel of human ingenuity and resilience. Perched strategically at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, its location made it a hub for trade, culture and power. The city's imposing walls, originally constructed by Emperor Theodosius II in the 5th century, were considered nearly impregnable. These triple-layered fortifications, stretching for miles, were the pride of the Byzantine Empire and the bane of invaders. By the mid-15th century, however, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self, reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. The once mighty empire that had ruled vast regions now found itself encircled by the rising power of the Ottoman Empire. To the east, Sultan Mehmed II, an ambitious and brilliant leader, had set his sights on conquering the city, seeing it as the key to solidifying his rule and expanding his domain. Inside the walls of Constantinople, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos faced an uncertain future. With only a few thousand defenders, comprised of weary Byzantine soldiers, and a handful of foreign allies, the city was woefully underprepared for the onslaught that loomed. Supplies were dwindling, and the population, though fiercely loyal, lived under the constant shadow of impending doom. Yet, despite the odds, the emperor refused to surrender. He was determined to fight to the end. As the Ottomans prepared for their siege, they brought with them an arsenal unlike anything the world had seen before. Among their weapons was a massive cannon, constructed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. This cannon, capable of hurling enormous stone projectiles, was designed to breach even the strongest walls. The Ottomans also amassed a fleet to blockade the city by sea, ensuring that no reinforcements or supplies could reach the defenders. This stage was set for an epic confrontation that would decide the fate of Constantinople, and, with it, the Byzantine Empire. Imagine the tension that gripped the city as its inhabitants prepared for the siege. Picture the anxious faces of soldiers standing watch on the walls, the whispered prayers in the Hagia Sophia, and the determination etched on the emperor's face as he rallied his people. As you visualize the city on the brink of one of history's most defining moments, let its story remind you of the face of overwhelming odds. The tale of Constantinople begins not with surrender, but with hope, a flickering light against the encroaching darkness. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman forces began their assault on Constantinople. Sultan Mehmed II, commanding an army of nearly 80,000 soldiers, surrounded the city by land and sea. His troops included elite janissaries, heavy artillery units, and cavalry, all meticulously prepared for the battle. In stark contrast, the defenders of Constantinople, numbering only about 7,000, relied on the strength of their walls, their limited resources, and their unwavering determination to hold off the invaders. As the siege commenced, the Ottoman cannon began its relentless bombardment. Each thunderous shot shook the ground, sending massive stones crashing into the city's formidable walls. The defenders scrambled to repair the damage as quickly as possible, working day and night to reinforce the crumbling sections. Yet, despite the damage, the walls of Constantinople held firm, frustrating the attackers and delaying their advance. By sea, Mehmed's fleet blockaded the Golden Horn, the narrow inlet that provided access to the city's harbour. In a bold and desperate move, the Byzantines constructed a massive chain boom across the entrance to the harbour, preventing Ottoman ships from breaching this vital area. For weeks, the two sides engaged in fierce skirmishes on the water, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. Within the city, life became a mix of hope and despair. Citizens prayed fervently in the grand Hagia Sophia, seeking solace and strength. Meanwhile, Emperor Constantine XI worked tirelessly to inspire his people, walking among the defenders on the walls, offering words of encouragement and sharing in their hardships. His presence was a source of unity in a city under siege. Sultan Mehmed II, determined to break the stalemate, devised a bold plan to outflank the city's defences. Using an extraordinary feat of engineering, he ordered his troops to transport ships overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain boom and launching them into the waters of the Golden Horn. This manoeuvre shocked the defenders and marked a turning point in the siege. As the weeks wore on, the defenders of Constantinople grew more exhausted. Supplies dwindled, and morale wavered as the walls suffered greater damage, yet they continued to resist, determined to protect their home against all odds. Imagine the long nights spent on the battlements, the glow of torches illuminating weary faces, and the echoes of cannon fire reverberating through the air. The siege was becoming a battle of attrition, with both sides pushing their limits. The city remained a symbol of defiance, even as the odds seemed increasingly insurmountable. The question lingered: how much longer could Constantinople hold out? As April turned to May, the siege of Constantinople escalated into a relentless struggle. The Ottoman bombardment grew fiercer, cannons fired day and night, chipping away at the once mighty Theodosian walls. Dust and debris filled the air, coating the streets and homes of the city. Despite the constant destruction, the defenders worked tirelessly to repair breaches, often under the cover of darkness. Every stone they placed was an act of defiance against the overwhelming forces pressing in around them. Inside the city, the mood shifted between grim determination and quiet fear. Emperor Constantine XI continued to rally his people, addressing soldiers, citizens and priests alike. His words were simple but powerful, reminding them that they were fighting not just for their lives but for their culture, faith and history. Families huddled together in their homes, offering whispered prayers for protection. In the Hagia Sophia, the city's spiritual heart, the clergy led solemn services, their chants echoing in the grand dome chamber. Outside the walls, Sultan Mehmed II adjusted his strategy. Recognizing the defenders' stubborn resistance, he ordered his engineers to dig tunnels beneath the city's walls in an effort to weaken their foundation. Byzantine forces countered this threat by sending teams of sappers to intercept the tunnels, leading to deadly confrontations beneath the ground. These underground battles, fought in narrow, dimly lit passageways, added another layer of desperation to an already harrowing siege. The Ottomans also intensified their efforts on the Golden Horn. The fleet, now partially inside the harbour thanks to Mehmed's audacious manoeuvre, launched a series of attacks on the Byzantine navy. The defenders fought valiantly, using fire ships and skilled tactics to hold off the superior Ottoman fleet. But their resources were stretched thin, and each victory came at a high cost. The city's residents faced growing hardships. Food supplies dwindled, forcing strict rationing and leading to widespread hunger. The constant noise of the siege, cannon blasts, the clash of swords, and the cries of battle made restful sleep nearly impossible. And yet, the people endured, drawing strength from their shared purpose and their leaders' unyielding resolve. As May progressed, the city's defenders began to realise that relief from the outside was unlikely. The Venetian and Genoese fleets, though sympathetic to the Byzantine cause, were entangled in their own conflicts and slow to act. Constantinople stood alone against the might of the Ottoman Empire. The stage was set for a climactic confrontation. The city was battered but unbroken, its defenders refusing to yield despite the impossible odds. The Ottomans, frustrated by the slow progress of the siege, prepared for an all-out assault to breach the walls and claim their prize. The air was heavy with tension, every moment pregnant with the possibility of triumph or tragedy. As the final days of the siege approached, one could feel the weight of history bearing down on Constantinople. The city's fate hung in the balance, and the world watched, waiting to see how this epic struggle would end. Yet as the cannon blasts faded into the distance and the days turned into long quiet nights, imagine the peaceful stillness settling over the defenders of the city. The weight of the struggle seemed to lift, replaced by a soft calm that allowed weary eyes to rest, even amidst the constant pressure of the siege. Slowly, the heartbeat of the city began to quiet, like a soft lullaby in the air, gently easing the soul into a place of quiet surrender. As you picture these final moments, let the rhythm of the battle fade into the background, replaced by the peaceful embrace of rest. Feel your breath deepen, your body relax, and your thoughts drift like the gentle breeze over the sea. Sleep now as the city too prepares for the quiet of its inevitable change. On May 29th, 1453, after nearly 2 months of relentless bombardment and siege, Sultan Mehmed II ordered his forces to make their final push. The battered walls of Constantinople, once thought impenetrable, could no longer hold against the might of the Ottoman army. As the sun rose on that fateful morning, the air was thick with tension, and the distant rumble of approaching soldiers could be heard over the stillness of the city. The defenders, though exhausted and outnumbered, had one final opportunity to hold the line. Emperor Constantine XI, fully aware of the gravity of the moment, donned his armour and walked once more among his soldiers. His face, normally calm and composed, now carried the weight of his kingdom's fate. The emperor's rallying cry was simple: freedom or death, and he urged his soldiers to fight for their city and for their lives. Meanwhile, on the Ottoman side, Sultan Mehmed II had prepared for this day with meticulous care. His engineers worked tirelessly to breach the walls using battering rams, and his elite Janissary troops positioned themselves to take the city by force. A final, massive cannon barrage rang out across the city as the Ottomans made their move. With each blast, the walls of Constantinople groaned, and the defenders scrambled to repair what they could, but the damage had taken its toll. At the same time, the Ottoman fleet, now fully in position within the Golden Horn, moved to blockade the last remaining escape routes by sea. Constantinople, once a beacon of power and culture, was now a city trapped. Its streets, filled with the sounds of combat, became narrow avenues of despair and defiance. As the battle raged in the city, the defenders fought valiantly, but it was clear that the odds were stacked against them. The walls were crumbling. The artillery had breached a gap large enough for the Ottoman forces to swarm in. The fighting grew fiercer, house by house, street by street, as the city's residents and soldiers tried to push back the invaders, but there were too many Ottomans, and their determination to conquer the city was overwhelming. As the day wore on, the fate of Constantinople was sealed. By afternoon, the Ottomans had broken through the walls, and the city began to fall. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing that the end was near, fought bravely until the very last. But when the Ottoman forces entered the city, they found no mercy. The city was overrun, and its defenders, exhausted and outnumbered, were either captured or slain. The fall of Constantinople was not just the fall of a city, it was the end of an era. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been a powerful force in Europe and Asia, was no more. The city, now in Ottoman hands, would be renamed Istanbul and become the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. As you reflect on the fall of this great city, imagine the silence that followed the chaos of battle. The cries of the defeated soldiers faded into quiet, and the city, now under new rule, began its transformation. The once grand buildings, the churches, and the bustling marketplaces were left to be reborn into something new. Let the stillness of this moment wash over you, as the world that once was fades away, and a new world takes its place. As you feel the weight of this chapter settle into the quiet of the night, let the sounds of the world outside fade into a soft background hum. Close your eyes and feel the peace of history unfolding, letting the past gently drift away. Sleep now, as time itself slows, and the city's story becomes a part of your dreams. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one era and the beginning of another, reverberating far beyond the walls of the ancient city. As the Ottomans took control, they reshaped not only the city's physical appearance, but also its cultural, political, and religious landscape. The Byzantine Empire, which had once been the protector of Christian Orthodox traditions, was gone. The city of Constantinople, now Istanbul, would become the heart of a new empire, the Ottoman Empire, bringing with it a wave of change that would echo through history for centuries. The fall of Constantinople was a pivotal moment for Europe, signalling the end of the medieval period and the start of the Renaissance. With the loss of one of the most important Christian cities, scholars, artisans, and intellectuals fled to the west, carrying with them priceless knowledge and manuscripts. The Greeks, who had lived under Byzantine rule for generations, brought their learning to places like Florence, Venice, and Rome. The rediscovery of classical texts and ancient Greek philosophy fueled the Renaissance, sparking a new era of intellectual and artistic flourishing. But the impact of the city's fall was not just felt in the West. For the Ottomans, capturing Constantinople was a moment of immense pride and significance. Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, solidified his legacy and the Ottoman Empire's power. He established a new capital that would rival all other cities in the world, renaming it Istanbul, and began transforming it into a thriving metropolis. The Hagia Sophia, once a Christian cathedral and a symbol of Byzantine glory, was converted into a mosque, and the city's skyline would be dominated by the grand minarets of Ottoman mosques. The Ottomans also began to expand their empire, pushing further into Europe, Asia, and Africa. Constantinople's fall opened up new trade routes and positioned the Ottomans as the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean. The city's strategic location between Europe and Asia gave the Ottomans control of crucial land and sea trade routes, further strengthening their empire. In the centuries that followed, the legacy of Constantinople would continue to shape the world. For the East, it became a symbol of Ottoman strength and prosperity. For the West, it served as a reminder of the fragility of empires and the shifting tides of history. The fall of Constantinople was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic event that signalled the changing balance of power in the world. As you reflect on the long-reaching consequences of this moment in history, imagine how the passing of centuries can transform a city, how the echoes of one era can reverberate into the next. Feel the calmness of time moving forward, each breath slower, as you let the weight of these changes settle into your thoughts. The past is a river, constantly flowing, and Constantinople's fall was but one ripple in the vast current of history. Let this ripple guide you into a peaceful place of reflection, where the weight of time and change lifts, and you feel the peace of quiet understanding. Though the city of Constantinople fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the spirit of its ancient civilization would never be fully extinguished. The echoes of its grandeur, its wisdom, and its role as the crossroads of empires resonated through time. The Byzantines, though defeated, had left an indelible mark on the world. The artifacts, the knowledge, and the stories of their culture continued to influence not only the Ottomans, but the entire world for generations. Even the name Constantinople itself would live on in the hearts of those who revered its history. For the Ottomans, the transformation of the city into Istanbul was more than a conquest. It was a blending of two worlds. The Greek Orthodox and Christian heritage of Constantinople mixed with the Islamic Ottoman culture, creating a rich and diverse society that would flourish for centuries. The city's iconic Hagia Sophia, once a Christian church, stood as a testament to this blending, a symbol of the city's enduring beauty and the confluence of different faiths, traditions, and ideas. Over time, Istanbul would become a global hub for art, science, and trade, fostering an environment where diverse cultures and ideas could meet. Scholars, artists, and merchants from all corners of the world passed through the city, contributing to its ongoing legacy as a place of knowledge and exchange. As you reflect on the lasting impact of Constantinople, imagine how the quiet passage of time can allow a city's legacy to endure long after its walls have crumbled. The stories of Constantinople's rise, its cultural riches, and its eventual fall are woven into the fabric of history. And just as the city evolved, so did the stories of the people who lived there, stories that still inspire awe and contemplation today. Now, as the quiet night settles in, let yourself be carried away by the soft waves of time. The distant sounds of the past are now mere whispers in the night, fading into a calm silence. The story of Constantinople, its rise and fall, and its everlasting influence now rests softly in the back of your mind. Allow this story to guide you into a deep and peaceful rest, where the weight of history lifts and only the soothing sight